their own response to these kinds of things is going to have a big impact on how the FDA functions, as well as the DEA and their kind of, you know, dual impact on the people that are typically underserved and in the fringe. And I'm speaking from a position of privilege. I really appreciate when people do the land acknowledgements, and I really appreciate when people do, you know, they check their privileges. And these are for somebody like myself, they're relatively new concepts. I don't consider myself a colonialist because I was born, and in some kind of, you know, it's possible that under some certain, you know, karmic circumstances that I made this choice in a position, you know, prior to my birth or whatever. I can't worry about that part of it. I have to be where I am, where I'm at now. And I really appreciate what you're saying, Leo, about the men's health and the opportunity to kind of like recenter. And I did, for example, when I was in Montana, the AA groups that I went to were very biased. And if you were coming in there with an addiction that didn't fit into alcoholism, they were very quick to put a lot of ostracization. And it wasn't like a direct ban, but they let you know in no uncertain terms that, you know, you weren't necessarily welcome there, and that you were a distraction from people that were white knuckling it through you know, through alcohol specifically. And I at the same time, like, I'm very fortunate to be in a very, you know, at this point in time, very fortunate to participate in an AA group that's very progressive. And I appreciate a lot of the methodology. And at the same time, I also appreciate a lot of the conscientiousness that's gone into, you know, stripping that methodology from you know, from a patriarchal or dogmatic perspective. And I totally resonate with what you're saying, Becca, in regards to, you know, higher power. And, you know, if I'm somebody that was raised under, you know, an evangelical kind of home life, and I take those kinds of, I can't just fake submitting to a higher power. I take those kinds of you know, theological concepts. I can't say I take them seriously, but like when I approach them, I believe that they need to be approached sincerely. And so in my sincerity, I can't necessarily like submit to a higher power that my mind doesn't allow me to accept. And at the same time, I do appreciate that, you know, psychedelics present some very interesting spiritual challenges, and people that have various, we were talking about possession earlier, and those kinds of you know, true enough to be true experiences that happen within people's perception as they're experiencing, you know, what could be considered an altered state. I'm very excited though that there's a lot of work being done to create the equanimity and the egalitarianism that you're talking about. So I guess that's really all I have to add about that.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, thank you for speaking to the cost of a lot of this. And that's why I love mushrooms, right? Like, you know, I taught myself how to cultivate, and like, I don't have to spend thousands of dollars for that medicine, right? And if you're in Washington, you know, even better, because they grow there. But you know, I just sometimes if you can find
it. Yeah.
But yeah, I guess I'll wrap it up by, you know, saying thank you, Leo. Thank you for the question about you know, female leadership in this And, I just think this is all such a very complex and nuanced and highly individual experience of both addiction and working with psychedelics, and then you put them together. And I think there's going to be a need for multiple offerings. I think PIR is great. But I definitely see that I'm already seeing a need for even more varied approaches and support systems within this topic.
I appreciate you, and it's lovely to meet you. And then I also wanted to say that what John had to share really touched my heart, because I felt like he was commenting on the need for for equality, or for the lack of equality to be addressed, and it just feels so meaningful for me when people of power can stand up for those who don't have power. So thank you. And then let's welcome the one and only Solana Booth.
Hey, sister. Good evening, everyone. Now Qualis Cloak Alciam, Aisquatachi Ciacm, Solana Ishtene Waji, Lechlin Blue, Nuxac Mohaka Bequent, Simsian Del Wanuth, Beatrice Anderson, Chief Sam George, Chief Joe Ortiz, and White Owl House of the Wolf, William Booth, Violet Booth, Violet Atkinson, Booth, Raven, Gunhada Clan, Dalwanuth, Timakochi Chante, Tanaguts Nalak Suida, Klani Limina Utsu Awamiam, Dimgant Wak Nut Noon. Just a brief introduction of my 3 Indian names, and spoke some of our native tongue, some of our language that comes from Mother Earth. Being a mother of 9, but birthing 4 people and having 2 granddaughters who are future granddaughters in training is in radical humility, and prayers to be with you all tonight. I wanted to share some Ayak Adak, some ancestral tellings and truth. And I want to thank everyone here this evening. You are seen, you are strong, you are courageous, and you are noticed. And I've been listening in all day throughout, probably since 11 a.m. until 7, like listening. I had to take a break for a little bit and be with the babies, and just all the shares. There was some sharing happening earlier. That was really nice. It's from a native brother in the Salish territories. I want to thank Leo for inviting me here this evening. And what I wanted to share about addiction is that my understanding of my relationship to addiction comes from knowing the causes of addiction, comes from understanding and knowing that addiction is just a trauma response. It's because we just want to figure it out. People just want to figure it out. They just want to go back into that place inside their heart that only one other can bring them to. And when that other is not able to bring us into that special place. I mean, I'm sure all of you remember when you were little and there was like something that you wanted to play with someone, and for some reason it didn't happen. And so like you cried and you wept, and you didn't get to go there in that place in your heart at that time that you were told to, in your mind, in your heart. You weren't able to do that. When that happens, as grown-ups, we still want to go back into that place in our heart. There's a familiarity about it. There's like a connection about it, that we know, like a part of us, like our little spirit that got hurt at that time when we were little, like they know that feeling, like that familiarity. So we want to figure it out. We want to keep doing the same thing. We want to keep figuring it out, keep trying to figure it out. And it is insane. And that's what has to happen. Parts of us have to die. Those false knowings that came because of something bad that happened, because of something that made us cry or get mad. And we weren't able to say it. We weren't able to act it out or do it or respond. Naturally respond as little ones. That is not only making us sick inside, that's making us sick outside, that's making us believe the lies. That's because we lie to ourselves in those moments. We lie to ourselves throughout all these times, trying to figure it out. We're lying to ourselves, trying to figure it out, being in relationship and lying to ourselves and lying to our partners, or lying about little things or big things. And it doesn't even matter anymore, because synthetic is a lie. The synthetic medicines, that's a synthesized, that's a lie from Mother Earth, because she already has everything for us. She has what we need. The plants, they find us, they show up in our yards, dandelions everywhere. Well, that might mean that you could use some liver care. That might mean that you need to detox. That might mean you just need that medicine, that wildflower medicine. That visibility of the flower, that relationship to the flower, like how we could be so gentle with the flower, but not to ourselves, like the lies. And so addiction and plant medicines are an exact juxtaposition. There's an exact opposite, an exact opposition, being a plant medicine and an addiction, whatever it is, the addiction, the lie to self, the lie to others. Usually people who are addicts end up lying to others eventually. Like, it just happens because that's what you're doing to yourself. My eldest daughter is an addict. She was trafficked at age 16, and there was not MMIW or any trafficking survivor things, support. Mental health therapists couldn't touch it, and they had a hard time anyways with me and my family. We end up being tokens, or I end up giving them therapy, so she was trafficked at 16. She was a federal victim, made the newspaper. She's very tall and very beautiful, and she has the biggest heart. Her addiction became meth at that time. So after she was trafficked and considered a federal victim, the addiction started with meth. The addiction started with that lifestyle, with living the life and like being in the streets. And of course, Briar would also help people. She would like feed people. And she went through this barista training program paid for by Starbucks for trafficking survivors, and would feed people the food from Starbucks, walk around downtown. This is before she got heavy into her addiction of meth. In my heart of hearts, I knew, I warned her not to go to California. I warned her not to go visit her friend. She was groomed by a friend that she had known since she was 12. So this friend groomed her for 4 years and then flew her down into California. And so I warned her not to go. She went. I knew that she wasn't going to be able to come back home. I knew that I had to like level up myself. I just had my son that year. And so he was like 6 months old at this time. And I knew like this was a big call to me now. Like, I've not been a trafficking survivor, but I've been hurt in all those other ways. I've been taken advantage of in all those other ways. I've been raped, I've been exploited, I've been molested and abused and assaulted and all those things. That wasn't anything new to me. What was new to me was the trafficking, was like the moving of our children, like the removing of our children, and the reinstitutionalizing our children in that way, in that lifestyle, of addicts, and that lifestyle of synthetic lies, that lifestyle of meth and heroin and crack cocaine and like alcohol abuse, like all the things, fentanyl. So I knew she wasn't going to be able to come back home, and I would stay in touch with her throughout the next year and go bring her things that she needed and order her things. And she went all over the States and ended up in really bad circumstances. And there was times when I had to like not hear from her. And there was times when I had to tell her, I don't want to hear about any of that. I just want to know if you need anything that cost under $15 that I can order. Or, you know, I'd have to put like dollar amounts on it. Throughout those years, I forced myself to go deeper into myself, of my generational traumas, of what I put on her, of what she was charged with now. The discipline that she doesn't have that I had to stay in myself through all these things, the discipline that she didn't get to practice. But she had the stories, and like she had my milk for 5 years, and like she had everything, that she had our songs already, you know, she had these ways and canoe journey. And so she had her plant medicine, she had her hunting, she had her foods, she had all these things that are ours, like wherever we are, she had all those things with her throughout that time. So I would hear from her, and she would ask for medicine. She would ask for a treatment. She would ask for things like that. She never asked for cash. She never stole from me. She never robbed me. She never like violated my home or my car, like that kind of thing. Then in 2017, she got pregnant. She was about 90 pounds. After a couple of years of being a meth addict and traveling around. So 90 pounds, 6'6" Briar, became pregnant. And lucky for her, I was working at a tribal healthcare that had like substance use disorder recovery, outpatient services and assessments, and mental health. And so we had a ton of resources. So I got her in there. She got into housing. I knew it was only a matter of time before the ball dropped really big and heavy. I could sense that she still hadn't hit her rock bottom. I could sense that she was only going to hurt her child. I could also sense that her child was helping her be a better person. Her child was helping her plan for her future. Her child was helping her like dream and imagine things for herself. She spoke life into her future. She was speaking life into her daughter's future. She was speaking life into being a future grandmother. She was speaking life into all these really cool things. And then about 8 months or so, she took her granddaughter to Indiana. I ended up going down to get her because she got into drugs again in Indiana. I went down and kidnapped my granddaughter and brought her back home to Washington State. And she came back up here a few months later, got into classes, got into life coaching, like life lesson type classes at some college in Federal Way. She got into housing, and then she got pregnant again. So now she got to have her daughter back, and she was pregnant. So I moved closer, and like she lived 10 minutes from me. I could still feel that it was only a matter of time before things were going to really drop for her in her life. And now my life and my other children's lives, my families, my partners, dating life, etc. I knew that it was only a matter of time. I was also confident in mine and my family's connection to our medicines, to Mother Earth, to the seasons, to our song, to our rhythm, to our healing, to our recovery, and to our journey to finding our rhythm again, to advocating for self, for love, for healing our womb. And was able to create these things, was able to create these healing modalities through storytelling, these healing modalities with the plant medicines to provide treatments. And so I had this kind of confidence of like, you know, I've been initiated. I've been initiated in this wisdom and knowledge agency. I don't have a choice. I've already accepted that I've chosen this for good, again and again and again. So this last time that she's been in meth, it's been over a year, and she's overdosed at least 5 times. She's going insane. She's actually in a lot of psychosis all the time. She's in dissociative, constant patterns of dissociation, constant patterns of like being in different worlds, being in the static world of like wanting sensational, craving sensational needs. So like music and dance, probably sex with meth, just different, like constant, right? Like, as if you don't have your own anymore. And while she's in those states, the things that she'll say, you know, sometimes she's spoken to me about plant medicine. She's spoken to me about tribal journeys, about ceremonies, and she always wants medicine. She always wants tea. She always wants bone broth or whatever I'm cooking, a stew. She always wants treatments. She always, every time she comes, she wants that. She craves that. And so earlier last year, I decided, I was taking a walk with the dogs, and I just started crying and weeping. And I said, the doctor and me, because I have 3 Indian names, so I go by the doctor and me. Solana or mom is how I compartmentalize them together. So the doctor and me said, Solana, would you even know if she was gone? Like, would you see it? Like, you're her mom. Like, you wouldn't even know. You would fall for everything. You would tell yourself that she's still here and she's fighting. And then Solana was like, oh, yeah, I don't know. And at that moment, I knew that the doctor in me was telling me that she was already gone. I knew that. And so I wept and I cried, and I would go there. I would find her in that space, in those other spaces, and like keep calling her back home for medicine, for tea, for songs, for ceremony, keep calling her back home. And she keeps coming back, like she keeps coming back. And she's relentless at like texting me from different phones and different phone numbers about dreams and about ancestors. She's seeing things, you know, and then in the next minute, she's talking about how some rap stars are connected to her. And so they're singing to her all the time. What I told her about that was about the psychosis, about the disoriented visions, like the disoriented seeing. You know, when you see things sometimes ahead of time for a reason. And what I told her about that was, I said, you're mocking me. I said, Briar, you're mocking me and you're mocking our Indian. I said, that's bullshit. You're not connected to them. I said, you're distorting your connection to your ancestors. It's your ancestors that are talking to you and calling you and crying for you and crying with you. And you're distorting it and saying that it's these rap stars or these movie stars or these people that don't matter to you, these people that don't cry for you and don't pray for you. I was like, those are lies, Briar. Like you're smoking lies. You're feeding yourself lies all the time. Like now your face is lying. Now your mind is lying. Now your senses are lying to you, you know. And during that time, she was experiencing a really bad, she couldn't feel her body. So she got injured and beat up and she couldn't feel her body. So she was crying about that and freaking out. After all these confrontations with her, after all these moments with her, and with my family and my sisters and ceremony and mother's breath and the hunting and the animals and the plants. After all these things, I decided that this is the way it has to be. Like being a, right, being a mother and accepting anything that your child gives you, like the fact that they want your medicine, like that has to be okay, even if it's the wicked mocking me through my flesh. Like, I guess that's how cool I am. Like the wicked himself is after and my daughter, and I'm confronting that wicked every single time with medicine and with love. And I really felt for Mother Earth at that moment. Like, that's pretty brutal. That's beyond brutal. That's beyond brutal right now, because it's been like 554 years of birthing in fear. It's been brutal because it's been like 554 years of like colonization and insidious, like heinous violence onto our children and onto our women, that this is like a normal thing. This addiction, this sex addiction, the alcohol addiction, the opiate addiction, the cannabis addiction, like all the addictions are because that's how much we're lying to ourselves. Like we can't, it's like we can't even control it anymore. It's like just happening. It's just happening. As if it's spontaneous or as if it has its own agency, and it does. These responses are from their own agency, just like this wisdom and knowledge is from that agency. The sharings are from the agency. That pain and trauma showing up as addiction is its own agency, and it's very spontaneous, and it just happens. And when it happens, time doesn't exist, right? Like time, you're not thinking about the bill that's due at 5 p.m. tomorrow. You're not thinking about how many hours you put in today. You're not thinking about what time is dinner. You're like in chaos. You're like, everything is disordered. Time is irrelevant. It doesn't matter at that intersection, at that point of the flesh, of you seeing it, of you touching it, of you smelling it, of you hearing it, of you in that thing. Well, lucky for us, because wisdom and knowledge shows up as love, shows up as compassion, shows up as healing. Like if we can heal our reproductive system, if we can heal our eighth direction, if we could heal our wombs, then we can hold and help support those spaces that have to happen. And they're gonna happen because it's happening right now. This love, this transmission, this feeling, this confidence, this trust, this faith is happening right now. During all the addiction, during the crisis, during the opiate, during the fentanyl, during the meth, during the lies, this is still happening, and it's not going to stop. And it's just as spontaneous. It's just like these plants, these plant medicines, what I call mother's breath. I do not like to call them the psychedelic word at all. So I wish, and I hope that folks can help me change that name from psychedelics to mother's breath, or any other names that are similar, maybe in different languages. Mother's breath. What does that sound like? What does that feel like? Well, we know what it feels like inside of us, and we know that we can see it outside of us. We know that we do see it outside of us, because it is outside of us and it's in us. It's all like, we're all these things. We are all possibilities. We can all be spontaneously healed. We can all have spontaneous recovery. So that addict, like my eldest, still has a chance because she's still here. Even if it's the wicked that's mocking me, it's going to get tired. It's going to get tired, and it's going to surrender a little bit, and Briar's going to be right there to live or to die. She's going to be right there in her own agency. So my relationship to addiction right now, and the work that I'm doing is a constant parallel to the way I take care of myself. It is a parallel to the way my family takes care of me, including the plants, including the animals, including mother's breath, including the moon, including that salt water out there, including the fresh water, including the tea, including the medicine and my sisters. I wanted to invite a question or two, but first I wanted to, so I came to talk tonight about addiction and plant medicines, but I also wanted to share some of my work as a APA co-chair. And APA is the American Psychedelic Practitioners Association, and we are writing the standards of care and practice guidelines for psychedelics in Western medicine. Being a lineage keeper, and chairing this organization feels like good timing, because we're also working with the federal task force. So we're hoping that it'll, like, they're approving it because we're doing the work. And so it'll be like, it'll happen at the same time that we are able to include psychedelics, that we are able to partner with like state for medical funding for those things. There's still a lot of work to do, but if you can just say a prayer or give an offering for my work at APA, I would greatly appreciate that. It's going through some tough times right now. It's very much in the thick of it. And I'll share more about that at a different time, but yeah, I just wanted to invite questions, or I'm going to say hi to my peoples on the Zoom. What's up?
What's up, Solana? I was curious about what you think, like in raw, real terms of like Native people, because I've worked in the Native community for like the last 20 years. And part of my issue is that, you know, I would work in Indian child welfare with these Native families that are clearly like fucked up from colonization. And then you see the administration, like the Children's Administration, just being like an extension of that colonization. And the whole process is just like horrible to witness, but I'm sure much, much more horrible to experience. And you see the addiction in the families and like incest or like bad things that have happened or whatever. But so much of it is like secrets, and the community that's been so traumatized, keeping secrets within the community. So like you wouldn't tell the CPS worker about the incest or whatever. So just lots of secret keeping. And then I feel like the frustration for me is I'm in these Native communities. Like most recently, I was working at Seattle Indian Health Board. I was doing chemical dependency groups primarily with Native men that were coming out of the criminal justice system, got totally fucked by the racist and classist criminal justice system. They come out totally fucking broken. And then the only thing I'm allowed to preach to them is like the colonizer's language of 12-step, right?
Yeah.
And like, occasionally I can show like a Gabor Mate video and be like, kind of like, hey guys, like check out this dude. And if you go down enough YouTube videos, you might find someone plant medicine, you know, but it's like, you never know that anything you're dropping as far as knowledge is actually going to like spawn some kind of change in a person, or that they'll go and be investigative, because they've been colonized to trust this like fucking like medical system, but this medical system is like raping them. And so I can't tell them as a white woman, even though I have some Native ancestry, I cannot tell them as a white woman, like, you guys are dumb and you guys shouldn't listen to the white man, and don't listen to me, and don't listen to this medical model. It's all fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
And you should be listening to like all this money that Muckleshoot, like when I worked for CPS, I would get all these child welfare calls from like Yakima Nation, Muckleshoot, what have you, egregious crimes taking place on the reservation. And then they shuttled their kids off to these like 12-step nightmare, like horror schools in Utah, where they just throw these kids and they come out all traumatized, and they have like no empathy for their fellow human, so disconnected from the Native experience of empathy with their people or with others. I mean, they basically turn them into little sociopaths, right? And I'm just like so frustrated. And yet I feel like if I go to them and I say, hey guys, you should try plant medicine, you know, I feel like I can't even imagine being a Native person and going into these communities and then that trauma of being shit upon. But it just is so frustrating to be met with like this rigid resistance, which is like, maybe I felt like I had a nice connection with a Native woman and like, we're really connecting. And I think like, oh, she's cool and I'm cool and we're cool. And I'm really jiving with her. And like, this is like awesome. Like now I have a new friend. And then we're both into social work. We're both into healing people. And then I bring up plant medicine and all of a sudden I'm like a drug pusher, right? I become untrustworthy or something. And then I lose that connection, right, with that human being that I feel glad about. And it depresses me, but it also like depresses me because I'm like, lady, this is like better for your community. Like, how disconnected are you? And like, I know I shouldn't be in that place of judgment, but I'm thinking, how disconnected are you from like, this is your shit. Like, this isn't even like, I mean, I'm not saying that Western people don't have, I mean, white people don't have a history with hallucinogens, but like, as far as like plant medicine being part of the indigenous experience, I just think that it's heartbreaking to me that you see so much of the colonizers model, not only in the plant medicine community in terms of like white men opportunists, white men leading, you know, and I'm not like saying white men are bad, but I'm just saying like, if you have like 99% white men, like I think we're allowed to say like, hey, it's a little too many, you know, like it'd be nice to have some diversity here, you know, reflective of the general population, call me crazy, you know. So it's just boring and sickening and so homogenized, and it's so much in that patriarchal like colonizer model. And there are dudes out there that are like not down for it, you know, and it's not serving them. And they're like, it not serving you, not serving me. Like they're cool dudes out there. So I don't want to trash men in any way, but I'm just wondering like how you deal with all that. And if that feels like internalized racism really is what it seems like to me, is that it's
Yeah, internalized racism doesn't touch it. It doesn't touch it because what you just described, what you didn't say was the sexual assault. You said incest, which is good. Like, thank you for saying that. But there's more, right? Like there's more, there's, you know, babies were ripped off of mother's breasts. Babies were slung into stones. There's Native baby remains still making its way to the surface. These lies are being uncovered. The truths are still making their way. So we're not even at a place to say, you know, I'm not even at a place to say, okay, we're at a good stop. Like we're not, like we're still like gathering more bullshit. Like we're still gathering more like pain and trauma and like all the things. So the Batman and Robin show is natural, what you're describing. And when I say that, I'm saying the Batman is the government, Robin is the tribe, the Indian. And, you know, that's fine. That's fine. Like they'll find their time, they'll catch up to themselves. And we need to see people like that. They have that bitter medicine, that bitter fucking medicine that like, you know, that helps you digest, that's like the best for our stomachs, right? That bitter medicine, the one that like doesn't taste good at all. And like, it stinks probably. And like apple cider vinegar is so gross. It's like, it's the best for you. It's the best for you. It cleans you out. It gathers whatever it needs to and like takes care of it. That's what the bitter does. So thank you to those bitter Batman and Robin show folks showing us this bullshit of what we don't like and what we don't want to see and what we're not okay with. Thank you. Thank you for that medicine. Like, got it. You know, like, where can I meet them? Because I'm not going to destroy them. I'm not going to decolonize them or do anything colonial. I'm going to be Indian and I'm going to represent I'm going to do my work. I'm here to work for my ancestors and my grandchildren's grandchildren. I'm in the middle. My managers are my children. Like, it's like that. Like, that's how true it is. That's how true it is to be okay with the bullshit, to be okay with knowing that incest happens in like 8 out of 10 Native homes and others. Like we're not the only ones that have that bullshit going on. I think what sets us apart, right, is right, like in regards to like trauma responses and the erasure, the displacement, that we got a number to us. Like everyone has a number. Like what other race of people has a number? Like, or else you're not that race. Like, what is that? Like, because I love numbers. Like that would be cool if everyone else had a number too. That's not fair. I'm sorry you guys don't have a number. I got a few of them. But like, yeah, it just like being okay with all the bullshit with the patriarchy in my own home, right? Like me and my children want to raise my son to be a good man, right? Like, so that also means that all the things that I've experienced in relationships, like that has been my work. That has been my work. Like all those remindings, that bitterness, that learning that guilt and shame is not mine, like learning that guilt and shame was never mine. And that's why it feels so uncomfortable. Like, cause I don't wear it well. Like I don't speak it well. I don't even do good at it. Like I don't understand it and I won't get it and I don't care to get it. It's none of my business. And that's like these things, like we have to share these remindings. We have to share these ways that we can keep finding ourselves and keep coming back to each other, keep finding each other again. There's a story I want to share about to explain this. And I love stories from hunting. I love stories from hunting. Like they're, oh my God, there's so much medicine. These animals are so much medicine. If you're ever questioning, like, what is human nature, go out to nature, go out to Mother Nature, go out to Mother's nature, because that's your nature. Your nature is here with her. That's your nature. So these animals, these plants, these trees, this water, this wildness outside, like has a lot of stories. It has a lot of like remindings. It has a lot of remindings of who we are and like what we're supposed to be doing and what it feels like and what it looks like. And maybe it's goals, and maybe it's like accepting some pain, or maybe it, I've been out to the woods like raging mad, like angry, like so mad, and the woods is like where I feel like I'm held, like like, because at home with the babies, like I have to like store it like very carefully and like keep it close to me and like just take care of it until I can take care of it, until I can like really take care of it, and go be held, or go weep or go pray or what have you. And these deer, it was a rainy day, and the animals, they love it in the rain, like not like dumping pouring rain and windy, but just like a nice drizzle, like constant drizzle. And so I hiked up probably 100 yards up, and then like went down really, yeah, another 80 yards, but it was like circled. So it was like a loop, tall grass and like thick and thorns and like holes and like just rough, it's not a hiking trail. It was like surrounded by trees. So it looked like a big circle of like trees, like circled up. In the center of the tall grass in the circle was these deer, like 5 deer. And I thought 2 were bucks, but it was hard to tell because they dropped their antlers now. Anyways, I was like, oh, I was so excited to see them. And I immediately had a feeling I wasn't going to take one. And like, that was okay. I think little Solana still likes to play. Like she's still curious. Like she can take an animal if she wants to, but like she still is learning these things. She still is figuring these things out about herself, about her life, about her sisters, about her children, about her relationships, about these things, about her love. She still wants to figure out those things. So I came up to them, and the 5 were like in a circle, and then 2 like jumped away separate. Like they like went different ways. And then the 3 jumped back and they stayed there. And like 2 of them like ducked down and put their backs to me. And then the other one was like broadside, but I could just see her head. It was like thick, tall. And so I took a shot anyways, like just to let her know, like I was like, I love you. I see you. Thank you. Like I'll take a shot. And then they jumped like all in different directions. So from above, it looked like a firework. It looked like a, you know, because they all jumped like different ways and went different ways. And the way they were circled looked good to me. It looked good. Like that's how I feel in my family. That's how I feel with my sisters. That's how I feel with you all tonight. Like we're circled up right now. That's how I feel in ceremony. We're circled up. We're circled up. And so, so they all went different directions. And what that showed me was like my relationship to just a few people, right? Just a few people that I feel so close to. I feel so much love for, that we're circled up sometimes, and let's keep finding each other. Like, let's keep coming back. Let's keep coming back to this circle. Let's keep retreating. Let's keep letting the bullets come. Like, let's keep meeting up. Let's keep fighting to come back, like fighting to remember love, fighting to remember this relationship. Like, let's keep coming back so we can share the things that we've experienced along the way. Like, so we can remind each other of our ancestors, so we can remind each other of our dreams and our wishes and our tragedies, and like, and really get more familiar with our own stories, and really get more familiar with each other's stories, and really get more familiar with our somatic stories, and the way these plants are. Like the mushrooms are like, you know, the ghost plant, just like iboga, just like a few others, right? They have to be that way because we need that. They have to be this strong. They have to be this heavy. They have to be this amazing. They have to be this spontaneous, because we need that to go into those places, into our heart, so we can work our way back to the circle, so we can work our way back to remembering, so we can work our way back to that wild, that wet, that rain, that little bit of wind, that hunter, whatever's after us. Like, let's keep regrouping, let's keep retreating, let's keep remembering. So that's one of the ways I take care of myself, is go hunting. And if I get an animal, like, that's awesome. I love it. And I mostly have just been more curious about the stories. I've mostly been more curious about what the doe said about the buck, what the stone says about the river, what eagle says about so many things, like so many things. So your question, sister, I mean, that's one of the ways I deal with it. But it is very, you know, I see it as overwhelming for a lot of people. I see it as like, it's taking them, it's like pulling on them, it's like yanking at their coat and like stepping on the back of their shoe. It's like tripping them up. It's like immobilizing folks right now. It's treacherous. Yeah, it's sad.
So I had another question, and it related to if you feel like you have a special challenge of like feeling like you're one of the few like Native women that are leading in the psychedelic movement, at least that I know of in the Pacific Northwest, and like if you feel like that's a special responsibility or a special challenge or both. And then I don't know if I missed it, if you talked about your plans for opening up a plant medicine center.
Yeah, thank you. I do see it as a special challenge. And I feel like I fight to earn my spot in that challenge every time. I feel like I do what I have to do in a good way to secure myself over and over and over in this spot, in this one spot of like advocacy for mother's breath, of advocacy for the truth, of advocacy for relationship, of advocacy for love. And this psychedelic space needs to have some light shown on it. It needs to have some actual inclusion, some actual equity, some actual diversity, the way the plants are in psychedelic service, right? Like, so yeah, I see it as a big challenge. I love it, and I take it very seriously. I work with amazing people, like Dr. Nicole Buchanan and Dr. Darren Smith are like my, my faves that I work with. Dr. Alex Cardanius, just like beautiful people. Very common values. We have the elevated common values, right? Like the work experience, the healing work, the writing, the having to be of academia at times, the having to worry about being published at times, the having to, sacrifice, and keep finding ways to be creative, keep finding ways to stay relevant, to stay of integrity to the plants, to mother's breath, of integrity to self, of integrity to grandmother moon, of integrity to mother earth, the way she likes it, the way she shows us integrity, the way she shows us responsibility, and the way she shows us death, and the way she shows us life, and the seasons, and how they hold us like that. It's like perfect timing, Leo, for this kind of conversation, because the winter time is where we stay inside together. The winter time is like where we're eating our jarred foods and like our dried fish and dipping it in seal oil and like eating all our things, our berries, and just sharing stories and just sharing these remindings and sharing these ways to remember to come back. I feel very charged with that and very excited, very encouraged as well. I love these spaces. I love sharing and orienting and reorienting people to this space, right? Like you talked about what it must feel like to be Native and want to bring my relatives into this space. Well, it's happening and it's a process, right? It's such a process. It's been generations of not having any familiarity in this space, right? For a lot of people, it's been generations. I'm not just talking about different churches and different practices with plant medicines. I'm talking about an actual relationship. Because the last I knew about plant medicines and relationship and mother's breath is that we don't do that. Like we partner with these things. We partner with mother. We partner with her plants. We partner with her breath. Like it's a partnership. It's a relationship. And it does take an intentional posture. It does take some experience. It does take some evidence of being in a relationship in a good way. Like there's no way you need to be in any kind of other physical relationship if you can't treat your partner as good as a plant, if you can't treat your partner as good as your chanupa or as good as your canoe or as good as, your altar, right? Like these human things like ceremony and altars and these instruments, they're just an instrument. They're just a tool. They're just a reminder about relationship. They're just a reminder of visibility, of memorialization. They're just a reminder. They're just like a timestamp, like a scar, like a tattoo, like a reminder of the flesh. Like they're just a thing, right? Like they can be utility also. And so one of the ways to invite people in is to invite them into a space that they're familiar with, invite them into a space of storytelling, invite them into a space of fireside chats, invite them into a space of remembering our relationship to Mother Earth and remembering the clans, the designs, and the ways that they transformed was through a mushroom. It's in my lineage. It's in our lineage. Mushrooms are not new. NEW, they're KNEW new. We knew these things. We know these things. And that wisdom and knowledge can be just as spontaneous as pain and trauma, just as beautiful, just as strong, just as like amazing. So I do also see it as one of my responsibilities to bring my relatives, my indigenous people, my Indians, my brown and black folks into like to support all of them in the space in Mother's Breath, in the space of Mother's Breath. in what people call psychedelic space. And then what was the second question, Leo? Uh-oh.
Your vision for your treatment center,
Oh.
going into that.
Of course. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so in 2018, I started training healthcare providers, so clinical practitioners, licensed mental health therapists, clinical psychologists, CBT practitioners, different practitioners from all over North America in generational trauma and brain spotting, generational brain spotting and somatic archaeology. And that's when I was able to create the Healing the Womb, or Healing the Eighth Direction, or Healing Our Reproductive System protocol came up the year before my granddaughter came, my first granddaughter. So 2017, I started envisioning my own Recover Me and Wellness Center. And when I say my own, I'm talking about mine and my relatives, mine and my human family. This Recover Me and Wellness Center will have different ceremonies that can happen. A carving shed for canoe and paddle making, woodwork, special spaces to have treatment sessions or healing sessions and plant ceremony work. It'll be on a 20-acre allotment. There'll be a natural first foods garden and a sacred plant medicine garden as well. And because we will be able to serve Medicaid folks, will have like transportation to and from, and I don't want it to be longer than an hour from the freeway. But I want folks to be able to come out there and get some treatment, get some recovery. I want pregnant people to come and enjoy themselves in healing. I want teenagers to come and make paddles and come see their elders taking care of themselves and see these things. And I want to be able to give them ways to prevent these birth outcomes, to prevent these addictions, to prevent these ways, these lies. And the only way to prevent lies is with the truth. And a dear friend of mine says it only takes a few words to say the truth. So it doesn't take much, and it won't take much. And so Recover Me Wellness Center is coming. And this year I'm focusing on raising capital. I
ask
put
a que-
everything I
ask-
have into my work, so I can hopefully be out here more, sharing more, to raise more money to build this Recover Me and Wellness Center.
Do you
And
ever think
we
about
have,
doing it in Oregon?
I've thought about it. I have a dear friend who's helping an integrative medicine wellness center, and I've thought about doing it in Oregon. I don't want to do it in Oregon because when I facilitate plant medicine ceremonies, it'll just have to be by native land before it becomes anything substantial here. Yeah. Last time I did a budget to get it started and paid for the first 2 years was 1.9 million. And that's like the 20 acres and building everything and like licensing and digging and all the green building work stuff. So that's all we need.
Anyone else that wants to chat or ask a question of Solana or give a thought on what Solana talked about?
I want to share more.
Okay, right on.
Okay, so I thought about this earlier because I put it in my notes. Let me look at my notes. Okay. Okay. So just to recap, the problem with addiction is that we know the cause too well. So we question and blame the addict. So then in that moment, we have no compassion for the self and others at that point, only shame or guilt or blame or fish shaking pain, guttural deep pain that needs to be held, needs to be countered, needs to be contained, and also given the freedom to finish its pain, like finish it, like burn it out, melt it down, freeze it out, like grind it, like whatever needs to cause death to that, like to end that and to interrupt that cycle of pain, that addiction, needs to have all that space, needs to be honored, right? Needs to be tended to. And so those roots, the roots of the roots, like the seed, what was the seed? What was the soil like when that pain happened, when that trauma started to grow, when that generational torment and torture, and bondage for some people, enslavement for some people, not just enslavement of people, but enslavement of self and enslavement of addiction, enslavement of, it doesn't even matter. It's just not true. None of those things are true. It was a bad thing that happened. It was a terrible thing and it's not okay and it's not your fault, period. Like that's not a lot. It's not hard to say that. All of us, like we can all say it to one child a day and like start there. So like all these things, these ways of healing, these ways of connection, these ways of relating are becoming even more practical, which is even more encouraging, which is even more motivating for me to share that, you know, a special prayer for our women tonight, right now. Just I want to pray and honor all of our women that need to heal their wombs, their reproductive systems, their heal themselves and be able to recreate themselves, be able to re-strengthen themselves so easy the way we do as women, where we can bleed every month so we can strengthen ourselves every month. And we can, it's easy for us to do that. That just happens naturally. We're made to do that. So our men need more support. They need to be held in that way. They need our medicine. They need that love. Like we need that love. So it's not just about, it's never just about the self. We always want to get better. We always want to get to be the best for someone else or for something else. And it's always for something else. Like that's the point. It's about a relationship. So if it's about a good relationship, then it has to be good. It has to be of truth. It has to be of love, right? Like whatever is not true. And if you question what's not true, or if you don't know, go outside to the wilderness, go, watch a documentary and don't listen to the documentary, but like watch what you're watching for is evidence of your question, is evidence of, is it true? Is it not true? So is this guilt or shame? Is that mine? Like, show me that in nature, show me that jealousy, show me that greed, show me that lust, show me those things in nature because they don't exist out there, but there's other things out there that can support that can help ease that pain and trauma, that can like bring wisdom and knowledge to that conflict, to that confrontation, to that like countering. Like there's all these opportunities, there's all these good things out there. I just want to thank you, Leo, for this time tonight and being able to share about my work and about my eldest and hunting.
Dude, you're amazing. And your voice and your story has been saved for however long these electronic records, stay in existence. So that's cool. And Casey is our next moderator, but I just wanted to let you guys know that I just got a few people out of the current chat because I was just concerned that they were just kind of bots or something. They didn't really seem to be like responding or interested or what have you. And the thing is that this has been a really beautiful event thus far. And like, there may be some hours that are kind of slower than others. And I'm going to go to bed at 12 and get up at 6 because of my disease and just, needing to sleep. But Rick is our faithful, our community lead person for those hours. And he's awesome and he rocks. Many of you already know him. So if you are a co-moderator, I just want to remind you, please keep an eye on letting people into the room. And so a lot of you are already co-moderators, but you can always jump back on if you go to bed and want to rejoin. But I just, I love all of you, but I especially love you, Solana, because you're like family. So,
I love you too.
okay. Peace out, man.
Good evening.
Welcome, Casey.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, I'm a little tired. We're in our 11th hour or whatever. Yeah, we've had some great conversations. So yeah, most people have just been talking for half an hour and then kind of turning it over to conversation.
Okay.
But if I'm not in the video feed, I'm still here. I'm just probably like brushing my teeth and stuff, but I'm listening.
Okay. Hey, can you did you make me a co-host already?
I did make you a co-host.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. And then you guys can mute anyone if they're having like weird background noise.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, because people come on unmuted, right?
No, they usually come on muted, but we've had some weird glitchy stuff where it feels like, I don't know, maybe Zoom is being messed with. I don't know, weird stuff.
All right. Well, my lighting isn't good here. I'm not in the room that I thought I was gonna be in, but it's all good. Okay. So hi Matthew. Thanks for coming. All right. I'll take it over, Leo.
Go for it.
Okay. Let's see. Welcome everyone. And thank you, Leo, for inviting me to participate in this tonight. So I think that I'll just kind of do this like a meeting, and give a little bit of a share about my experience with addiction recovery and how I was introduced to psychedelics and what I'm doing with it now. Kind of like what it was like, what happened, and what it's like now. And yeah, so people do come in unmuted. So if the co-hosts could just be aware of muting people when they come in, I'd appreciate that, and let them in, admit people. So thank you everyone who's co-hosting. Rick, thanks for holding down the fort here. So after I share, then I'll open it up for other people to participate, and you can either just unmute or, oh, hi, James, or raise your hand and I'll call on you. I'll go for about an hour until the next host shows up. So, hey, everybody, my name is Casey Marie Mitchell. I am a grateful recovering human, teenage alcoholic. I'm also a psychedelic integration coach. I specialize in holistic addiction recovery and life transformation. The name of my company is Into the Looking Glass Psychedelic Integration Services. And I've been working with psychedelics for about 10 years now, between 9 and 10 years. And I was introduced to them through a friend that I met in a AA meeting. I'd known him for probably about 12 years. And he started working at an Ibogaine clinic in Baja, Mexico, and doing sales. And of course, I'd never heard of Ibogaine, and really wondered, like, is this real? Is it as good as people are saying? As good as my friend Tyson was saying? Because he was kind of a bullshitter. And it was real. And that's what got me really interested in psychedelics and how they could benefit people in their recovery. I've never done Ibogaine. I've done some low dose work with it, but I've never done any flood doses. I have a gland disorder that is a contraindication for Ibogaine treatment. And my recovery, I got sober. I haven't had a drink for 40 years, so that's a really long fucking time to go between drinks. And so I was 18 when I got sober and was introduced to Alcoholics Anonymous through a really hardcore group. And what I know today, and found out, sometime after I'd kind of left that group, is that it was actually pretty abusive. And, I did get sober. I went through the steps. I wouldn't say necessarily that I had the spiritual awakening that I know know of it today. But I did discover a life through going to meetings and working steps and working with others. It was like hardcore old school AA. So we'd go out and go on 12-step calls, like people would call a hotline, and then we would go to their house and talk to them and pick them up for meetings. And the field of recovery was very, very different 40 years ago. And there weren't treatment centers, anything like there is today. Where I was at, there was one treatment center in like this, within a whole bunch of cities. And it was very difficult to find like affordable detox for people. It was just really different. So a lot of people came directly into 12-step programs. And it was very, very rewarding work. And, over the years, all of these treatment centers started popping up, and sober living houses. I mean, back when I got sober, there was like sober livings were few and far between. So it's been pretty interesting to watch this industry like expand and explode. And I had trauma, unresolved trauma I didn't know that I had. I knew nothing about trauma. Nobody talked about that in 12-step meetings. They would say, the only thing that you need to know about your childhood is that it's over. And, inner child work, they would call bullshit on that. The group that I was in, they discouraged anyone from going to anything except for Alcoholics Anonymous. So ACA was BS, Al-Anon was BS. I mean, it was pretty bad. It's like, oh, don't go to school, go to work. Getting an education is just trying to control and manage your drinking. I mean, there's some really bizarre, pretty bizarre things that were passed on to me. And so I had to do some work on my recovery from the trauma that I received in my early years of Alcoholics Anonymous. But the fact is that I haven't had a drink, and I don't know what would have happened to me had I not stopped drinking at that time. And I struggled with chronic clinical depression. I had headaches and migraines. I ended up on a cocktail of prescription drug medications to treat all of those things. And then I went through treatment at Betty Ford for detox. And the thing that happened there, so they didn't, of course, there was not anything, they didn't discuss trauma at all. They did talk about codependency, which is great because I'm also highly codependent. But they in programs, they lump together like in alcoholics and people who have different chemical dependencies or drug addictions, and so they told me that I needed to change my sobriety date, which did not ring true for me because I was actually on these medications so that I could survive. I could not function in my life without these medications. And at that point, it's kind of like I was on to them. And the doctors prescribed all these medications. I became chemically dependent on them. Then I went into this detox or Betty Ford program to get that treated, and then the insurance company paid for it. So it's like all these people, they made a lot of money off of my suffering. And I blazed my own trail for my recovery at that time because there was just not a whole lot of information about anything else that you can do other than going to 12-step. And I found out about natural health solutions and just did a lot of things on my own. And then a bunch of years later, I found psychedelics, and so that was another change, major change for me. And psychedelics for me have been really miraculous in being able to get different perspectives on trauma, finding out about trauma, my unresolved trauma, assisted with my depression. And I am a member of a program called Psychedelics in Recovery. And that program was founded, I think it's 5 years ago now. And the first couple of years, there wasn't a lot of growth. And there was 2 meetings a week, 2 or 3 meetings a month. And at the beginning of COVID, it just like exploded. And now we have over 20 meetings a week. And we are all finding the others. There's so many people out there who are integrating psychedelics with their addiction recovery programs, and they go to traditional treatment programs and they get abandoned because people refer to it as a slip or using. And the fact is that psychedelics are not they're not addictive. People can become psychologically dependent on them, but they don't have the same addictive properties as alcohol, meth, heroin. So it's really cool to be part of the psychedelics and recovery community, and I have found my people there. I moved up to Portland from Southern California, and I still have a huge 12-step community down there, but I'm up here, they're down there. And so it's really cool to be building this new community here in Portland. And I do work with Portland Psychedelic Society. I was president for about 1.5 years, and I've still produced meetings there, and I'm still active in that organization. So that's all I have to share. And I'm just going to go ahead and open the meeting up. If you have any questions for me, that's fine. If you have something that you would like to share, that's fine. If somebody like starts going on like more than like 5 minutes, I'll probably like just gently call you back into the room. And I'm complete with that. So anyone else that would like to share, just go ahead and unmute or raise your hand. Okay, Leo just sent me a message that we're live streaming. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to tell everybody that. We're live streaming. So yeah.
Hi, I'm
Okay.
John. I just want to say thanks for sharing. It's very encouraging to hear that on the one hand, you know, as you began the process, you found yourself in groups that, and it's interesting with the way that these groups form and the way that they're you know, decentralized in a way. They do have the opportunity to create you know, strange, you know, kind of little abusive nodes or clots, not the right word, but like something along those lines. But I really appreciate you sharing how you were able to even utilize your time in those spaces, as well as, you know, working your way through different programs. And then kind of I'm almost tempted to ask you to share a little bit more about what your thoughts on trauma and that sort of thing are, because I think it's a very it's a it's kind of a glossed over topic, and yeah, it's something that I think there's a lot of work to be done in that space to even be able to prepare people to unearth their own personal traumas, but then to actually make use of those traumas and to move forward from them. I find that for myself personally, I sometimes feel like I don't have any real legitimate belief that I will ever necessarily be free from not even traumas, but like almost like Stockholm syndrome kind of codependencies that have made an impact on me. They haunt my dreams, even though in my waking rationality, I don't necessarily give them a whole lot of weight or creed. But you know, I find them coming up in ways that are unexpected at times when I don't really have, you know, anything else to do but perceive them. And I feel that that's something that's like not often talked about in groups, and a lot of group facilitators, just being lay people, often don't have the capacity to facilitate.
Well, thank you, John. I will talk a little bit about trauma, because it's really fucking important when you're talking about addiction treatment or alcoholism treatment, or and Gabor Mate talks a lot about that. There's tons of YouTube videos. He has some books out. He has there's a documentary, or I can't remember the name of the documentary that he did. But you know, early childhood trauma changes the brain chemistry and puts people in, raises the percentage of the chance of people having addiction issues. And excuse me. And also what happens with trauma is, you know, they call it big T trauma or little t trauma. I don't think it really matters. You know, trauma is trauma. I used to think that I didn't have any because I didn't have like these major, huge, gigantic, awful things happen. And yeah, Wisdom of Trauma. Thank you, Annie. That's the name of the movie. And but we also develop belief systems about how the world works, and whether the world is safe, and all of these life strategies get developed through the experiences that we have as in our earlier years. And I think it's like by the time you're 7 years old, there's been all this development and pruning of the neural pathways. And I mean, you're not set for life with what you think about how the world works, but there's a lot of development that happens during that time. And I have never met like the perfect family or anyone who's been brought up in the perfect family. And I've even heard people, they'll be like, oh, I had a pretty good upbringing. But then you like dive in a little deeper, and it's that statement's pretty subjective. And what will be traumatizing for one person isn't traumatizing for someone else. So it's really it's work that I think each individual needs to do for themselves. And yeah, it was I didn't think that I had a whole lot of trauma, and then just it's been over the last probably just during the pandemic where I really started finding out more about it, and looking at my experiences and realizing that I had quite a bit of trauma. And my dad died when I was 3.5. I was diagnosed with a potentially life-threatening disease at 9. Started drinking and using when I was 11. So yeah, there was some stuff in there. So yeah, I'm complete with that. Anybody else? And thanks, John, for your sharing your questions.
Hey, Casey. Thank you for expanding on that. John, thanks for prompting that. It, like you, I guess what you said that resonated with me was just thinking that you don't have trauma. And I guess for me, like since I've started becoming a sober individual and doing therapy and whatnot, I have this constant battle where I'm like recognizing trauma, but then also feeling like a fraud about it, because it's just like, surface. Well, there's a lot of deeper stuff, like I guess my, just abuse to like my sister and whatnot. And so there was a lot of focus on her, and I've always been good at just like pretending everything's fine. And so I just thank you for talking about trauma and addiction, because I feel like now with the perspective that I have, I can see a lot of cause and effect sort of situations. So it's just really, I'm thankful to hear people talk about this. That is all I have. Sorry, I'm very tired. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. And I did want to make a comment that just came to mind that, there was a reason that I was on medications for all of those years. I mean, I didn't have a safety net of life skills to handle what was going on in my life at the time. And I was in, a dysfunctional marriage, and, was highly codependent. And so the medications that I was on actually saved my life. And I do believe that me finding out about the effects of trauma on my life, it's not like, oh, it was so late in my recovery, because I didn't have the tools or the skill set to support my recovery with that stuff at the time, or before this last 3 years. So I think that we find out about things when we're supposed to, that things are revealed to us when the circumstances will allow for us to handle it. So that's it. Thanks. Anybody else? Go ahead.
I guess I'll jump in. I was pretty severely abused when I was a kid. And like, it's like the gift that keeps on giving, right? Like the shitty, punishments, from when I was a kid, like it was these really long beatings, or like long time, like standing in the corner and just being like isolated, like grounded forever and shit. Really sucks. But like, I ran away when I was like 17. So like, you know what I mean? The stuff that I went through as a 12-year-old, like, led to me sleeping on the streets when I was 17, and then, reckless drinking, and, flipped cars and toxic relationships throughout like my 20s, and then like really bad mental health issues throughout like most of my 30s. So it just like kind of like kept snowballing. And then like just completely ripped my life to shreds in my late 30s. I'm like still kind of recovering from it. Plant medicine played a huge part in that. Yeah, I don't know. That was my experience with trauma anyway.
Thank you, Rick.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, is my video on? Yeah,
Hey,
this is Paul. Okay,
oh,
cool.
hi,
Hi.
Paul.
Hi,
Yeah.
hi, everybody. Hi.
You're good.
Okay,
I see
cool.
you and can hear you.
Okay, good. I just downloaded Zoom. I have this other one, WebEx, I use, but anyways, I'm not used to this one. Yeah, I wanted to comment a little bit about trauma and the idea of I go into using this medicine sometimes with a little apprehension due to past trauma, in my life, and that's why I mentioned earlier at PIR, it's that while I did enjoy this last couple times that I did it alone, I would really like to be able to have someone else with me, man, because I'm just like, I get worried sometimes, that I look inwardly just really deeply, and I see a lot of truth about things, and I'm just so happy that I found PIR and now this. I didn't know about this online stuff, and I'm hoping to build some good friendships and relationships with folks here, and hopefully do some cool things together and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I was just talking about trauma and using medicine. Sometimes it can be a little bit scary thinking, going into it, that I might fall into some kind of heavy duty I don't know what you'd say, but it's just sometimes it causes me a little bit of apprehension. But I don't know, that's all I want to say about trauma.
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me here.
Well, thanks for showing up.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, James.
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah. You brought up Gabor Mate, and I picked up his The Myth of Normal recently, and it is like the best, most important book I've ever read. It just like validated like everything I felt about life in general. Like, but it's a huge book. It's like 500 pages. I can't recommend it enough. It has like one small chapter on psychedelics, but it's just basically about our entire society. Like, I have a bunch of traumatic stuff from childhood. Like, I had a suicide attempt where I was in the hospital for over a month afterwards. Like I woke up with like a catheter, and like I almost ended up on dialysis. I had to learn how to walk again. I had to watch my best friend die right in front of me. Lost a bunch of friends when I was younger. But really, like he talks about like big T's and little T's, like big trauma, like it's all, everybody has trauma, and like our entire society is just like, we're so disconnected from reality and like any kind of like real healthy way of living. And to me, like these plants and like we think of it as like plant medicine or like alternative medicine, but like to me, it's like plants are food, plants are medicine. Like that's where most pharmaceuticals come from plants. All your food is plants. Like we're animals, we live on Earth, and I feel like it's traumatic to just exist in this world. Like it is like we live in it, it's like we're zoo animals basically. It's just like in a cage, and then people are like, why aren't you happy? And so I feel like I'm just really happy that these conversations are happening, and I think it's super important. And it's important to build like some kind of like cultural framework and community around this. And I feel like this is just the tip of the iceberg of like full, like a full human experience. Like I don't know. I feel like all the tools are there. The Earth provides everything you need, and we've been so disconnected. It's just like common sense, really. But yeah, that's all I've really got to say. And thanks for inviting me here.
Thank you, James. It has been a pleasure to watch you grow these last few months. And I don't know if you could see it, but Leo's over there, give like everything you're saying, she's giving you the thumbs up. And yeah, I think one of the most valuable things in recovery is being able to connect to community and coming into spaces like this and being able to talk about what's going on with us and find out that we're not different, and that we are all the same. Because these kind of conversations, this isn't what you have at the dinner table or or at a business meeting or in the quote normal places. So I like having these kind of spaces be my normal places where I can just be real about what's going on, that I'm not perfect and that I struggle, and that there is a solution. And psychedelics are really magic for people. And it is getting more, I mean, with Michael Pollan's book coming out, and then the research studies that have been done, people are realizing the value of it, because back in the Nixon administration, they kind of screwed things up for psychedelics, and there was a lot of research being done before they were put into the Schedule 1 category. And all of that was completely ignored. And there is a medical benefit to psychedelics. They are not addictive. And those are the two things that put substances in the Schedule 1 category. So that's a myth. And it was done to control populations of people. So yeah, really glad things are changing. Anybody else? Go ahead and unmute or raise your hand.
Well, I was just thinking, I kind of had like a question or a thought, maybe people could help me out with, because I've like worked through a lot of stuff in the last few years. But I'd say about like 90% of my life, for reasons of being a product of circumstances and trauma, I would always like attract and be around people that were very predatorial, or they'd like prey on me or turn on me, take advantage, things like that. So I've really developed this like distrust of people. When I finally started like taking more control over myself and my mind, I started attracting better people into my life, but I still like always I'm always waiting or ready for somebody to like, for these people that I'm like, relearning to trust to like turn on me or and it's all big illusion or trick. And so it really has been difficult, like forming like real connections. So I just wondered if, anybody had any thoughts on that or what they've done.
Thank you for that, Rob. Does anyone else want to speak to that?
I would just chime in and say that, yeah, under those circumstances, it's difficult to sometimes see other people's humanity if they're coming at you as a predator or seeing you as prey, and finding yourself in a position to possibly utilize that to further some kind of like holistic, I don't know, I've had situations where that was occurring with me, and some of those people after a period of time, we became actually really, really good friends, and it wasn't over trauma bonding. It was actually over a weird process of pacing and leading that allowed them to see that what they were doing was habitual and part of their circumstantial learnings. They learned to do that, and at the same time, like it's a very difficult thing to find yourself like magnetized in that way and attracting people of a certain variety that come into your life, and being able to minister to them effectively without being actually like victimized or abused by them. It's a real weird fine line. And I don't necessarily encourage people to attempt such a thing, but should you find yourself in such circumstances, it's possible to make a difference in those people's lives and allow that to make a difference in your own life. And at the same time, knowing what you know about what you know, being able to kind of moderate your exposure to the toxicity that they might be experiencing at any given point in their relation to you, so that you can maintain just your own personal safety and proximity and boundaries. And even for me, having the ability to actually have rhetoric about these kinds of things wasn't something that I discovered until way late in the game. And at the same time, I'm very grateful to be able to even have any vocabulary to be able to articulate some of this stuff. But you know, I feel you.
That was really cool though. That was very helpful, actually. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, John. Anybody else want to speak on that or speak to that? Go ahead, James.
Yeah, I mean, just real quick, I definitely relate. Absolutely, and it's something I still struggle with, but I will say, I've had experiences with I've had experiences with people, and I keep walls up, or I don't overshare. I don't put myself in like a bad position, but over time, like some of these people that I was concerned about, it turned out like to be like a really great friendship. After a while, we both ended up helping each other out. We're still great friends. So like I wouldn't say like just trust people and jump into things, but I guess just like don't close yourself off completely, because if I I look back, and if I would have done that with some of these friendships, I would have missed out on some really, really good connections. That's really it.
Cool. So I'm hearing like trust yourself, in the circumstances.
Yeah. Yeah. And anybody else?
I had a totally different subject.
Oh, can I comment on this one first? Because what you're talking about, Rob, is can be pretty, I mean, the way that I look at it, it can be pretty complicated. And I see it as a trauma response. And, I grew up in a family where, I mean, nobody necessarily like would come out and lie to me about things, but there would be times, it's like I'd get teased if I had if I was being, they would say, oh, you're sensitive. Excuse me. And it was like, I didn't feel heard. I didn't feel like I could trust people necessarily. And later on in my life, I'm sorry, I've got a tickle in my throat. Later on in life, there were situations that came up where, I was betrayed, and so when an experience would come up that was similar to, or that seemed like that kind of situation, then it like would go into that file of, oh, well, I can't trust you. And so it may have been something where the person was not trustworthy, but it also had to do with my perspective on the situation. And if I was already automatically in this space of needing to protect myself, then I'm going to be like on the lookout for that. And if anything is similar to a behavior that feels untrustworthy, then I'm going to tag it as that. And that might not be what's happening. And I liked what James said about, doing some deeper work and looking at myself and seeing what's going on with me. And it's like, well, is this what's really happening? Or is this just something that I'm perceiving as happening? And then there's the other situation where I have done a lot of trusting people that are not trustworthy. And so I've had to learn how to set boundaries with people and grow in my confidence, my own personal confidence and worthiness to be able to speak up about things that are not okay with me. And I think that's all I have to say about that. I hope that was helpful.
Definitely. Thank you.
Found treating trauma it's like extremely difficult. I started going to Sound Mental Health. It's this place over in Bellevue. Like they like worked with me to get like medications for anxiety and insomnia, and like I had a therapist there or whatnot. And like to like heal from a lot of this stuff, like you really need to dig it up and bring it to the light and address it. And it's something you can't do when you're like fresh out of crisis mode or still having like relapses. You know what I mean? Like if you just relapsed a month ago and get stabilized and you're doing good and you're doing happy and you're like trying to, okay, well, let's start addressing some of this trauma. Like no, they're like, we just got you like stable. This shit could fuck you up and send you on a bender or something like that. So it can really just feel like you're, spinning in circles. Treatments can, just slow and take forever. And it's pretty rough.
Yeah, I'm going to speak to what Paul talked about earlier when he was talking about having some fear of doing psychedelics. And it's like, oh, well, what's going to come up? And I mean, that's real. It's important that we are, that we're educated about ourselves and trauma and trauma responses. And I personally don't like to do macrodoses by myself. I just had someone sit with me this last weekend for a macrodose because I want to feel like I have someone that's going to, keep me safe and watch out for me if something comes up. Because, in an altered state with psychedelics, I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody knows what's going to happen. I do know of a lot of people that do solo work and have had fabulous results with it. But I think that it's really important to be aware of, preparation and setting, and also the integration pieces. People who have, I call it a lifestyle of integration. So people who, they have some things in place where they can do self-reflection. They have integration practices, meditation, journaling, yoga, breath work, have supportive community. Like all of those things are really important when we're doing this kind of work. Okay, I'm complete with that. Leo.
So I was wondering if I could touch on 3 different things. One was in Chinese medicine, they talk about body parts having souls, right? And so when I think about trauma from past lifetimes or trauma from this lifetime, and I think about like women or men that get sexually abused, and then like for me, it feels like sometimes we are taking back our power by these addictions. Like if you're saying like maybe someone took away your voice and then you decide to take away your voice through throat cancer, I feel like in some bizarre twisted fashion, the addict is like, well, if I have sex with 1,000 people, then I'm choosing it and it's not being done to me. Like my choice is not being taken away. And so I think a lot of our addictions clearly are based in trauma. But when I think about like the soul of the body part, and I think about like your voice being taken away and you're giving yourself throat cancer, or you're hurting your heart through alcohol because there's like so much heartbreak in our society, I just feel like sometimes we're not acknowledging that we're, I think, taking like a hurt to that area, because there's a certain organ or energy there where we've been traumatized or our power's been taken. And so I feel like sometimes we're like finishing the job, but we're kind of like thinking in our minds, like at least we're taking control of finishing the job. And the second thing I was going to mention is I feel like in the plant medicine community, there can be this passive way of kind of sugarcoating like hardcore addiction when it occurs within our members, like within our society. Like, I don't see a lot of like people holding each other accountable in the same way that you see in like normal society, maybe in terms of like doing an intervention or something. I see within myself a lot of passivity where it's almost like, you know, if people are doing plant medicine and they have an alcohol addiction or they have a something other addiction, I don't know. It's just like I feel like I'm giving them a free pass or something. And then I feel like there's a little bit of a challenge with that, because what if someone dies and later on people are like, oh, I should have taken more of a stand. And so I think that sometimes there's kind of like this hippie, like happy-go-luckiness that kind of bothers me about the plant medicine community. And the third thing I was going to mention, I forgot, but let's just go with those two.
Well, those are two huge ones. I've got stuff to say about it, but I will open it up to the group first.
Sorry, the last one is, as a family therapist, I'm seeing all these people that think they're going to go home to their families after their psychedelic experiences and talk about the family shit, and that their families are going to be happy that they're now free of whatever bondage they've carried all their lives. And I feel like we're not doing an adequate amount of preparation for people who are doing plant medicine to know that, you know, you're going to uncover that you have unconscious memories of being sexually molested or whatever that you've suppressed. And now you're going home to your families of origin, and they're probably going to shut you down and label you as the black sheep. So we're going to have this like nation of maybe people relapsing because they're not adequately prepared, that they're going home to families that are dysfunctional, that are not going to be happy that they're getting better, because then that forces the family to look at themselves. So that was the third one. Thank you.
Wow. We could go hours on those topics. Anybody have anything to say on those things?
I was thinking, I had some thoughts for 1 and 2. One, I mean, that just sounds like you could sum it up as fear. Like, because it really reminded me of like when I moved down to LA like 7 or 8 years ago to like pursue comedy and like, you know, performing. And I even remember I made a joke because I was like really in deep with my addiction. And I like made a joke, but it was real. I was like, oh, I keep relapsing and drinking because then I have an excuse. Like if I don't make it, like it's because of that. Where if I'm like completely sober and I don't make it, then it's because I suck. So like I made that joke, but I realized I was aware of it. Like, oh, you know, this is totally true. Like I continued to use and drink, and like even though all the results are bad, because I had control and I knew, and I was able to blame it on something, because if I failed with that without anything, that would be all on me. So I was like afraid of myself. And then for 2, that's a tough one for me, because like I feel like maybe it should be, you know, each person might play a role, because like I have so many people give me interventions and like tell me that I was doing, you know, the way I was doing it was wrong, because I was under the impression that I would like figure out a way where I could like, because I thought meth made me like have magical powers, so I needed it to so I was going to figure out some way to like master my meth use, and I was positive that I could do it. Obviously, like most people are telling me that's ridiculous, but this guy that I met in rehab, CJ, who's actually passed away now, unfortunately, but we became really close, and we both had like similar delusions on like how we can manifest our abilities, use drugs, you know, like all the rappers do or whatever. Like we'll figure it out and we'll be able to do it all. And he co-signed that bullshit with me, and then after a while, like I resented him once I realized, like, because he's like, I felt like he led me down this path. You know, he kept telling me I could do it, and I believed him, but that's because I wanted to. But my point is that like later on thinking, I'm like really grateful that I had like one or two of these like CJ type people that were co-signing my bullshit, because it took me way to the end where I finally had to realize like, okay, I'm wrong. And like, I needed those like people to, those like quote unquote demons to like guide me to hell so that I could figure it out on my own, because everyone else already told me, I had a million people telling me that I should, now I'm like, they were right all along, but I didn't listen to them. I had to get there and figure it out myself. So I'm almost grateful for the enablers in that sense, but I don't think everyone can do that. So I'm really kind of torn on that one. I'm more like, if you think you can do it, you can't, but go for it, man. Like if you figure it out, that's great.
Thank you, Rob. Anybody else?
If I understood topic 2 enough, I think I have a interesting enough perspective on that. So some of you know this, but like my experience with microdosing was about 5-6 years ago now. I acquired a half a vial of acid, and I was just like super pumped to try and help with my depression, change my life. And I used initially was trying to follow like some sort of healthy regimen with it, where I was microdosing 2-3 times a week, 20 micrograms, or if that's the right measurement, I can't remember anymore. Had all these pre-filled syringes, and it just slowly turned into cycle of abuse, where I was starting out with a proper microdose in the morning and ended up with a hit or more in my body at the end of the day at various different stages. And I don't think that psychedelics are inherently addictive, but I am definitely an addict. And it's like, if I had anything preloaded in my bag, I would have been doing it in the same manner, but I was just replacing my patterns with new my patterns of addiction with a new substance, with good intentions. But I came out of that just really feeling disillusioned by psychedelics, this thing that I've had a really tenuous relationship my whole life with, but have always like looked to for some sort of insight, or like this magical epiphany moment. And when I first discovered PIR, it was my first experience with recovery, and I really like kind of turned my nose up internally. I wasn't going in there like, what the hell are y'all doing? But anyway, I definitely went into PIR, the community, with a lot of skepticism, and have really had my perception changed in the last several months, where I've for the first time in 5-6 years started to microdose again, once every couple weeks, once a month even. It's been a while now, but very small doses, with the intent of being productive and trying to make myself feel really stoked about being productive. So I think for me, an addict, there's definitely a real fear of abuse becoming a thing. But I think just in my experience lately, I can have a psychedelic sit in my even for years, I can have a psychedelic sit within my reach in my house and not do it. But if it was whiskey or a Vicodin or an Oxy or whatever, it's a different story. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. So it's coming up to the top of the hours, and I did want to respond to Leo, what you brought up. And we are multidimensional beings. And I've, Tyson, my friend who introduced me to psychedelics, I had 7 past lives with him, and finding out about that, getting readings from a friend and then also doing my own work with it, it really made the relationship make sense, because it wasn't like, it was a very dysfunctional relationship. and it made it's like the past life stuff that I had with him, it made sense about what was going on today. And I do believe that trauma is, and experiences and memories are stored in the tissues. And there's energy centers, there's these rivers of energy that we have in our physical bodies, and then then there's the mental, emotional, spiritual bodies, and all that stuff is really important. And I've integrated that into my work, into my healing work that I've done with myself and that I do with other people. I've was a body worker for quite a few years, and it was really fascinating what would come through in sessions with people. And I know we're at the top of the hour, but I did want to talk about that, addiction, and people who are, I've known people who have like serious addiction issues, and they show up in the psychedelic spaces. And I have close friends that who've had those things go on, and I'm not quiet about it. And I will, I'm gentle and loving and kind. I'm not like I was when I was new in AA, where I was just, hardcore tough love. And, the bottom line is, if someone doesn't want to come out of their cycle of a denial with their addiction, they're not going to. And I've lost friends because I'm going to be honest with people about it. And the other thing, Leo, that you talked about, the importance of preparation. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I became integration coach, is because I saw so many people that would go down for treatment for Ibogaine, and they would get sold on, okay, come down here for 7 days and your whole life is going to change. And occasionally that would happen, but people you still have to do your own work. And like you were saying, Leo, be really prepared for conversations with family and people. And it's preparation and integration is extremely important. And I'm happy to see more importance be put on that over the last few years. So I'm complete with that. And my time is, I'm over 2 minutes. So thank you, Leo, for asking me to participate.
Yeah, thank you, man. Because I feel like for me, you have such a peaceful, loving, like wise energy that you're like a chill factor. Like, I feel like you make people really feel very chill. Like, it's just interesting how we all react to one another's vibration. And I just find that you kind of really make a safe place for people. Like, you just kind of like radiate that energy. And I just want to say thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. And I want to thank my friends that showed up to support me tonight. You know who you are.
So yeah, our next moderator is Annie, but I also wanted to encourage folks to stay on, even if they just stay on 10 minutes. But even if you're here because Casey's so fabulous, I want to welcome Doxy, and he's the moderator at One, and he has a drug that is now out that combats addiction, which is going to revolutionize the 12-step process. And Annie has been a huge friend and is helping to organize the equity and inclusion plant medicine 24-hour event with these fabulous women of color. It's just, it just feels so powerful to see that happen. So that's in April. And then our 24-hour event in March is men's stories. So for all genders, but holding space for men to talk about their experiences and their, things that affect them. And I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be really well attended and probably pretty revolutionary, like to hear these men like go deep, and so I feel like that's going to be very powerful, and that's March 11th. So I'm going to sign off here pretty soon just because I need to get a little bit of sleep, and then everything's in the competent hands of Rick. Okay, go team.
Yes, thanks, Leo. I'm Annie, and yeah, I've been tuning in and out the last couple hours, and I really am just feeling grateful for everything that was just shared that I was able to be a part of, and yeah, just grateful to be here. I don't know if we want to I have some things I want to share, but I don't know if anyone feels like checking in just how you're doing right now, but I'll introduce myself a little bit more. So I'm a somatics coach, a somatic experiencing practitioner, and work largely around the intersection of sexuality and trauma. And I personally feel like, I'll go more into my relationship and with addiction later, but I live in the area of the Ohlone, which is Santa Cruz, California, and I grew up mostly around Atlanta, Georgia. So and I'm super grateful to be here, and I don't know if anyone else wants to introduce themselves or just check in any way. I'll mute myself for a moment. No pressure.
Well, hey, I'm Matt. I shared not too long ago, but I went to an in-person PIR meeting tonight, and I go every week, and it's like a huge thing for me. But I've just been in like a really anxious place lately. And after the meeting tonight, I just went home and had energy enough to focus on, just staying productive and positive that I haven't had in a couple weeks. And so I just wanted to say how thankful I am for PIR. Time and time again, it just invigorates me and makes me just want to be better and happier just inherently. And I'm so grateful for this meeting too. This is my first time here, and it's lovely. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. And can you say what PIR stands for, the acronym?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
It's okay.
It's Psychedelics in Recovery. Casey mentioned it earlier. Several people. Anyway, she's attended it for a while now, and I've been going for 105 days. It's a recovery group.
Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, and I have heard of that before, and I'm just so curious, there's so much movement happening, like more and more all the time as the underground world of psychedelics merges with the oxidized world of the above. And I'm like, okay, so AA was started with partial influence because of acid. And so
Uh-huh.
I'm just really curious to see how that becomes incorporated in any specific way. Because I know he tried, like he originally wanted to include it. Yeah.
Hmm.
But yeah, thanks for checking in and sharing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
Could I speak about that just for a minute, Annie? Yeah. So, yeah, Bill Wilson was one of the founders of the 12-step program, and sorry, I'm gathering my thoughts. He went through a detox program at Towns Hospital twice, and then was introduced to this guy that had this, what is now the 12 steps, but there was this process for recovery for alcoholics. And so Ebby was his name. And so Ebby did this work with Bill, and then Bill went through the detox program again. And in that detox program, the cocktail that they used to detox people had belladonna and henbane in it, which are plant medicines, which are they're referred to as deliriums, not psychedelics. And that's where his white light experience came from, in the book of Alcoholics Anonymous, and in, what people talk about is that it was like this miraculous, spiritual awakening that he had, but it was actually from these plant medicines. And as a direct result of him having this preparation that he did with this guy, Ebby, and then he integrated it with these spiritual practices that he learned from this guy. And then, I don't know, like 20 years later, he was took part in research with LSD for his depression. And yeah, he was down with it. It's like, oh yeah, this will give people the spiritual experience that they need, not knowing that he actually used a plant medicine to have his spiritual experience. So that's that. Thanks.
Cool. Thanks for sharing, Casey. Yeah, I actually didn't know that. So I'm really grateful to know that now. And yeah, I haven't tried henbane, but I do have experience with belladonna and the brugmansia. And yeah, it's interesting. I talked with someone, Luis Eduardo Luna, and he was saying he was in a ceremony and drank it one time. And some people say it's really dangerous, but yeah, the belladonna leaves. I ate like 3 of those, at a time or so. And it's just really like heart opening, and, stay away from the seeds and flowers. But yeah, interesting.
I do think that I'm pretty sure that I read this in like a paper somewhere that beyond the belladonna experience, like several years after creating AA, that he did do LSD trials. Okay, and then he did. That's when he wanted to try to introduce it, but they wouldn't. The like chair people or whatever didn't wanted to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're like, no way. So, James.
Yeah, there's actually like a excellent article. I think it's Wired. It's a Wired article, and it goes through like all of this and describes it all. It's like the best compilation of all that information. And whenever I'm sitting in an AA meeting, I'm always just like, anytime the spiritual experience gets brought up, I just like, I have to like just zip my mouth shut, and I'm like, oh my God, like I can't, it absolutely kills me. It's just, it's like, it just feels so wrong to be sitting in the meeting and knowing like, this is where all of this came from, and that I'm not allowed to bring it up. It's like, it feels very weird to me. Yeah, that's all I've really got to say about that. But I've really been enjoying PIR, psychedelics in recovery as well, and it's really been helping me out. I'm 104 days clean again after a relapse, like a long multi-year relapse after I had 5 years clean. And what happened was like, I had been growing cannabis, and then I realized I could grow, like, if I was like, if I can grow cannabis, I can grow everything. And I started growing, I grew salvia, peyote, pretty much everything you can think of. And then from there, I like got really interested in just like ecology, and it just like renewed my entire, it gave me like direction and purpose in life, and like it really just saved my whole life. So I'm really passionate about this stuff.
Join the club. Take a number.
Thanks for sharing. Yeah, and I feel like your story kind of is a great example of a core of what I think of addiction, which is because whatever addiction might show up as for an individual, it's a coping mechanism, and there's infinite coping mechanisms that can happen, and we live in a social structure that puts them on a hierarchy like of sins, as these are worse than these other coping mechanisms, even though there's a bunch of coping mechanisms. And you know, some of that's understandable, but basically, like, you know, the shame around that can be just as bad as like the thing itself. So we need to be cultivating compassion. And, you know, that's something I kind of want to talk about around like kind of more of like a meta perspective too around some of this stuff. Because I've experienced with addictions with substances, and then like behavioral addictions and sanctioned addictions and these things. But yeah, what I was going to say was your story like connects what I think of as the core is like, okay, do we have these coping mechanisms because we're missing psychedelics? Well, partially, yeah, because I think we evolved with them. But also it's also like, you know, just that connection with nature. So just having those relationships with those plants in that direct way that you did, like that in and of itself is, from my experience, just as healing, if not more. Like that's the integration and preparation, you know, Casey was pointing to as well, around that. So, you know, for me, it's always been easy to actually just submit myself to a psychedelic experience. I haven't really struggled with that too much. I'm like, this is great. Like some pain, some tears, some laughter. Okay, clean slate. But it's like the in-between times, that's where like the work is. Eric, did you want to introduce yourself or anything? Just kind of checking.
I've been friends with Leo for about 10 years. And I'm an activist, a psychedelic activist. Earned my spurs by going back to DEA headquarters this spring and getting arrested, demonstrating against the policy on not allowing end-of-life patients to have psilocybin. But I had my first acid trip in 1965 here in Seattle when it was legal. It wasn't criminalized until 1968. I'm a writer and an editor, 6 books and half dozen on various subjects, a couple hundred articles. Now I concentrate strictly on these wonderful plant medicines and plant sacraments. I belong to a psychedelic church called Sacred Garden Community in Oakland. We hope to open such a church here in Seattle this year. My education has been beautifully enhanced at Burning Man. I've gone 16 times, including this last year, and I've had a campmate, and Sasha Chopin and Amanda Fielding, among others. So I turned 80 last year, and I hope before I die, I see these sacraments and medicines made people. Wasn't short, but it's been an exciting life. Oh, something's wrong with my microphone. I see you going like that. I'll speak up. Is that a little bit better? Are you hearing me?
I could hear you the whole time. It was just like, I had bad hearing, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, glad to join you. I was in for the first 4, and then I got kidnapped and taken to the wildest party I've ever been to in my life. Just got home. I've
Awesome.
never been to a party like this.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm back with the with this event now.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you for your thank you.
Yeah.
How are you from Seattle?
You know what? It's funny because I grew up mostly in Atlanta, Georgia, but my first cognizant memories are from the Seattle area because my father worked for UPS and we moved like every other year, him working for UPS. And so when I was like 2, they moved to Seattle, Washington area.
Yeah. Did you know UPS started here?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then they're headquartered in Atlanta, which is why that's where we ended up and that's where I grew up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's the building now where Waterfall Park is, which is a wonderful feature in downtown Seattle.
Mm-hmm. Waterfall Park.
Yes.
Nice.
It's a waterfall, a pretty impressive waterfall down there that they built. You know, it's a man-made one. But
I was gonna ask if it was natural, just happens to be in that area.
no. But I this past year put in the waterfall where I live. I have the home that's surrounded by Zen gardens, and I'm very active in end of life. Next year, I'm going to turn to addiction and put my attention there. Try and get iboga legalized.
Get your what utilized?
Iboga. It's a bark from the root of Tabernacle iboga, and it's probably the most powerful tool in our drug cabinet, psychedelic.
Yeah.
It actually changes the brain. If you're an opiate addict, it either eliminates or considerably reduces withdrawal, and it changes your brain to a pre-addictive state. So you have up to 4 months of no craving. And if you can use those 4 months to integrate, to change your community, you're on your way to becoming an ex-addict. And of course, it's illegal in the United States.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I've never done it. I know about it in the Bwiti, and my friend had a friend who had a clinic in Mexico, and they kept getting raided, you know, so they have, like, money.
Because there are lots of ibogaine clinics in Mexico. The best one is called Beond, Beond, and it has the most experienced purveyor of ibogaine, a fellow named Dr. Jeffrey Camlet, as its medical director, and they do it right now.
Nice. Yeah, no, there's some in Canada and the Caribbean, and
It's legal in New Zealand, and it's gray in Canada.
Mhm.
Although I used to be able to refer people to ibogaine clinics in Vancouver, and they're not around anymore. So it must have been some change or something.
they're not around anymore. And what?
Well, I believe there used to be 3 ibogaine clinics in Vancouver, and to the best of my knowledge, none of them is open right now.
Mhm.
So, could you introduce yourself to me a little bit? How do you, what role do you play in the psychedelic movement?
So yeah, I think I was introduced to Leo somewhat recently, as I was doing research around, I think, psychedelic integration circles and people who are just involved in, from a certain angle, in politics around what's happening now. And I'm currently enrolled in Psychedelics Today Vital program, which is a psychedelic. It's not labeled as like a facilitator's training, but it's somewhat oriented around like a medical angle, and they also bring in a lot of people who are non-Western perspectives. I think they have a good balance there. But basically, since I was 21, I've been pretty much exploring a lot with psychedelics and other substances, also like Vipassana, and a lot of like silence and time in nature and other altered states of consciousness, general exploration. So I work as a somatics coach, somatic experiencing and relational therapy. So I work a lot with folks also at the intersection of sex and trauma, sex positivity, through somatic modalities. So that's what I do for my job.
Where do you practice that?
What?
Where do you live?
I live near Santa Cruz, California. Yeah. I moved that. Sorry?
I should get in touch with you and tell you about Sacred Garden Community. It is a true community, and we believe that we're bulletproof as far as doing what we do legally.
Mm-hmm. Great.
Could you put your email in the chat, and I'll send you information about it?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put my information in the chat. Yeah, and I'm super curious about iboga, and that's why things I'm like, oh, okay, I haven't tried salvia yet. For example, I read a book on salvia, so I read a book on iboga, trying to learn about these things. And yeah, it's like, you know, the things that could help us so much we're not allowed access to. And I studied psychedelics like in my early 20s, just diving into this like alongside of herbalism. So to me, there's not like, oh, this like, I think it's a little bit of our conditioning with reductionist thinking and how all the subjects are, taught in, chimney format as if they're separate. But, psychedelics, like, they were talking about Brugmansia earlier, and these other herbs and plants and just relationship with nature. And like, do we have addiction because we're missing like access to just this whole plethora of like mind altering substances? Or are we suffering from addiction because we lack community, because we lack connection with our direct environment? Those are the actual issues that we're dealing with. And there's a myriad of tools that people can use to cope. Yeah. And psychedelics are just one sector of them. My understanding, I don't claim to know this as a fact. I think that the Aboriginal people in Australia, even though there's DMT in the mimosa trees there, they oriented around their dreams for their mystical connections.
They call it wattle over there instead of mimosa, and it's the national flower.
Mhm.
And there is actually a wattle day that is celebrated in Australia. So the wattle has quite a place in Australia.
Wattle?
Wattle, W-A-T-T-L-E. That's what they call it. They don't call it mimosa.
Of course, it'd be called wattle. This is our wattle tree.
Yeah. James has his hand up.
What?
James has his hand up.
Oh yeah. Go for it.
Yeah, what you were just talking about, I've been diving into the past couple days what eco psychology I was looking up, and it makes a lot of sense to me. Like I think it's both of those things, that we're like we evolved to exist, to interact with the ecology around us. Like we are the we are part of it. We are animals on earth, just like we're life on earth, and we've separated ours. It's just like if you take a polar bear and you put it in a zoo and it's not happy, like it's the same thing. And also the way that we're living, we don't have community, and it's everybody's, especially like Western society, American society in particular, like we're it's so individualistic and so disconnected. Nature is just a thing to
Subjugate.
Extract and destroy and profit off of. And it's like common to me. Like once you start to think about it, it's such common sense. We're not living in the environment that we evolved to exist in, and in the in the way that we're meant to exist in. And yeah, psychedelics are just one part of that. But
so I'm sure that you've heard that the opposite of addiction is connection, not sobriety. And that makes a lot of sense. We've lost our connection not only to each other, but also to this earth. And that means we've lost our connection to spirit. So that's something that, Annie, when you mentioned nature, yes, that can be so healing. So I hope to do it again. I create Zen Garden, and the whole idea behind Zen Garden is to use rock, water, and plants to simulate nature, so that when people are in Zen Garden, they feel connected to nature.
Mhm. Yeah, for sure. Mhm. Yeah, and um, I have a degree in ecology, like
Mhm.
ecological biology, and like, getting this degree, I'm just like, there's nothing wrong with the environment, our relationship to it, and we're never separate from nature. We are nature. And even certain nature therapies have this extractive like framework where it's like we're gonna go use nature for therapy to some degree. So like there's just a lot there. I mean, um yeah, and that's I feel like it kind of comes back to um what I was saying earlier, just about like addiction being like there's like a hierarchy of it. And I don't mean like I've struggled with substances myself, eating disorders for over a decade, codependency in relationship for years. Like addiction is a coping mechanism, and that can manifest in many different ways. And our society has everything back asswards to begin with. So I think, having like not a hierarchy of sins, and like, and I personally have lost people to like substance issues and these things. So, you know, I think, I've lost people who also didn't have necessarily a substance abuse issue, and it was like, an addiction to pain almost. And it's like trauma manifests in so many different ways. And I think that there's a lot of people that there's a collective intergenerational healing happening. And some people are so like they're experiencing this like movement like for their family, and it's just too much. It's just way too much to process on their own. And there's like, there's the less than sanctioned um addictions. I want to know what university is doing an addiction study on shopping and hoarding wealth and being
Yeah.
yeah, that's not it's not it doesn't exist. They're not doing that. They're not doing those studies. So shame is a vortex that we get into in our psyche, and it is self-reinforcing. And if we don't zoom out and have these meta conversations about our value system and context and all of this information that we do have access to about epigenetics and the history of colonialism and oppression and all of these, the layers of the context that everything's happening in. And our literal language is probably from substances. Like we are completely evolved to be doing substances. We have all of these receptors that are only there for all these different substances. So clearly we're supposed to be doing substances. And then people aren't allowed to. And then, we live in prioritizing mono-romance. I've always oriented towards partnership, but when you say this romantic relationship is on a pedestal more than community, that's a part of the value system that is destructive. And like I was raised in a fairly stable family. I'm very grateful, but like, we do have a value system in our social structure that prioritizes certain types of relationships in a way that has a ripple effect that is a part of what's happening too with late capitalism as an evolutionary as the next chapter from colonialism.
Well, look at something that America is supposed to be proud of: rugged individualism. Well, That's about as far away as you can get from community. And yet it's something that we, many Americans, hold dear as a positive value for rugged individuals.
Mhm.
Just that.
Yeah, that's that's a good phrase for that, cowboy culture. You guys have your hands raised, and I wanted to invite anyone. I know Marco and Doc, you're just recently arrived. I did want, James, you mentioned the eco psychology. I wanted to plug Andy Fisher and Radical Eco Psychology, the book, or anything with Andy Fisher is excellent. And I was also wondering, James, what you are referring to with that.
It might have been Andy Fisher. What was the name? I don't know, but it was definitely what they were talking about. I just started looking into this, but it was definitely the more radical. They were touching on more not being like under the wing of psychology, but like a totally like different approach, like reframing sanity, basically, like looking at sanity from like a completely different perspective than normal psychology, not just like a sub genre of psychology. I can't recall the name right now, but I will look up Andy Fisher and the Myth of Normal by Gabor Mate also is like amazing and touches on a lot of stuff.
Just jump in. Welcome. Hey.
Hey,
To speak, Doc, I was asking you to speak up.
yeah, so I was triggered by the mention of epigenetics, and I was just recently going over this paper that is called Optimism is not associated with two indicators of DNA methylation aging, by Eric Kim et al. And it's the beginning of an exploration into the epigenetics of optimism. So, I mean, like, what does epigenetics mean to you, right? Because to me, epigenetics means methylation of DNA. Okay, I mean, that's what it means to me. I know why it means that to me, because you know, I was a little guy working in the Human Genome Project when it was going on, and we knew that the chromosomes had to be assembled from 4,000 base pair reads into sequences that were millions of bases long, right? And and so the double helix, in it's not just, you know, swirling around, helix on helix. It's also, there's a super helicity, right? That crunches it and kind of like compacts it into little bits, which are the parts of different parts that stretch out of each chromosome. And this is what the enzymes open up before the DNA is read, and you can stop all that with a methylation. CH3, boop, the whole thing. The D helicase tries to attach, can't, boom. And that's how epigenetics works. That's what epigenetics is, right? So you have like genetics, these genes on the strands, and then you have the epigenetics, which is epi on the methyl, which every place where you put one of these methyl groups, that's where can't touch. And that's kind of like the way biology plays the differentiation instrument, because all of the cells in our body, at least, have the same DNA payload, but not all of the cells are the same. The cells in my eye and the cells in my liver are very different from one another, but they have the same DNA. So what's the difference? Differentiation. Differentiation is just another name for epigenetics. It is actuated by the magic of methylation of DNA. That's the epi in epigenetics, is the putting on. It's where the methyl comes onto the DNA, and just really interferes with the D helicase's ability to open up the double helix for a read, and that's why methylation of DNA silences genes or an entire gene cascade. If you put it in a place where it's super helicized to open up into a whole, library of genes that are there for something.
Good night, James. Thank you. Hey, Doc, do you know someone named Linda Rosewood? Was she working? I don't know if you would have known her. She was someone I know who was working on the Human Genome Project at UCSC. I don't know. I don't know much about the Human Genome Project, so maybe it's like a bunch of y'all. I don't know.
Well, I don't know much about the Human Genome Project either, but I, you know, I worked for the way I lived through it, that's for sure. So when I was growing up in Toronto, there were gene sequencers at U of T, but nobody's talking about the Human Genome Project. When I was living in Israel and working for a company that did these that wrote algorithms that matched all of the short sequences into long chromosomes. At that time, everybody was talking about the Human Genome Project, and let's see, what I want to say,
Sorry.
that I had a point in mind to say about this, that what was it? Can't remember. Say something.
Yeah.
It'll-
I'm curious if anyone else feels like contributing if you haven't spoken up yet, and also no pressure. I kind of already touched on the perspective I wanted to bring into the space around, like, just, you know, a part of trauma healing, I feel like, is choice. So we have a choice in how we define addiction, and like, as opposed to, you know, how other people have taught us to define addiction. And so, yeah, one of my favorite quotes, I can never remember who it is. It's like, it's no sign of health to be well adjusted to a society that's sick. And we are one. And so if we're suffering to some degree, and all we're doing by sharing whatever is happening, doesn't matter what's happening, as long as we're sharing, because that way, that capacity is held between all of us here in this moment, everybody in our communities who we're connected with, you know, whatever other forms or connections you have around community. Like, I think that's you know, what we need, and that looks totally different for every person. So I think that it's just really helpful if, when people are suffering, that we you know, it's empowering to know that, like, our behaviors are not who define us. And so I think that's the psychedelic experience can help us with that. And it knocks us on our ass when we start identifying with our super awesome behaviors, and then we're just like, wipe the slate clean and we're all, connected. And I just think that, I've lost people to suicide, and like I've suffered enough with random ideas that were implanted in my head from the society around my own behaviors and addictions. And like, I think that we just need to be able to do whatever we're doing without adding a bunch of shame onto it. And so I think these spaces are really awesome. And for me, one of the reasons is because it's non-hierarchical. So I think that's why certain aspects of like feminism, like, and being explicit about what these things are that are being brought into like the above ground therapeutic world. So, okay, like Leo was mentioning before, forewarning family, okay, someone has this epiphany with a psychedelic experience and brings that back to their family. And how does that have a ripple effect? And like, we don't operate in the realm and the reality that we're in a collective and that we have context. And so it's like, you're not the only person going through this experience. It's going to change, your dynamics, if you're really integrating that. And so, those are ideas. And I know Leo gives credit. People of color have been saying that for a long time, like saying that about the mental health structures and how that reflects the individualism, which is core issues to begin with. And then what I mentioned, the feminism, because like transparency, like no hoarding of information. And if like, just because somebody has trauma or an issue doesn't mean they can't handle information. If you're doing a specific session, like I'm a somatic experiencing practitioner and I work with people around really subtle stuff in their nervous system with trauma. So there's pacing and, every person's different in what they're needing, but in general, having choice is what helps people heal and grow. And so information should always be free, any information that anybody has. And that's one thing I'm really grateful for this community around, is because I feel that energy of understanding around that. I don't feel like I'm saying new things to you. I'm saying like, this is where I feel connected because of this space allows for that non-hierarchical space. And just really grateful for everybody sharing. And I'll be on here for a while. I know Doxy, you're up.
Yeah, I'm up next.
Yeah. And so
Yeah.
good to see you. And I'm just curious if anyone who hasn't spoken what feels like sharing or introducing yourself or just checking in right now too. I'll still stay on.
Hey everyone. Good to meet you, those I haven't met. I think I met Rick last time, and Annie actually invited me to this series. So it's good to meet you all. I think some ideas that were kind of coming up to me just on the main topic of discussion about addiction. I tend to associate addiction with like attachment in a sense. But like you were saying, Annie, like in an addiction oriented scenario, you have that attachment, but you're missing the voluntary aspect of the attachment. So it's like you're attached to something, a substance, a behavior, a person, a thing that there's a part of you that wishes you could be free of it, but you don't feel like you have the choice, and you're like dependent on it in some way, shape, or form. And that's how I tend to conceptualize it. And it makes the most sense to me that way, because in my life and in the life of people around me, a lot of things that could be at least traditionally considered addictions, it I guess under the definition of like the way that Western psychology defines it, is like it has to be something that you personally, maybe it doesn't have to, but generally should be something that you personally feel like you is harming your life in some other ways, but you feel like you can't stop the behavior, you can't stop engaging with that thing. And so it kind of fits in with that idea. So for me, like part of like transcending addiction is developing your ability to be in the world and engage with the world in a non-attached way, whatever that might mean for you. But for me, that's part of like the spiritual journey of life, is being able to enjoy things and love people and care about things and be attached to them, but also understand that I don't have them forever. And everything that I own, I'll eventually lose. Everything about my body, everything about my mind will eventually fade. And like being able to have that acceptance, I guess, is really big for me. Now, when it comes to like physical addiction to drugs, like that can be a different story. But at least psychologically, with how like a lot of these things work in life, it's working on that process of letting go that I think is crucial. So these are just some kind of thoughts that came up for me on that topic. And then it piqued my interest hearing Doxy talk a little bit about that study on like, the epigenetics' intersection with like optimism and how that can play into things. Because I think also when people become addicted to substances, like, and they try to maybe escape that addiction and they continuously fail, that kind of brings them down into a more depressive and more pessimistic and non-optimistic state. So if we were able to use the power of science or our knowledge of epigenetics to modify that and get people to be more optimistic and be more hopeful, which is certainly something that I feel like I've experienced from doing something like magic mushrooms, that is like a potential catalyst for people to break free from addictions. And I think maybe that's part of the reason why there has been some success in showing that in studies, and then also all the ancient traditions where they already say that that's part of the purpose. So that was just a couple of things I wanted to comment on, and good to be here. So
oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say thank you, Annie. I came in a little bit late to this session, but I'm glad you moderated it, and I'd like to stay in touch.
Thank you. Yeah, it's nice to meet you, Eric. Sorry?
Did you put your email in the chat?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, it's up there.
Thank you.
Yeah. I feel like sharing something about what you just shared, Marco, because attachment stuff, like I felt connected to all of that, because for me, like learning through like the work I do and my own interests and experiences with relationships is this emotional intelligence and emotionality, and like the fulfillment and suffering that comes from like being in this emotional body and not being able to communicate well about it, or not having the tools to be able to navigate that very well sometimes, or like nobody taught us how to do it, like the ways. So we have fulfillment because of emotional attachments, right? It's really hard to be fulfilled otherwise. I don't know. Maybe there's other ways. I feel fulfilled from psychedelic experiences, and I don't necessarily feel emotionally attached to them. So there's totally other ways to have fulfillment. But in our human connections, we get fulfillment from emotional attachment. For me, like a huge part of my spiritual path or journey or experiences has been like kind of like, I feel like what you were talking about, like being able to let go and not having so much attachment that we're just creating our own suffering. And just in general, like non-attachment as a spiritual practice that also goes to applies to people close to us. And I feel like this balance for me, and this is kind of like a part of Tantra, and this is a part of like someone I think as kind of a guide for me, which is the goddess Tara. And she's pictured as like having one foot in the water, and she's kind of like very balanced, living in between two worlds, but like being able to have that spiritual non-attachment and that attachment to the material world, and knowing that you need both to have that balance.
Can we be fulfilled without first being, in wanting?
There's a wonderful quotation from Yeats that provides an answer to your question, Dr. It goes like, nothing can be soul or whole that has not been rent.
Nothing can be
Soul together or whole that has not been torn, rent is his word for it.
Wrenched.
No, not wrenched, R-E-N-T, rent.
okay.
Oh.
So is there fulfillment without the yearning before?
So
Yeats would say no.
What do you think?
No, I think he's right.
I think multiple perspectives can be true at the same time, even when they are seemingly conflicting. But it's hard to want or desire something that you have. When you have something, you don't necessarily desire it because you have it. So if you want it, I mean, I feel like I don't know if fulfillment and contentment are analogous, but I think maybe both and hopefully. I don't know. I think it's a philosophical question.
They're like that. They're part of that same jittery, kind of like the perception of consciousness that jitters and jitters and jitters and jitters and we want to sometimes convince ourselves that the way that we're going to look now is dictated by the way that we were looking before. That one thing does actually lead to another. And then so you observe a need, you act to fill it, then you maybe change something in the environment, then it is fulfilled, and then you are no longer in need, and then you're bored, which creates a need. I don't know.
Chop wood, carry water. So maybe like the spiritual part is the fulfillment part, where we're like that's the work, and you're not just like, oh, I did enough yoga, I'm done, I figured it out. Like, it's constant and it never ends. And and then the want is like, maybe this is my interpretation, like that's the emotionality part where we're never actually satisfied, because if we were, we would be bored, like you're saying, because if we're like growing and changing, and feelings, it is the nature of feelings to change. That's what feelings do.
Well, not just feelings, really. Neurons in general are, you know, they're a very leaky bunch. These neurons, yeah, they can't quite sit still for a second, you know. It's, I mean, when they do, then you're dead. It's and then you're part of the environment. So you're right. Emotions, feelings, they change, but not only them. It kind of seems like the seat of consciousness is never comfortable for consciousness. You know, it's always shifting and trying to improve the seating position, and in so doing, it changes a little bit of the aspects of the seat, because the seat is a very multidimensional kind of basket, right, hanging from every direction at the same time. And so is this more comfortable than before, or less, or more, or less, or what do those ravens in the animated version of the Jungle Book say? Do you remember? Have you anybody seen it? Anybody?
Disney cartoon, The Jungle Book?
The
Disney cartoon, The Jungle
Yeah,
Book?
yeah. That they say, what you want to do? I don't know. What you want to do? I don't know. What you want to do?
Oh, right, yeah,
And
yeah.
don't
Oh, and they were
stop
the
that
Beatles
again.
too, huh?
Huh?
They were the Beatles too, huh?
Yeah.
They were, yeah, that they were the voice actors were Paul McCartney, John Lennon. Yeah. Look, hey, look at the credits. Yeah. It wasn't somebody acting the Beatles. It was the Beatles.
I didn't know that part.
Yeah, they were alive. Yeah. Oh, wow, those were the days. I mean, imagine being at like some hotel where, like, you know, Walt Disney comes into the lobby in Dallas, meets the Beatles, says, you know, hey, I want you to be in the new film I'm making, Jungle Book, Rudyard Kipling, sort of, you know, wow, that was pretty cool. It must have been pretty cool. I'm sure it happened.
Did you ever see the film that Dolly and Disney made together?
No. What was it
El
called?
Destino, I think it is. There's a short film that
Maybe I
Dolly,
think it did actually.
yeah,
I think I
Dolly
did
made
see
with
it.
Disney.
It wasn't really good.
I thought it was good. I think it was just one little short film though. Like,
Mm. I'm not sure if I saw it or not. So Salvador Dali made a film with Walt Disney. Cool. Cool. And
I'm not sure. I just looked it up. Walt Disney died in 66 and the Jungle Book came out in 67. So maybe it was still in production. Like,
that's fine. That's fine. He was definitely there, you know, working things up before it came out, for sure. That movie's so good that it had his touch. There's just so many amazing things about it.
I
But
like the Robin Hood one the best. That was my favorite from that era.
but the reason I brought it up is because we were talking about consciousness. And I think the reason we were talking about consciousness is because, you know, this is a thread about addiction, right? And plant medicines. And I don't know, I don't know what y'all are thinking about you know, the future of plant medicine, but I've given it some thought. I'll take a minute or two to introduce myself and my background and everything, so that I'll kind of build it up to where I am today. So I was so I worked on the Human Genome Project as a programmer, right? Basically kind of let me get that.
It was a joint effort from like a few different teams, right? Wasn't there like a European team taking one in?
There were about 1,000 labs, 1,000
Yeah.
labs around the world. The company I worked for was kind of implementing the algorithms in this book to put together the different sequences. Is that why DNA polymerase? Because you know, what was his name? That guy that invented the polymerase chain reaction. Who invented the polymerase chain reaction?
Yeah, you got me stumped on that one, man. I'd have to look it up.
I have his book. I have his book here. Dancing Naked in the Minefields. In the Mind Fields. Oh, what's his name? Who invented PCR?
Polymerase chain.
Yeah, Kary Mullis. So Kary Mullis based reading DNA on the fact that DNA polymerase in a certain bacteria that are found in hot springs is active at high temperatures because they live in hot springs, right? And so then you can take most DNA, put them in the PCR machine, and then you heat the water, the DNA gets hot, the water gets hot, DNA gets hot, then the two strands separate, and then you put in the DNA polymerase, right, from the hot springs, and then it works reverse, and it completes the others. Each one of the two strands that has separated is then completed by the DNA polymerase from the hot springs, right? And then you cool it down. But this all really good until you get past 4,000 base pairs, and then it stops working.
Are we talking abiogenesis here, or? Sorry,
Polymerase chain reaction. It's the workhorse of biotechnology. Kerry Mullis got a Nobel Prize for it. It's
Carrie who?
Kerry Mullis. Kerry Mullis. Kerry Mullis, and he said, I think he said when he got the prize that he probably wouldn't have. He certainly wrote it in the book. Wouldn't have. There was no way he would have come up with the idea had he not been high on acid. He said that. So that's that was like a pretty big day for psychedelics. Yeah, but
story about
yeah.
There's a dude named Doc Ellis who like pitched for the Pittsburgh Pirates, and like I guess he didn't know he was pitching that day, and like took some acid with his girlfriend, but then got called into the stadium and he pitched a no-hitter like while frying balls. Like a perfect game. Yeah, it's like one of my favorite stories ever.
Yeah. That's a movie.
Oh, I didn't know if they made a movie, but yeah, it's a famous like sports.
Yeah, yeah. That's famous. Yeah.
What's the movie?
I don't know. But I've heard the story, and I think they made I think they made a movie out of it.
Who's the
sure.
Doc Ellis. I've seen a documentary.
Doc Ellis.
You know, maybe like just a sports channel, little like mini 15-minute documentary. I'm not sure if they made like a movie like with actor, like a Hollywood production. I'm not certain, but yeah, it's
So I like, okay, just like plug this little memory in real quick, because in movies, drugs are always portrayed inaccurately, and not always, but like most of the time, especially psychedelics. And in the Quentin Tarantino's Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and when Brad Pitt smokes acid on a joint or whatever, and then he like, that thing happens, and like it was just good. It was really good. It was a good scene, good acid scene that wasn't even about acid.
There was a movie they filmed in Santa Cruz. I can't remember the name of it. It had Billy Bob Thornton and Hank Azaria. It was a movie about weed farmers, and while they were filming, like a bunch of people got onto the set to steal the plants, and they were like Hollywood props, but people thought they were like using real weed plants, I guess, and like broke to the set and stole them.
Wow. That was before,
Like
you
late
could
90s
just-
or 2000s, I think, around there.
yeah, wow.
99, I want to say around 99.
Um, I had, I brought with me to like having to hold this hour, I brought a packed topic, which I have prepared in case the conversation stalls. And it's like one of the kind of things that, you know, you're not going to find a lot of people that that can discuss it and explain it. And it's very interesting. It has to do with addiction, especially with the treatment of addiction. I think it's the difference between the treatment by agonism compared to reuptake inhibition. Okay.
So, like the little neurotransmitters in your brain uptake, like dopamine uptake, is it like kind of like a
Yeah, so reuptake inhibition, agonism means just activating a receptor. So if you have a drug that's an agonist, it just activates the receptor. For example, you know, there's a drug that I invented called 3-MMC, and it is a relatively selective dopamine D3 receptor agonist. So it pretends to be dopamine to the brain, right? The brain thinks it's dopamine. That's what agonism is. You kind of you could think, if you think in lock and key kind of if you think lock and key thinking, then the agonist just goes into the hole and activates the receptor. And then there's reuptake inhibition. Reuptake inhibition, whatever the neurotransmitter, at some point, once the neurotransmitter is agonizing the receptor, it has to stop, right? If it has to stop, then something stops it. Well, that's the what we hear a lot about, monoamine oxidases, right? The monoamine oxidases, they signal the neurotransmitter, they change its charge. The change of charge releases it from the active site in the receptor, and also marks it chemically by being a different charge for reuptake. And then it goes back to the presynaptic neuron from whence it came. And the whole thing is, you know, kind of prepared to begin afresh. And even though it take a long time to go on and on about how this whole thing happens, it's happening about 10 times per second. while I'm saying it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be hearing it, right? That's that's how the whole drama of what is occurring here and now when I am saying, you know, I am pushing air through the little muscles in my larynx, vibrating them. The air is vibrating, knocking on the microphone, going through the being turned into fine currents, right? Then being turned into Ethernet packets, and then it goes over to CPIP, and then it gets to your computer, and then it's turned by the computer back into
binary code.
no, by the computer it's turned into the speaker turns it into vibrations of air molecules. That's how you can hear what I'm saying, right? Because you're using your ear, right? And that's thrumming on your eardrum, and then there's another translation before you actually hear me say, right? The anvil that is thrumming is it thrums. What does thrum on? The cochlea, I think, maybe. And then there are some cells there that can receive these vibrations, but at the back end they fire glutamate. So the final translation is to glutamate, and you can't hear if all of those things. All of this is occurring. Even as I say this, we take it for granted. It's crazy. It's insane. Really. The amount of things that we are taking for granted as I speak these words is just, the mind boggles, at least mine. Yeah, and in the end, but maybe I'll summarize it. I think in my mind it starts with adrenaline, and it ends in yours with glutamate. I think with pertaining to in between, you know, and then it goes through several conversions, right? It's converted into movement of muscles, which creates the movement of air, which creates the movement of a membrane, which creates electrical currents, which creates digital packets, which creates electrical currents on the other side, which creates the movement of a membrane, which creates the movement of molecules, which creates the movement of the eardrum, which creates the frequency of the firing of glutamate from the audio sensory cells in your ear, and that is happening whether you understand what I'm saying or not. And it's so complicated that even I don't understand what I'm saying sometimes. No, I'm kidding. Of course I understand. But do you?
I believe I'm following you. Annie, do you want to jump in with something?
Well, the whole glutamate eardrum journey I just went on is making me feel very good, and I learned something, and it makes me think of the what's it called when like synesthesia, when our senses cross, and
Yeah.
like how I think of like neuroqueer or like neurodivergent people, and how a lot of people experience synesthesia just like all the time or like often without any substance. So that's interesting. But I had a question. What you were talking about earlier,
Yeah.
I wasn't sure how much I was able to actually follow, but it made me think of MAOIs. Like you were talking about the inhibitors.
Well, I was talking about MAOs. So
That's what I was
MAOIs.
wondering.
Yeah. I
That's
was
what
talking about reuptake, right?
Hmm.
So, and reuptake and reuptake inhibition, they go hand in hand.
Mhm.
And MAOs are monoamine reuptake inhibitors, right?
Yeah.
Monoamine,
Oxidase.
oxidase. Oh, and then the reuptake. Somebody threw the R away, but yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay. I'm curious. So-
Monoamine oxidase. No, there's no reuptake. There's no reuptake. Right. Monoamine oxidase inhibitors. That's it. Right. Okay.
Yeah, I took Harmaline one time. Like I did Pharmawaska before I did ayahuasca, and it was great. I know it's like that's controversial to say and like disrespectful around certain things with like just this extraction, but like I'm curious to take Harmaline on its own, and I enjoyed that experience.
Yeah, I was when I was talking to colleagues of mine from Imperial College. So what's that book? The Antipodes of the Mind. Alicia, the Antipodes of the Mind, is it over there? The Antipodes of the Mind. Right under the tissue box. No. There on the table. There. Under the tissue box. Yeah. So this book, right? I got it from Benny Shannon, right? Who wrote it. The Antipodes of the Mind, the phenomenology of the ayahuasca experience, right?
The what of the mind?
Antipodes.
Antipodes.
Antipodes. Okay. Okay.
It's a new word for me.
Antipodes, whatever. But the thing is that Benny went to the Amazon and sat with the Quechua people for 3 years to learn everything about, to write the whole book and put the whole phenomenology in current psychological parlance. Because Benny Shannon is a professor from the Hebrew University, and that's a really good school, and they take themselves very seriously, and they do the research, and they do it right, and they do it hard, and if you heard of something cool, you go and pursue it. And if it means that you're gonna be sitting in some hut in the Amazon for 3 years, then so be it. Come back, write a book. And that's what he did. And so a lot of people said that it's really, really cool to do the same thing and pursue the origins, the psychedelic entheogen tradition, pursue it down to its origins, right? So I was talking to all kinds of people at Imperial College, Robin Carr Harris, Mendel, what's his name? I can't remember. That came back from the Amazon, to study ayahuasca, and they said, that there are the tribes that actually make the brew, which is the combination of the yopo with the Baristeriopsis caapi. Yes. But if you go further away, they're the ones that they make the brew without the yopo. They just get off on the monoamine oxidase, on the Maui effect of that. That's what you were talking about before, right, Annie?
Yes. I mean, I never did that, but I was just curious.
There are entire tribes that do not practice ayahuasca. They practice a proto-ayahuasca, which is just the Maui, just the inhibitor.
I didn't know about that. What is the effects of just taking MAOI on its own?
Well, gets you fucked up. Really. I think that the important thing is that that something's going to happen. You kind of know what's going to happen, and then it happens. And the fact that you have control is pretty much what gives us a kick, right? Don't you think? I mean, think about it, Marco. Think about it. Think about it. You don't have a computer now. You don't have a computer. You don't have TV. You don't have power. You don't have any books. Okay? You never have. Okay? How bored are you getting? Okay? No Lego. Forget about it. And no cell phone. You live in the Amazon. Okay? There's 30 people around you. And going 100 meters takes all day. Okay? That's it. So, what are you going to do for entertainment?
Well, actually, I was just going to say, psychedelics makes all the other things you listed seem boring sometimes. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, in comparison, meaning like sometimes computers or video games or all these amazing entertainment things that we do have compared to like a real psychedelic trip feel like very mundane and boring. Do you agree with that? Like I'm comparing the difference between watching like a Netflix. If I'm watching a Netflix show versus if I have like a really profound psychedelic trip, you can't really compare,
Yeah, right. And if I were to compare, then the Netflix show would lose like by a huge margin, right? The difference between art that's real and just the psychedelic experience is that art is is a is, is a is an exercise of a play of the correspondence between us and the environment. So I take a chunk of wood and I see a form inside it, and I whittle away and I whittle away and I whittle away until I change that wood. I've changed the environment, the piece of wood, to to express something that I saw inside through a lot of give and take. Right, it was a lot of small steps to get there. And with the psychedelic experience, there is no substantial resonance that leaves a statuette behind, or it only leaves things in our memory, if that. And now, not to say that it's not awesome, it is, of course, but if I have to find a drawback, then the drawback is that there is no real world token by which you can remember the experience. Yeah, I was just
those like spray paintings, where they're like the anatomical, like you can see like the circulatory system and the nervous system and the skeleton, but there's like the geometric like lattice patterns behind it. Like that's probably like that's getting pretty close to like making the psychedelic experience into art or something. I like those paintings a lot.
How do you get those?
Oh, how do you mean? How do we end up with that type of art?
Yeah.
Oh, like the processes in the brain that would lead to. Yeah, you know what? I'm not sure, man. It's fascinating though. Like I love all that shit about the old cave paintings that are like 40,000 years old that have these like intricate drawings of like animals and stuff like that.
Oh, cave paintings. Whoa. Yeah. Well, the amazing thing about those cave paintings is that when you observe them in firelight, if you actually dare to light a torch in the cave, right? Nobody does, but some people have, and then and you look at the cave and you look at that cave art, the way it was seen by the artists that drew it, because they did not have electric flashlights and the kind of light that they illuminate. It's a kind of wavering, flickering kind of flame. The dance of the flame moves the drawing in a way which is very, very much like the actual movement of the animal. You could the whole thing really comes to life. Those artists were, they were anatomically accurate. They were amazing, and if you look at it uh, in not under a flashlight, but you know, the flickering of a burning flame, you'll see just how intimate they were with their surroundings, what level of detail they could pass on to the cave wall. It's like it's like the Paleolithic version of a 4D experience.
Or like animation, right? Like under the flickering light, like it might look like the legs on the buffalo are running a little bit or something, you know? Like, I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, well, you know, they can't really create animation, but they create this movement that is that's in between the shape of the wall of the cave and the way the light flickers, and it just it kind of comes to life in relation to what it would have looked like way back then, out on the on the Great Plains. On well, if you're talking Europe, yeah, some prairie in Europe. There's probably a gas station there now.
Yeah, the Göbekli Tepe site, right? It's like that's like the oldest religious or temple site like in the world. It's in Turkey somewhere. They have these like monoliths with these like very rudimentary like relief carvings in them and stuff. It's pretty
Oh,
cool.
do you mean oh, what was it? What's the name of that city?
Göbekli Tepe is the name of the archaeological site.
Sorry?
Göbekli Tepe is the name.
Göbekli Tepe. Göbekli Tepe. Yep.
Yeah, I'm not sure the name of the part of Turkey that it's in, but I know that's the name of the site at least.
Yeah. Göbekli Tepe is so weird. Like, why would you build the stairs to your house in a spiral along the walls, going up to the roof? Like, why does that make sense? Well, you know why? Because they would enter through the roof. Why? Who knows? I don't know. There was obviously some incredible day in history where somebody said, wait, let's move the door down there. And then everyone went, oh, great idea. Then we don't have to climb all the way up to go all the way down. But you know, I think that these dwellings, these huge rock dwellings, they probably evolved over generations, right?
Yeah, I'm sure they got more complex as the years went on. You know, I worked in construction as a tile setter, and it still just like blows my mind, some of those ancient projects where it's like your grandfather was like a kid when they first started that thing. It's like 150 years later, and like you know what I mean, the third or fourth generation is just now starting to finish it up. I mean, that'd be like a project that was started in the Civil War, like they're just finishing now or something like that. You know what I mean? It makes me think of time in a different way.
You know that tiling makes me think of X-ray crystallography. You know why?
Yeah.
because so you know, in biology, if you can crystallize a protein, if you can purify and crystallize protein, then you can do to the protein what Crick and Watson did to DNA, which is you bombard it with X-rays, and then by the pattern of the X-ray diffraction, you can work back and create a picture of the actual concentrations of matter of the protein. And then you get the fabulous science of boogers, right? That's my derogatory name for it. Which is what proteins actually look like. Now, it doesn't make any sense to say what proteins actually look like, because it doesn't make sense to talk about things that look like anything if they're smaller than a wavelength of visible light. So anything that's smaller than 620 nanometers, right? It just doesn't make any sense to ask, what does it look like? It doesn't look like anything because you can't look at it. Okay, not the way we say look.
Well, especially because of the dual like particle wave like properties too. Like it's both at the same time. Like that unto itself is just a mind fuck, you know.
Well, even without that, you can't look at it. You don't need that to put on top in order to for it to be mind-blowing. But the reason that people like Watson and Crick use X-rays in the first place is because their wavelength is the right size, that it can actually tell us something about those structures. And you only get but you were saying that you were tiling, right? You only get reasonable signal to noise ratio if you're sending those X-rays through a crystal where the repetition it exists over and over and over again, right? These crystals are more often than not large enough to see with the unaided eye. Once they start forming, the proteins fit one on top of the other, and then they demonstrate something about properties of molecules that I think people find it very hard to grasp. They have no individuality. Every molecule, you can't differentiate one molecule from another. It's just, if it is a molecule of I don't know, ASP protein, then one molecule of ASP protein is the same as the other. They're just the same. A molecule is a molecule is a molecule. That's it.
Yeah, the building blocks for protein, right? Like we found on comets, like some of the rudimentary like amino acids and whatnot that would go on to form those protein. Is that right? Or is it protein themselves, or is it in the amino acid? Sorry.
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know. I know that there was that bacteria that got locked under the lens of the camera that went to the moon, and then it came back. Was still alive when it came back, but but amino acids on comets? That I don't know.
Rudimentary, like that would go on to form some of the first like complex molecules. They actually, like one of the probes that we like crashed into a comet, they found some of those building blocks of life, that would go on to form amino acids and proteins, like that material in the comet dust, or it's freaking amazing, man. It's really kind of a trip.
I haven't heard the story. I wasn't on the team. I know that if I were, I would probably be screaming. Part of the technician fell into the experiment, Gewalt, to high heaven, like I often do. That a lot of what you do in practice when you handle biological experiments, especially in genetics, is you try not to contaminate the experiment with any bit of you, because that's going to put some really serious noise and make some results that yes, Annie.
I want to say something about that. Because, okay, I have a science degree. It's called biology.
Okay.
I believe in science. It's real and it's great. It's a great tool. It's a great tool. Helps us know things that we didn't know, and also helps us know things we already know too. They're convoluted because we can't completely get out of our bias, and Western science was born from a certain culture and mindset. So when this reductionist thinking is applied to like psychology or human behavior, it doesn't really work. So just like what you were referring to made me think of that.
Was there a question there, or it was just a comment?
This is just a comment.
Ah.
So glycine, does that ring a bell? Glycine was
Glycine rings a bell.
Yeah, they found that on a comet, one of the NASA probes or something like that.
Wow. That's big.
What is it?
What
A
was that?
protein?
No, glycine is an amino acid. That's crazy. So how did it get there?
It was always there, right? That's the, hey, what's up, y'all? It's Jared.
What's up,
Chuck,
Jared? Hey, homie. Doc, I just put the article I pulled up about the NASA researchers. It's in the chat right now if you want to give it over a look. Hi, Jared. Jared's up next.
What's up, Rick?
Hey, Jared.
Hello, everybody. I don't necessarily feel like there has to be a next. It's just a continuum, right? It's like you were just saying, Annie, the reductionist mentality of separating everything out and analyzing it doesn't really make sense when you take the perspective of us all being connected and everything is one. Then the scientist observing this experiment is part of the science experiment itself. So to say where's the glycine, is that what it's called? I'm not a scientist, but maybe I am. It was always there, right? It was always on that comet since the beginning of whatever its existence, or how did it get there? I mean, does it matter where it came from? Or
Yes, it matters.
Okay, but why? Why does
What?
why does a little tiny piece of an amino acid on the comet out in the middle of, space, if it was on that comet for its
It's not
entire
the
existence?
ocean, it's
Yeah.
space.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
But why is it ridiculous? It's only ridiculous because we don't see it very often as viewers from space on Earth.
Right, like if we had so we have some probes out there that are finding other planets that have water on it. I mean, finding that type of stuff on a comet means it's highly likely that life is forming on one of these other planets that have, I think the next frontier of exploration, I guess.
I like that. I like that idea that it's a
So
more common thing than we think it is.
Rewind 3.5 billion years. Right? Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's it. And get to a period in Earth's in the evolution of Earth's ecosphere that not a lot more than various amino acids on different crystal formations had turned up every now and then, every here and again. And around that time is also the period of time when the orb of the proto-Earth hit the other large satellite, and the collision spat out what is today our moon.
Yeah, the separation of Tiamat and our moon. That what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But at that time, some of the amino acids may have already been around, kind of poised to come together and begin to form the larger replicating macromolecules that give us,
remarkable after the bombardment period, right? Like it's almost like as soon as the conditions for life could be possible, it happened. You know what I mean? It's just really weird.
Sorry? No. Had the collision not happened, we wouldn't have been in this very, very comfortable situation that we are, in terms of an evolving
the ratio of
ecosphere
ocean Yeah, the ratio of ocean to Earth, the gravitational pull of our satellite, the moon, the tides creating the way they are, for the sake of using an experiment, like the heat and all of the transfers of energy that happened during that collision essentially created the petri dish that we
Right,
are
right.
on
The
right
Earth
now.
has enough change to jiggle things around to drive evolution, but enough serenity to not come and bash everything to hell like what happened, at Chicxulub 65 million years ago. That kind of almost wiped the slate clean. And the kind of thing that happens on our satellite moon or on Mars every day, right? It's like you never get to start.
What's interesting about that is if you do put yourself in that kind of, think about this thing that happened in history that's like basically connected to all of us because we're all here on Earth. That was a tremendous amount of what we would normally view as conflicting energy, or the energy transformation of like a collision, the mixing of something very physically violent, in our perspective, happening, combination of elements, whatever was here then, and like just relating to that a little bit. Some of what we go through as individuals, it's little slices of this wonderful pie we call reality. We go through that on a micro level, and some of what we're having to deal with, we are seeking components like psilocybin or LSD or ayahuasca to contribute to our own physical conflict. And that healing combination just opens our minds up into these amazing scenarios that like I truly believe like that is like probably the best thing about taking a plant medicine is that it opens your mind up to a different perspective. And it's a healing, it can be, and it usually is a healing evolution of this conflict that we all end up dealing with. Some of us end up dealing with a lot more than others. And some of us are thrown into that conflict without any say, kind of like the planet was. The planet was collided with this other entity, this other asylum. It's not like the planet, I mean, some people may think that it did have a choice, but for all sake, all intents purposes, we don't think of the planet as much of a human as like, we do personally. But there is an energy and a spirit, in my belief, that happened, and that energy and that spirit of the planet had a huge conflict back then. I know that sounds kind of woo-woo, but
Yeah. So I got really pissed off one day, and I went to the Gaia Council, and I knocked on the table, and I said, I show me where I can complain and file a complaint, and they finally gave in. They pointed me to the door, and I knocked on the door, and I said, that collision I did, that was very unsettling. And
yeah,
and they were like, what collision? the planet doesn't care about life, about us, the
that's
newest organism.
That's definitely one perspective to take on the matter, and I'm not going to disagree that that's a possibility in your reality, but I'm also going to not disagree with someone who says otherwise, that the planet actually does have a conscious understanding and might actually do something about it. that might be beyond the scope of understanding for someone like me, or someone who is uneducated, or someone who's not spiritually connected to the earth. But it also doesn't mean that it's not true. And like I said before, I'm not a scientist, so I wouldn't try to explain the connection I have with everything around me and this entire earth, because it's a spiritual thing. It's not a proteins are this big and made of these molecules thing. It's an energy thing that's not in the physical. It's not something that scientists can put in a petri dish and put under a microscope.
Yeah, you're right.
It exists in the communications between you and the environment, you and yourself, you and other humans.
Yeah. But I love to see both sides of both ways of communicating this type of connection, because ultimately I feel like that's one of the most important things in my life, especially right now, is understanding connection. And so not being able to explain it scientifically, because I don't have an educational background in that type of thing, makes me feel a little inferior as far as my ability to be able to explain it. So it's actually really interesting to hear you guys talk about stuff like this. And if I would just normally awake at this time of the morning, I might be a little bit more, my synapses might be firing a little bit better, or I might be more inclined to be looking things up on a computer in front of me. But I really appreciate the way some people can communicate that type of connection, that type of understanding of what is going on when vibrational sounds hit my eardrum and glutamate is doing its thing. Because you made a really good description of vibration and interacting and connecting from that perspective of sound, and I really like that.
Using my glutamate against me?
No, this is not.
That is mean.
It's not an attack. It's not an attack. There's no conflict here. It was actually a compliment.
No, it's cool actually.
These psychedelic experiences are like so profound, man, that like when you experience them, it's hard not to think that it doesn't play some like larger role in the functionings of the universe altogether. You know what I mean? Like,
sure. Yeah, Rick, that's a really great point, because I hear people talk about the uplifting evolution of consciousness, and as humans, in the society of humans on the planet, there are more and more people elevating that understanding of connection and consciousness. And so is there a potential for that to be changing what's going on the planet, potentially making it less conflicting? I mean, from our perspectives of like what global warming is, and doing what seems to be right in nature, does the earth want that? to say, to kind of take a little bit of that piece of pie from Doc Z, like, is Gaia wanting to be healed that way? Is that special, like, environmentally friendly attitude something that we think is the right thing to do because it's going to prolong the survivability of the human race? Or is that really the most healing thing that our planet would benefit from? I think, just from a individual perspective, like, prolonging the survivability of the human race starts to become a little selfish, as opposed to like what's best for the planet. I know a lot of people would say the planet would be better off without humans on it, and it would heal itself. But I recently read in what was that? oh, I can't remember what it was now, but someone was talking about how, and oh, it was Alan Watts, and he was talking about how an apple tree makes apples, and so we call that appling. And the earth has made humans, it's made peoples, and so the earth is peopling. And I've just thought that was a really interesting, like, part of like staying connected. It's like humans are part of what's going on in the earth. We're sort of like a symptom of this petri dish that's evolving, and so we're still connected to it and we're still part of it. So in the sense of making our survivability, elongating that and perpetuating that, we are in a sense healing the planet because we're part of the planet. So I want to take mushrooms and LSD and DMT, and I want to elevate my awareness and come to a peaceful understanding of what's going on in around my surroundings, and hold space for other people to be able to do that in a safe and peaceful manner, so that those conflicts that do arise in and outside of my intent can resolve themselves, and like, allow for more collisions, because through that conflict there can be resolution and growth, and it's more interesting. It's more exciting, and it's if a piece of a piece of glyphosate is just sitting on a it's just a little amino acid not doing anything on a comet flying through the middle of what is definitely not the ocean. Glycine, thank you. It's not interesting. There's no excitement, it's not life yet. And here on the planet, we've got things going cray. Like, it's way more exciting than any Netflix show I've ever seen. I know that, like, some people have joined. Eric, it's good to see you again. I was on here earlier, and I'm glad that you guys are here holding space. I didn't have an agenda coming on for this hour. I'm just really happy to be contributing and seeing some people here. This is one of my mottos. My motto for like the last 2 years is, the universe is my friend and I'm happy. and I've been adding successful onto the top of that because it's been a hard couple of years. And I'd like to see more success with my mental health progressing, and plant medicine has been part of that. It's part of that story. So without getting into too much more description for y'all that don't know me, like, I'm a registered Alaska Native. I'm following in the footsteps of a shamanic, like, healing tradition that kind of fell away from my tribe in Southeast Alaska. But I don't claim to be a healer. I just like try to hold space and help people on their path, because it feels like we're all on our own path. That being said, I'm an advocate for psilocybin. It's helped me with depression. It's helped me with transformation of who I've become in the last 2 years. I did use it frequently as a recreational thing. And I really like that comment you said, Annie, about being okay with that. Like, it sometimes it's okay to just use plant medicine in a fun or exploratory manner that doesn't necessarily have to be centered around healing. And I do that sometimes too. Sometimes I'll microdose a little tiny bit, and that's just a feel good, intensify, corporeal or physical sensory that I have. And sometimes I macrodose and I deep dive into, like, the more serious, therapeutic realm of respecting that that medicine and that experience with an intent behind that so that it can be helpful. And then I also really like to enjoy holding space for people to do that in a safe manner, by either educating them in just what I have come to know through my experiences, or holding space so that they can have an experience safely. Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to share that real quick, so you guys have a little bit of background on where I'm coming from. And yeah, everything is in motion. So vibrations are kind of really interesting to me right now. I was wondering if the one thing that actually was interesting me, something that I wanted to get back to, is the X-ray thing you were talking about, Doc Z, like the using X-rays to look at proteins. Is there's a spectrum, in my opinion, my uneducated opinion, of a spectrum of vibration that transfers from auditorial to visual waves, and I don't know very much about that. I was wondering if you knew more about something like that.
From auditorial to,
so auditorial vibration, like a wave of a sound, compared to the wave of light. The wave, like the light waves.
Light waves.
Yeah, like, is there a scientific explanation for how those two can be maybe found on the same spectrum, or the same comparative sense of like light versus sound?
I think they both use the atmosphere as a medium, right? Like light waves and both sound, they're both like traveling through the atmosphere. Is that the only one I'm able to put together, I think.
Yeah. But well,
travel in space too, like in a vacuum. Sorry. I'm gonna shut up. I don't know what I'm talking about.
So, like, as Jared actually motions and moves, it's yeah, it's
like for me, like my healing experience, it like really almost like suggested like there was like an intelligence to this like mushroom that like isn't yet understood. I don't know, man. It really felt like it like knew me, right? Like the way it just like got in and like did this head to toe evaluation and like wrote me the precise remedy needed or something. Anyway, sorry, that was just my thoughts on that.
Yeah, we could go that route. The intelligence behind a piece of like a mushroom, the fruiting body of mycelium is considered part of the reproductive system, right? And what I understand to be what has possibly evolved as a defense mechanism creates a mind-altering substance that potentially deters insects or animals from ingesting it, has some sort of intelligence behind it. I mean, we know that fungi, and mushrooms, or whatever however you want to call it, are more closely related to animals than plants, like genetically, right? And what some people and some scientists would say is like they created this defense mechanism, like any kind of plant or living creature might develop. It's a stationary thing though, so it can't fight or flight. It's created a defense mechanism that is chemically, or yeah, I think that would probably make sense. It's a chemical reaction, right, to prevent it from being eaten, right? Some poisonous berries do that. Some mushrooms are going to have different effects. Maybe it would be safe to say that peyote does the same thing, and there's an intelligence behind that, in that there's information stored in that thing that's surfacing above the ground. But what's more interesting to me actually is the transfer of information in the mycelium network, because essentially that's the organism that that is responsible for the fruiting body. And we know that mycelium is cohabitating with plants in their roots, and we know that it can send information from one area to another based on the level of nutrients that is in the soil. One plant is doing really healthy because it has plenty of nitrogen or whatever it needs, and the mycelium network is cohabitating with that, and it shares that information with something else that it's connected to, a different plant or a different species of plant even, and it can share that information. How that information really is utilized, I'm not 100% sure about how that works, but there's an intelligence behind that. And so if a mycelium network has a sharing, cohabitating style of living, and it's sharing intelligence and sharing information that way, then who's not to say that the fruiting body is going to have some amazing amount of intelligence stored in it as well.
That's one of my favorite like stories in mycology was they used these slime molds, tracing through these different, or going through these different mazes to find this like food source. And they ended up using those slime molds to develop these algorithms to build the most efficient, to find the most efficient way to build the subway system in the city of Tokyo. And they put all these like slime molds in this maze, and then like that's how they develop, where to put the bridges, the tunnels, the station, like, you know what I mean? It's a fucking trip, dude.
I've heard that story before too. Yeah, that does sound pretty cool. I mean, when you look at a mycelium network on a petri dish that's, like propagating itself, and it just expands out because there's nothing preventing it. It's just a plate of agar. There's no obstruction. It pretty much just spans out in a circle. But I think we've seen in some science experiments like that if there's bits of nutrients or bits of something in that agar, that it starts to create like what we see as networks. And so ultimately that a subway system, man, I'm in Seattle and our public transportation is horrible. So I'd love to see some kind of experiment like that happen here. But yeah, there's an intelligence behind it. I wonder if that comes down to like the path of least resistance type of intelligence, as far as like mapping out something like that, or yeah.
Yeah, it's probably wrapped up in the birth of the giant component. I think as far as networks go. Um, the there's a paper written by what was his name? The guy who wrote the guy who demonstrated the birth of the giant components. Professor Professor of I'm losing all the really relevant information, just when I need it. I have his name here.
Paul Erdos, Alfred Renyi.
Oh, Knuth. Donald Knuth.
Okay.
Donald Knuth. Donald Knuth.
I don't know about the birth of the giant component, so
Birth of the giant component. You don't know about the birth of the giant component?
No, it's hit you. Bring me some knowledge, man. Come on, Doc Z, lay it on me.
Okay.
Sounds interesting.
It's the birth of the giant component is it's a paper. Do I have the paper? Oh. If I don't have the paper, I don't deserve to be here or to live or nothing. The birth of the giant component. I don't have the paper. I have to. I must have that paper. Where's the giant component?
Not sure when he's gonna be back.
Yeah, it's an interesting combination of just hold space and conversation that these Zoom meetings provide for us. After going through rehab and like having to go through like 12-step programs and then going into psychedelics and recovery and just still being connected to a lot of people through Zoom meetings, I'm really advocating for just holding space. Anybody has anything they want to talk about during this time is totally fine.
Yeah, I gave up my spot. Leo overbooked, so I gave up my spot to someone else just to kind of keep the flow going. But I'd have like a whole bunch of stuff about like addressing trauma lined up to say, and like it's like hard for me to open up about that kind of stuff with people. I kind of just did a little bit of like a test run earlier in a conversation about abuse and whatnot, and it's like hard for me to get this stuff out in front of other people, man. It really is.
Well, I was having a conversation with my cousin. I'm actually outside of Seattle on Whidbey Island. He's huge sound right now, but so having a conversation about that, like one of the things that was really an eye-opening concept for her was that sometimes people don't need solutions, they just need space to talk and to conversate and to vent or complain, and sometimes that is a healing moment for just being able to explain yourself and just being comfortable with being vulnerable, just feeling like you're accepted no matter what. And so a lot of the space, a lot of the Zoom meetings that I've been to in the last few years have been, recovery based and not necessarily just, just open discussions about plant medicine, but yeah, they're centered around healing, and they're centered around creating this environment where it's okay to just talk and have an opinion, and you can be wrong, and no one's going to be, that's fine. Like whatever it is that you need to say and whatever it is you need to talk about, it's good to have these open spaces and this accepting environment to talk about something. So Rick, by all means, if you feel like you're comfortable in a good spot to talk about some traumatic thing that happened to you, I would encourage you to try it. And if now is not the right time, you got my number. We can talk. We can have an old separate meeting. But yeah, I mean, all scientific discussions aside, I would much rather hold space and have someone be like, okay, yeah, I was abused, or I abused someone, or like whatever the traumatic event was. Like I'd much rather hold space so someone could feel comfortable in talking about that. And if not, that's totally fine too. We can talk about proteins and climate.
Man, addressing that trauma has been a huge part of like my plant medicine experience, right? Like I had otherwise untreatable symptoms of PTSD. I'd been throwing, seeing a therapist, taking a ridiculous amount of medication for years, and was still, just having relapses. I started training with a service dog. She's actually like trained to look for like signs of anxiety and interact with me and stuff. And that helped me get like my first year clean. That was, training her was huge. And then psilocybin's like helped me get, that couple of years later. But, and so I was writing things out, and like, I had this one night, like, on mushrooms where I was addressing some of that trauma. And I had done this like role reversal thing, right? Like I was going over all of these like stories and memories I have of these horrible beatings I used to get, and like how frequent they were, and horrible for a 11, 12-year-old kid. And like I'd switched roles where like I became my dad and my dog became me, and tried to imagine what it would be like to like beat her repeatedly like that with that frequency, and like what it would be like for her to get like, watching her cower in fear and try not to get dragged down the stairs. You know what I mean? Like it was like a huge, but like that's the kind of like experiences that I had on plant, on psilocybin that have like been a huge part of like the healing, and it's like, yeah, it is kind of hard stuff for me to talk about, man, but anyways, I guess that's there we go. I opened up.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Sometimes it's just baby steps. So thank you for sharing. And sometimes it's just a little bit at a time is easier to deal with, bite off a little bit, chew on it.
Yeah.
Process that. And then when the next available space comes up, you can bite off a little bit more and chew on that.
Right.
And it doesn't all have to happen at once, like I think that's one of the things that I like to talk to people about in like a healing experience of like, if they're new to it, it's like, hey, look, you can go into this with like low expectations. You can go into like a healing experience, whether it's using plant medicine or not. Could be breath work, could be meditation, could be journaling, could be just conversating. But
that experience like a metric to work with, right? Like I could compare who I am, the man I am today, compared to that man that was giving me these fucking beatings. And like you just kind of like have this clear as black and white, like how different I am. I can take comfort that I did not turn in to that. You know what I mean? I broke that cycle. So yeah, it kind of gave me like a measuring stick to work with, of like where I am as a human, you know. Fuck.
Yeah, that can be that can be a healing component to it. I was in a breathwork class a couple of weeks ago, and one of the participants shared something very similar to that, because he went through as a father, he went through an experience where he was angry at his son, and in later on his son, or he was talking about it like with him, and his son said, when you're angry at me, it makes me feel like I don't have any friends. And it rocked him, the father rocked him hard. But he had been way more abused than, like, physically abused, like, and to go back and like see something that's different comparatively, and then use that exact same terminology you just did, where he said, I'm breaking the cycle by not being physically abusive, and I'm trying to, he said he was trying to work with, fixing the emotional connectivity that he has with his son, and being loving and being a better father. So that's one way to think about it, is like, hey, I'm not as bad as my precursor. So if that's where you're at, that's great. And that's progress, right? That's what we want to strive for, is progress, like not perfection. To take something out of the big book. I don't have physical or verbal like trauma in my parent relationships. I have really good loving relationships with them. Although I have gone through some struggles with my father not being as loving as I would hope. Like he didn't hit me and he didn't yell at me, but he also didn't tell me he loves me and give me hugs very often. So like I've had to deal with that in certain ways, but it's not necessarily as like a traumatic thing as a lot of other people have to deal with. And as an adult, I've had the conversations with him. He's like, I wish you would have done that, and it's too late. You can't change the past now, but now we are here, and I can tell him that I love him, and I can give him hugs or give him opportunities for hugs. And he's still really shy about that. He's still really standoffish about showing me love as a father, but I know he does. Like, I know he loves me. And so that's something that, I want to try to help him heal, if he's willing and desires to get beyond that. Because ultimately, I only have control over my own actions, and I only have control over my own attitude. I don't have control over anything else, other people and how they perceive me or what they want.
Yeah, I'll tell you something that a wise counselor told me. He refers to himself as my spiritual advisor, and he gave me a line from 12 Steps that has really affected how I deal with my son and my granddaughter. The line is, expectations are resentment under construction. And I realized that I did not want to go to the crematorium resenting my son, and I wasn't going to change him and his priorities. So I needed to change it here. Same with the granddaughter, who I thought to be more loving, see me once in a while. And I haven't succeeded with my son yet. I mean, in terms of not having expectations. but I have with my granddaughter, and we get along so much better. So,
Good. That's great. I mean, yeah, like I said, progress. Thank you for sharing her.
Yeah.
Um,
and I've appreciated what you've been telling.
Thank you. The relationships that we have, not just partnerships or family, but also friendships and acquaintances, and people that we happen to just know or get to know through these things that we're doing right now, and ceremonies and events. They are the connections that I, for lack of a better term, desire. I know that some Buddhist philosophy stuff will say that desire is the path of suffering. I definitely try to lower my expectations so that I don't have as many disappointments, and try not to make assumptions, because you know how that goes, make an ass out of you and me. But I'm human, and I still want to have fun, and I want to learn, and I want to grow, and I want to have connections with people. If they're meant to be in my life, then that's great. And not everyone is meant to be in your life forever. So letting go of certain relationships is important. Setting boundaries is important. And ultimately, like, the intelligence of communicating is how we interact, like, and let people know what is and what isn't okay, from the perspective of like how we want to live our lives. And I think that directly translates into like just the individual interactions, whether it's with a granddaughter or a coworker or a significant other. The communication of like, hey, you know, this made me feel bad, or this makes me feel weird, or this makes me feel good. And if you don't say something, then people do start to make assumptions or expectations, and it can lead us into discomfort or miscommunication. Yeah, but these connections that I've just been valuing these connections with people that bring intelligence or information or knowledge or learning, or, you know, like those are important. And also just like feeling valued, you know, feeling like I have a purpose of some kind. Doesn't have to be a save the world purpose type of thing, but, you know, making one person's day better by smiling at them or giving them a compliment or sharing some food or giving them money or, you know, whatever. Helping a blind person cross the street, could be a number of different things. Those types of little things are rewarding to me, not just because I want to like feel good about myself, but because it's helping. It's sharing. It's a sharing of energy or transfer of energy that's positive.
Yeah, I want to share another quotation. It's from Albert Schweitzer, a doctor who did major work in Africa. He said, "I don't know what your destiny will be, but I do know that only those among you who have sought and found the way to serve will be truly happy." And that's like a credo for me. And you're talking about doing little things for people. That's a form of service. But every day I set out to do that. And
it's a good kind of path to live. So I mean, it falls into the kind of like, you know, pay it forward mentality, sort of like, you know, you can feel, I wake up every morning and I write a gratitude list, you know, and sometimes it's a really simple thing. Like, I'm just grateful I've got my basic needs met, and a roof over my head, and, you know, a supportive family, food in the fridge, the heat's on, I got clothes on my back, And other times it's like, I'm really grateful to be living in a time where, we have access to technology that connects us to the entire world. We can have a meeting with people in other countries or our neighbors at the same time. And, occasionally I'm grateful for stuff like chocolate.
Why not?
It's just a really it's a really simple thing, but like on a level of like trying to be to make progress, sharing that gratitude is actually scientifically, it's been proven to be have more positive effect on the mental state of people. So I've been trying to increase that that perspective as far as like being grateful for other things that people do, as opposed to just being grateful for having materials. I can't remember who did the research on that, but there's definitely some research on that. If you like just saying you're grateful for someone else, both improves your happiness or level of appreciation for yourself, and the other person then is also receiving that same positive energy that was unwarranted, really. Like sometimes we say, oh, thank you for this, that, and the other. When someone does something, it's like, oh, thank you, and it can be kind of like a reflexive thing nowadays. And that's good. That's kind, and it's etiquette, right? It can have a negative impact if you don't say thank you for when someone opens the door for you and lets you in first, and you just walk in and don't say anything. That person might be like, oh, that was kind of rude, and whatever. Like, it's just a small little thing. But if you say, oh, I thank you for holding the door open for me, I really appreciate that. Whether you're holding stuff in your hands and you couldn't do it or not, just acknowledging that, there's a butterfly effect to that. And then people feel that gratitude that's somewhat reflexive. So the study was talking about how when you take the initiative to share gratitude and appreciation, thankfulness, when it's not reflexive, like more randomly, but there's an intent behind it, because obviously you're expressing gratitude and appreciation for someone or something that someone did, without the expectation of a thank you or the gratitude. That has the biggest impact. So if there was one thing that I passed on with advice and a suggestion to the group, it's to try doing that. And just kind of maybe from an analytical, scientific point of view, see how it might change your relationship with someone or not. But expressing that gratitude without, and not in a reflexatory kind of way, but just from a, open up your heart and just being loving kind of perspective, that definitely has a potential to make your day that much better.
Yeah, man. So I was just like thinking about, you're talking about stuff we have today that wasn't around before, and how your dad like didn't show much affection, like that. That like we're lucky we live in a generation where like dudes can be more open with their feelings and vulnerable, and you know what I mean. Like there's a little bit less stigmatized, I think, like in this day and age than there was in our parents' time. I think where dudes had to be this just tough.
Yeah, it's definitely, yeah, I'd agree with that. It's improving. It's still, I think there's still quite a bit of room for improvement as far as how loving a stereotypical guy can be. But yeah, we're breaking stereotypes rapidly because society is changing, rapidly. And that has a lot to do with like what we have and what we're dealing with. So yeah, it's a good thing. And it's the journey, right? There's no destination. It's a continuous thing we're gonna have to keep working on. Just generally as a society, you know, as civilization continues to be more inclusive of you know, how equality and inclusiveness can be a healing thing in itself, and not from the point of like finding solutions, but just holding space and just listening.
Yeah, I like having chats with you, Jared. You know, like my Buddhism really didn't like hit full swing and take off until I learned how to make it like completely non-transactional. You know, like when I first got into it, I had this like, it's around the same time I started, you know, doing martial arts, and I like had this like notion of like, you know, I meditate, you know, I would get this enlightenment out of it, or learn how to move objects with my chi, or learn the 5, you know, finger death touch, or, you know what I mean? Like I like kind of tagged this like expectation out of it. And now I like have to constantly remind myself, like, I don't do this for me, right? Like I do this for everybody else. You know what I mean? Like,
I do. Yeah. No, that's a great thing to kind of it's an epiphany, you know. That's a level up, in my opinion, on vibrations of like self-awareness, that there is no self. You know, like and it leads back to like what I was saying at the very beginning of this hour, is that we're all connected, you know, like we're all one thing. And that's my kind of understanding of, you know, higher power, divine spirit, kind of God, is that we're all part of the same thing. And Alan Watts, I've been listening to Alan Watts a lot lately. He talks about that a lot. And Ram Dass is another interesting fellow to listen to, as far as like getting outside of yourself. And I really appreciate what you said about having a conversation with me. That so thank you. I had a spiritual kind of moment, mystical moment, while I was in an inpatient program, and it was centered, I think, around this philosophy of Vedanta, which is like a Hindu philosophy of the same kind of Buddhist kind of everything is one and connected. And like that was definitely a very transitional time in my life, that I was trying to define God, because that's what the 12-step program was telling me to do. And so I kind of lean into that right now. I'm leaning into the everything's connected and we're all one type of scenario. And so in keeping that mindfulness, I am less selfish and I am more mindful of other people, inclusive. And it's been working for me, as far as like the quality of life that I'm living, and my levels of happiness. Like, I'm a really positive guy. I'm a really happy, silver lining, make good out of the best out of situations. And it's been really good. And sometimes I don't even really feel like I need the plant medicine anymore, because my behavior changes have kind of gotten to a point where it's like, I don't necessarily need medicine as much as I used to. I utilize non-substance coping mechanisms like exercise, journaling, meditation, breath work, and communication. Just talking about things has been really, sometimes that's really all that you need. It's just to kind of vent or talk about things. And
Yeah, thanks, man. I see my shoes. I'm sorry, were you waiting long? I forgot it was my job to let people in too. So okay, you're good. Okay, all right. Sorry to cut you off, Jerry. Hi, Miss Shoes.
No, we're good. It's a new hour. So
You out. Thanks. Thanks for talking, Jared.
yeah, thanks for listening.
All right, Miss Shoe, take it away. You're up.
Now, first of all, let me just say that what you just said, I mean, I know I caught the tail end of probably a really awesome conversation piece, or at least from your part, but what you said was so spot on. And that was like everything you said, I was just like, exactly what you're saying right now. Like I've been living that, and to hear more people talk about not having to use a medicine because they've learned or they've been shown other coping mechanisms or things that are non-substance related or non-altering related to help you have really awesome days is so beautiful. And so hearing that, love it. Love that. And I'm happy for you for that. That's the best way to be, you know, honestly.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. But
and I'm like I'm over here like volunteering with like Leo and like Adaptwa, like trying to like be like, you know, I definitely want legalization for psilocybin in Washington State. It will get there eventually. But I'm also kind of just like, you know what? Non-substance medicine techniques are also good. So let's help people learn these different things. So I appreciate you.
What I've learned, and I'm going to first start by saying my name is Mishu Oliveira. I am a psychedelic guide and integration coach. I have been doing this now for professionally now for 5 years, non-professionally since my first time with psychedelics in 1985 at a Dead show in California. I grew up in a very loose household. A lot of substances were available. Cannabis was always available. Alcohol was always available. When I mentioned that I was going to be going to see the Grateful Dead, my mom encouraged me and wrote me out of school for that week. So I grew up in that house. I also grew up as a woman looking like this in a very challenging time in the world, 1970s and 80s. Not a lot of love for women like myself, all the way. Also, my pronouns are proudly she and her. I feel being born in a body where you're not, you know, looking like your gender right off the bat sets you on a trail of a lot of difficulties and hardships. And so what I chose to do, being brought up in the environment that I was in, was to jump into substances because they were everywhere. So what I found was that I really loved altered states for numerous reasons, not just because they pulled me away from what was awful about myself, that I perceived to be awful, but it also shut down the voices of the other people around me telling me how awful I was because I looked like this, or that I was a freak, or that I was not, you know, I didn't deserve to be here because I didn't look like a girl. All these things, right? So at Dead shows and other places where substances were welcomed, I found that I really enjoyed being in altered states. It was quite cathartic. My friends always were, usually I was always the one to be able to help people, even in my own state of alteredness. But what I ended up doing was really setting myself on a path of several really huge addictions, one of which I'm just now discovering, which is the main one. And it has nothing to do with narcotics. It has nothing to do with alcohol. It has nothing to do with, these are all things that ruled my life. But the thing that was driving that, and that I'm starting to uncover now, as in today and yesterday and the week before, is that sugar has been my driving force of all of some really weird mental states, behaviors, choices, actions. And what I've found is that it's taken me 5 years of research with plant medicine, specifically mushrooms, a little bit of LSD microdosing, not very much, but mostly LSD was just an experimental phase of my 2020. But mushrooms specifically have changed my life. They took from me a 35-year alcohol addiction. I basically was just playing around. Every month I do 4 grams, 4.5 grams, because it made me feel good. And it took me to a place that was not alcohol related, not in a low space. It took me to a high place in myself. And so for several months, at the time I was homeless and I was like, fuck it, I got nothing else to do. I'm trying to find a solution to my life. I had injured both of my shoulders in a kitchen accident back in Massachusetts in 2017. And I really didn't know what to do. I had no savings. I just relocated across the country from the West Coast and I had nothing. So I was homeless. I was bouncing back and forth, and I had recently reconnected to a source of really nicely grown golden teachers. And so I was doing about 4 to 4.5 grams a month just because it connected me to myself. And after 7 months of that, I woke up one morning in October and didn't feel this giant hole that I was living with my entire life that I needed to fill with alcohol or something right off the bat. Wake up, smoke a joint, wake up and put something in my body to take away the hole that I couldn't fill. That day was instead, I felt connected to actually following my intuition, which was leading me to places like have a nice lunch, take a nap, go outside and sit in the sun, go walk your dog in the woods, go do something fun instead of at 3 o'clock going to the liquor store and getting a 6-pack plus for my daily drinking, right? So I just went with that. And that is the beginning of my story, basically. But in this time, I've spent time doing something that I think a lot of people would find super controversial. They would find it to be probably negative, actually. But what I've learned, and I'm going to share this with you, and I hope that this doesn't go rambling on and on so long that people are having a hard time following, but I'm going to do my best to keep this story as clear and concise as possible. At the end, I definitely welcome as many questions as you have about anything, really. It doesn't have to be about addiction or psychedelics. It could be about me or anything that you would like. So I'm going to go ahead and launch into this very long and really amazing story, actually. So I started off with not having alcohol taken away from me. That was in 2018. I started that path of not drinking because I was afraid to go back to drinking again. So I kept taking a 4.5 grams a month. And in that time, I was feeling very grateful because I wasn't drinking. It was the first time in my life that I had just been literally, alcohol was removed from me. I didn't ask for this. I didn't look for this. I didn't set out on a mission to resolve a problem. I just was introduced to the fact that I didn't have to be drinking every day. And it was something that was a completely revolutionary concept for me because I'd spent, like I said, 35 plus years drinking every day. So I should also add that at the time I was 48 years old. I'm now 53 years old. And I spent that year from 2018 October to the next 2018 October living in fear that I would go back to drinking if I didn't take mushrooms every month like this. Because I had realized that I had started a process or a regime that was helping me to live a better life, right? So mind you, I'm still smoking cannabis. I'm still cigarettes and vaping and that kind of thing. So living without alcohol, changing my life, like it really was kind of blowing me away from my belief systems and having to reinvent myself on the fly. And there was nothing for that. There's no literature out there that says, oh, after you've taken mushrooms, you're gonna, and now you don't have to drink again. Here's the protocol to follow, right? Well, I'm in the process of writing that right now. But at the time in 2018, it was very difficult for me to understand how I was supposed to be without a drunken persona, right? So that was some work I was doing, number one. And then along it comes, in the middle of 2019, I had taken, actually it was a little bit less than 4 grams. I think it was 3.5 grams, same golden teachers, same ones, and had a massive spiritual awakening. 4 entities on the ceiling. It was unbelievable. And I was told, however you want, I don't even know the right word for it, but it was conveyed to me that my work was working with mushrooms with people this way, that I had discovered, I had stumbled upon something that was super important to share with the rest of the class, basically. And whatever it was, source, I was, the knowledge that I knew the way to work with this medicine was reverberating in my being. It wasn't even a sound. It was like a soul vibration of knowledge that I had. And all I could do was laugh the rest of the time. Like I was literally, that journey was like an 8-hour long journey, only on 3.5 grams. But I remember laughing and feeling like every bit of doubt and dread and fear that I had ever had taken away from me, because I realized that I was walking around my entire life with a gift of how to connect to truth, right? To truth. And really what psychedelics did for me was it cracked open my already innate abilities and let me connect to myself in a way that was true, right? Also to the source, which is also true. So fast forwarding now to 2019, I'm realizing now that I need to know if it's true that psilocybin mushrooms actually did take alcohol from me. So now I'm going to go ahead and do an experiment, phase 1. I'm going to go back to drinking again. And then I'm going to go take a couple of months of drinking and then go right back into taking mushrooms again to see if I can't recreate what happened to me in October, because that's the kind of person that I am. I'm thinking, why not? Let's find out. I need to know so that I can live my life with some sort of peace. Otherwise, I'm going to be terrified that if I don't do practically, 5 grams of mushrooms every month, I'm going to go back to being a drunken mess again. So I went ahead and started in July. And mind you, there's a whole saga of my story. I'm not going to go into granular details, but it's quite riveting. It's a lot of plot twists. It's on the web if you want to read it. It's on my website. You're welcome to check it out if you like, mishuolivera.com. Anyway, moving forward, I am back in Massachusetts again, and now I am drinking every day on purpose. The first week it made me sick. I forced myself to drink through the sick phase because I was literally, my DNA didn't want alcohol anymore. I couldn't drink beer. So I switched to cider. I don't even know what it was, but I was drinking every day to get back to the state of wanting to drink again. I drank until I was needing it on a daily basis. I did 2 months of that. I was feeling awful, despondent. I was so sad. I was like, this better work because I don't want to be this person anymore. I know, but there was a part of me that knew that I was going to be okay. And because I had been there before. There was just this innate knowledge that because I had already been without and I had known the pathway to get to that space, I could return to that. So let's find out. In November of 2019, I start doing an eighth of mushrooms twice a month now because I don't want to take 7 months to get out of alcohol. I want this now. And let's see how these mushrooms work. So now I'm doing an eighth every 2 weeks, which was a lot. And so for 2.5 months, I'm still dealing with spiritual awakening that it literally shattered my belief systems. It shattered my identity. It took my ego and blew it out the window. And so instead of being this, prizing butch woman that thought I was all swaggery and badass, I can't even look at myself in the mirror and I don't even care about muscles or any of that. I don't know who the fuck I am. So now I'm doing experiments on alcohol with myself. I'm trying to uncover a spiritual awakening and who the fuck I am. And I'm homeless. I'm living in a hotel up in Brattleboro, Vermont, and also with some friends of mine in Greenfield, split the time. So my life is a shambles. I'm doing these experiments, and literally what happens by the end of November, early December, I didn't want to have alcohol anymore. I didn't feel that pulling need to continue to drink again, right? So literally in that time, I have done this now. Here's a second time. The first time was on an accident. Second time is on purpose. So now I'm back in the state. I'm not drinking, and now it's December. I'm finding myself, and now I have a basement spot, an unfinished basement in Greenfield, Mass, that I can stay in. I'm continuing my work. Now we're in a pandemic. Lot of stuff coming up. I'm working through a spiritual awakening. I'm in a basement. I don't have any friends in Massachusetts, but I've never been happier in my entire life. I've never been more full of gratitude and excitement ever in my life, because I've just survived some transformation of myself on multiple levels, and I'm trying to figure out what this all means. And I'm excited as hell. So I keep going and doing this now, and I'm posting everything publicly. So here comes people asking me to help them do the same thing. So I say, let's go, let's do this. Because in my mind, I know this is a true thing. This is a real thing. So here comes people. Now I'm helping people do this. I'm helping myself do this. And as I continue to go through, I'm realizing that what I had thought was a thing is really a thing here. So you can force yourself out of alcohol with a regime of psychedelics if you have consistency, right? And if you're integrating the shit that comes through. I was integrating stuff with myself, and I had found somehow an integration group in Australia called Gold Cap Integration, I think. And it was 2020. There was nothing like that. And so I'm telling these stories about psychedelic space, and people were thinking that I'm nuts. But I'm like, look, this is real shit here. And what I had also was 4 visions of the future, of people coming to get this medicine because it's going to help them. They're going to find out over somehow that this is a viable situation that you can actually use to change your life. And then I'm going to help some of them. So my anxiety is through the roof now, because not only in a pandemic, but I need to show up, do my work so I can help the rest of the people that are 2 steps behind me, trying to get access and get help with themselves, right? So I'm trying to learn about what just happened to me. What's my purpose? Here's people We're all going to help each other. We're all going to do this work, but how does it really work? What does it look like? What's the process, right? So I'm putting myself through experiments. Now I'm doing a little bit of microdosing of LSD. I'm doing a ton of stuff to really push the envelope with myself to really understand, right, from a tangible place, what is true here, what's real, because it all feels like a fucking amazing dream, right? So I continue to do this work. Now let's fast forward a little bit, right? It's now 2022 and I'm in the third final. I'm doing another experiment again with alcohol, taking some time, and now I'm doing different types of interpersonal work. I'm in a relationship now. I've already quit nicotine. That was back in 2020. That's just like, I just walked away from that. I didn't even, the mushrooms really like, you don't need that, walk away, not even withdrawals. So what I've learned in this span of time, over 5 years now doing this work, is that when you take plant medicine, you have the ability to understand what's driving your addiction, what better choices are there for you, and how to really navigate yourself with agency and grace in a way that feels safe and actually that feels helpful and useful, right? And so now what I've done, this whole time I should say, that my psychedelic usage has been getting smaller and smaller. I don't need it. My last big dose was about 2 years ago. The last couple years, I've been working with a lot of meso doses, or like in between, like middle doses. 1 to 1.5 to 2 grams is a beautiful place to get a lot of insight without a giant face melting journey. So that for me and my clients, they're finding a lot of access that they don't need a sitter for, and that it really helps them to channel into their own personal hero, right? Like your own personal guide, your own personal showing up for yourself when it's hard, when it's scary. 1 gram of really nice potent medicine is going to put you in a place where you're going to think you need help, but you can actually give yourself that help. So I'm helping people to see this, and I'm doing this work myself these last 2 years. And I'm noticing now I haven't taken any psychedelics in like 5 months, and I don't need them because I'm just this way now. This is just me. And so what I feel is that, okay, well, I kind of still want to go back to that space of clear truth, clear connection to source, right? Like in psychedelics so far is the only way I know how to get to that. Well, let's get to 2 weeks ago. I had a feeling, intuition, that I need to stop sugar. Okay. Holy fuck. Sugar has been the thing that has driven all my behaviors. It pulls me to drink. It pulls me to use more cannabis than I really need to. It pulls me to eat in ways that are super gross. It puts weird thoughts in my head. Sugar is a fucking evil substance. And I'll tell you that I'm in the middle of doing this work right now, but in the last 2 weeks, I feel amazing. Even almost, I mean, it rivals like the day after a big heavy, like a macrodose or some kind of like big experience that you've had with a psychedelic space, right? So what I've learned about addiction in this last 5 years is that substances are meant to be you're meant to understand what controls you. You're meant to have a relationship with what wants to keep you under its thumb. There's knowledge and wisdom in meeting that head on with agency in yourself, right? Now, this is not for everybody. This is my path that I took. And I don't suggest people really do this unless you feel that you have the fortitude of self to go there and put yourself to the test this way. Because what I'll tell you, if you do have that fortitude, what you have after that, no one can take this away from me. All I can do now is live my life in gratitude that I have a difficult time articulating, to be quite frank with you. I have a hard time expressing the level of gratitude that I have. And I get to help people do this. And it's working. So
right on, monsieur.
This stuff is real, and people need to understand that the way that people have been trying to help us is not the way. The way through your hardest things is in. Like, you have to go in. And when you're like, when society is giving you things to pull you out of yourself, to disconnect from yourself, that's the first sign that it's really something to not trust. Because the one thing that keeps coming back to me, the one truth that keeps coming back to me in this work is that we are the people that care for ourselves. You can't expect other entities to know, to know the way through your pain, right? So these medicines, these plants, these gifts of the earth, these entities are here as tools for us to evolve ourselves, to pull ourselves to a place of grace. And that's a big deal. And so just gobbling down a bunch of psychedelics, like, that's great. That's what I did. It's really fucking hard when there's no integration and when there's no framework around that. So what I see going forward is that there's going to need a lot of people doing integration work for these people that are out there doing a lot of stuff to try to get rid of their addictions. And it's part of the process of taking the medicine, but it's two pieces of the puzzle that need to come together, right? So someone with experience who's done the work, who's living the life, who's in the space, is meant to show the rest of the people with the courage to do this work what that looks like. And showing up for stuff like this is part of that, sharing stories of lived experiences with no shame and no judgment and no fear. It's top priority. Like, the more doing this right now. Thank you so much, Leo, for putting this together, for having every one of us to be able to have the courage to have a platform to share and to speak what's happened to us. But those of us out there that are doing this work, these are, test pilots, as I like to call us, basically doing this work to help other people inadvertently by helping ourselves. By just showing up and doing this, we're helping everyone else that's following in our footsteps. So yeah, this is big work. And I want to now open the floor up to questions, and thank you for holding space for me. I appreciate it. Please ask what you wish.
Oh, no problem. Man, no, I love, hearing this, because, like, it's stuff like you and I haven't talked about, personally, but you're using these phrases and terms that I have used too, describing the process that happened to me. You know what I mean? It's this like transformation that's almost like demanded of you, and it happens right before your eyes, and it's so profound and like it's not you can turn away from once you've seen it. And like, I a little bit too. I started off growing and was just winging it, taking doses, just kind of taking whatever the universe like threw at me, and sometimes like I wonder, gotten to these revelations sooner had I been working with a facilitator and whatnot. I took a long way around, but still got to that.
That's all right. Me too. Me too.
You know what I mean? Yeah, no. So thank you so much for sharing all of that.
Yeah. It's an honor. It's such a huge honor to even have the space opened up for me to do this, to be invited, to even be recognized, to be validated. Everything is a gigantic honor, honestly. Yeah, truly.
Especially the way you talked about, like, it's hard to articulate, put into words. All you can say, something was conveyed to me. Like, I went into, I don't know if it was a virtual reality realm or another dimension, or how much of it was in my head versus how much of it was like here, but like, no,
I
understand what you're saying, because like I've gotten some of that too, I envy that you've gotten to work with other people. Like, that's one of the like I try to give as many.
I have to.
Like
I'm here for that.
I can start like, healing other people too. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Well, I'm not a healer though. Here's the thing. I'm not a healer. I definitely don't use the S word or the G word. I don't use any of those words because I'm not any of that. Everyone is that. Here's the truth. If you have the courage to get into yourself this way and to really chase through the fear and the doubt, the judgment, and all the other crap that's in the way, we're all meant to do this work. Every one of us is psychic. We have gifts, huge supernatural gifts, but this medicine either is going to suppress them in a way by psychosis. Your mind is not ready for them. So some people definitely not meant to do this work. Plant medicine, not for everybody. I'll be the first person to say that. I'm the biggest advocate, but I'm also the first person to say this work is definitely not for everybody. Some of us are meant for it. Some of us are not. But that's the point, though, is that those of us who are, this is meant to transform your entire life. So you can help other people, though. because so many people in our world, if you stop for a minute and look at how our world is, who's actually feeling good? Who's living life to even any kind of happiness or joy beyond the superficial, right? Who's living life like that? Nobody, but it's possible. It exists. And I'm literally watching people around me as I do this work with them to come into themselves. What I was really shown in like one of the visions, the work that I'm doing is as consciousness expansion. And the only way you can get to that is with truth. And so in a journey with somebody on a high dose of psilocybin, when they start talking about all the crazy universal shit that comes through, I'm on that fucking plane every day. I live in that space. I talk to these people in that space as if I'm also on mushrooms in that space. So in those times, people are coming up with huge things that are connecting them to shit, things that have been in their lives, maybe generationally. So this work is for people who, if you're called to this, do it. Follow your intuition. Any intuition that points you into this, you have an experience that says you're supposed to help other people, you have to follow that. And addiction is one of the places in our world that more and more people, there's people who are addicted that don't even know they're addicted to all kinds of shit. And so what this does is it opens up the spatial awareness for you to see how, why, and how to get the fuck out of it, how to shut it down, and literally re-alter your life to take better paths, make better choices, feel good about the fact that this is super uncertain and I don't know, this is brand new, this is scary, I don't understand, I don't feel like myself here. Doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't matter. Because you know you're okay. You know you're okay.
And you know, some people they take the medicine and they like kind of fight it. You know what I mean? And I hear like the ego has this like built-in defense mechanism that doesn't
Huge mechanism.
It likes to be set and it's comfortable, you know, the way it is now. Yeah. I mean, but
Well, what in those moments where people are resisting, it's so, I mean, I can only speak from myself being a guide in these moments where people are resisting, and we're talking resisting like 4 grams of albino penis envy, which is really fucking hard to resist. I'm sorry, that's nearly impossible to resist. I'm a super lightweight. I take 1 gram and I'm seeing all kinds of good shit. But these people, what they need is someone to help them understand why they're resisting, to have them go into, how are you feeling? What's coming through for you? Let's take this, let's unpack this. Let's go in. I don't feel good about this. I don't feel comfortable. This is scary, but why? Why is it scary? Well, it's change. It's different. Well, why is that bad? Well, I don't know. Well, it's basically cognitive behavioral therapy, neurolinguistic programming with psychedelics. So luckily in the pandemic, I was stuck in a basement. I took these courses because I wanted to learn how the mind works this way. Okay, cool. So that's in my back pocket. But now here's people on psychedelics needing this type of thing. So when you're able to help them work through the resistance of that, that's part of what is cracking you into your new self, right? You're cracking through and breaking through this perceived persona of what can and can't, right? So when you're in that space with somebody that helps you see, oh, that's bullshit. I don't have to subscribe to that. I don't have to believe in that. That doesn't even exist. So chuck that, toss that, right? So in that space, you're able to really like see, you got to have somebody there to push you through, or you're doing that yourself. Those are the only ways, or you're missing out on a huge wealth of evolution potential for yourself, right? So, yeah. Oh. How many people we got in here? We got 8 people. Someone's in the chat. Awesome. Yeah, I feel ultimately this work, my personal work, really comes down to helping people expand their consciousness to have access to all areas of opportunity of growth, whether that's going to be addiction-based, trauma-based, purpose-based, whatever, everything based, basically, because when your consciousness is open, when you're aware of who you are beyond the superficial level, right? Beyond the material level, beyond the identity level, the freedom that is felt in those spaces of awareness, again, there's no words for that, right? I'm still working on that. I'm still coming up with how to articulate, how to really speak to that. But living the life that I've lived these last 5 years has been nothing short of extraordinary. Like, I tell this stuff to my dad, and other people are just like standing there with their jaws open. I'm living this fucking life, folks. And it's from mushrooms. It's from purposely, like, when you get the message of them, pay attention to how they are speaking to you. And at some point, I guarantee you, if you're doing them enough in big doses, they will tell you to hang the fucking phone up. Because the message is loud and clear. Just like, what's his name? Alan Watts. When you get the message, hang the phone up. Because all you're doing, you will scramble your brains. I came damn close. I think I did an ounce in 2.5 months.
Right.
Don't recommend that to everybody. I really don't recommend doing that, even though it was huge, but it took me, I couldn't even go into a grocery store for 2 months after that.
Wow.
I couldn't go anywhere, right? Check this out. You see these headphones?
Yeah.
Especially these? I couldn't go anywhere without music in at least one ear for 2 years after what I went through.
Like a
2
social
years.
thing? Was it like people just weirded you out, or?
I didn't think I was from this planet. I wasn't from here, yo. I didn't know who I was, yo. I didn't know who I was, where I was from, what the fuck. And now we're in a pandemic, so now we got masks on and wow, fucking shit, yo. I had to have music, and it wasn't just my regular music. I used to listen to all kinds of bass nectar, all kinds of bassy, trancey shit, right? Now I'm like into some weird lounge, other down tempo shit. I can't, and that plays all the time now. For me to be able to think now, when I have really, like, when I need to think, that music helps me. It opens up a thought stream.
Sure.
So now I'm getting tons. I'm reading minds now. I'm doing all kinds of weird psychic work. I don't have the time to go into that yet, but at some point in my life, I really hope I have the time to dedicate to researching more about psychic states on psychedelics. I'm so busy with clients that I have 76 clients right now from around the world. So
yeah, no, and I know
this is a thing. Helping people with this is life, you know?
Yeah, this path not being for the weary, right? Like, you have to be ready to.
No, you have to be strong.
Deep.
You have to be strong.
It's absolutely terrifying. And then I found that, like, that metaphor for that woven into, like, say for instance, Empire Strikes Back, right? Luke goes into that cave and he faces Darth Vader.
Oh yeah, faces his father, but it's himself.
It was himself, right? Or
that's so huge. I love that.
Portray you in a never-ending story. A part of, like, the trials of the Sphinx has to, like, take a look in that mirror, you know, where, like, you find out who you really are. But
yeah,
it is scary.
It's super scary, but it's necessary though. And I feel like the people who I feel that this medicine kind of work, this specific time of, you know, psychedelic medicine work, are really, you know, the people who this is really for, who it's going to benefit really, really well, are people like myself who are like lifetime addicts, lifetime strugglers, or just warriors. We're all a bunch of fucking badasses, honestly, who have been through everything. We've had addictions for years. We're still fucking alive, man. And we still got heart. We're still showing up, but we're stuck. We're in our own fucking way. We don't know how to get out. This is this kind of medicine. Let's go. Come on. This shit, if you can go through what you've been through your last however many years, this you can fucking do. This you can do. This gives you something to sink your fucking teeth into. It's like I have love for programs that are helping people. I have nothing but love for whatever programs are in place right now that are helping people connect to sobriety, to clarity, to heart, right? To love, to purpose, to community. Fuck yeah. Thank you. Loving all of that. However, something else, there's another way now to do this work that actually I feel leads to a place of even more, maybe more to give, more to feel, more to love, right? More to fucking dig into, right? I don't know. Not anything against those ways, but I've talked to I have a lot of clients that have done the program, they've done these courses, these methodologies, and they're still fucking miserable and they're not happy with what they're left with, what their life is. It's almost like I can never drink again. I can't look at alcohol ever again. Nothing should have that power over you. Why does it? Have the courage to go in and understand why this substance owns you for now. Because I'll tell you what, when you're finished with plant medicine, the way that I did it, it's not going to fucking own you. No.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
I used a term for it the other day, or no, earlier today. I was talking about like how it just like psilocybin has this like built-in mechanism of being able to like give you this head-to-toe evaluation and write you the exact remedy needed for what you're.
Yeah, it pops up. It's like, oh, this actually, not that, definitely not that, but this for sure. This right now, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I love that. Few people know, it's really refreshing to talk to you, because literally I don't talk to a lot of people who have occupied that type of similar deep space in psychedelic work that I feel you have. And I really, every time I connect with someone, which is, like I said, very infrequently right now, but I have a feeling of camaraderie with you because of that shared space. And I gotta say that I appreciate hearing your stories, though. I really appreciate that. So thank you.
Yeah, man. Like I can't. So you use the word like they too in reference to the wisdom imparted, like in that realm.
There was 4 entities, so they is applicable. There was 4 beams of light. I don't know. Like I won't try to be respectful here, but I don't know pronouns. But there was more than one, so I don't know. They.
I've used that.
There were presences in the room with me. So, or I was with them wherever I was. I don't know, but
so the time I've used that particular term, I was telling my buddy about a trip, and like I've been using meditation and qigong and kung fu to kind of like
nice.
Deepen these journeys and experiences. And and so when I hit like the top floor, what Paul Stamets would refer to as the top floor, like the full
top floor
mystic experience, right? That crap, I forgot. I just lost my train.
That's all right. It'll come to you. And if it doesn't, send me a message, and then I think we should schedule a time to talk on the phone, because I would love to hear your story. Honestly, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say something about
absolutely.
Fuck yeah, sorry. Lost it, Misha.
No worries, man. That's okay. No judgment here, man.
Yeah. But it does sound like we do kind of have some similar experiences of like healing and whatnot. And I too don't use the S for the G word. I like to think of my journey as like always beginning, like like I just started kind of like thing. I
think people get. What's that?
Oh no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. Yeah, no, I'm glad you're here.
Well, I'm glad you're here, and someday I would love to hear about your cultivation stories. I'm actually about set to get started up on my second ever cultivation grow. I'm excited. My last year's one was super successful, so I'm excited to get back into cultivation again. But I think what people have a hard time with around all this work is they really have a hard time with labels, and with, I think people want to label a lot of things. That gives them comfort to have some sort of framework around meaning of types of work or people's work or whatever. So it's interesting.
Yeah,
this is all emerging.
This came back to me. So I was talking about the term they, right? And as using meditation to hit these like top levels, I had an experience. What I could say was like it lasted longer. Like the last time I'd had that type of third eye experience felt like maybe 15 minutes or something. But the next time I got to hang out there for like an hour or something. It was pretty wild. And I was trying to describe it.
Awesome.
That's when I use that term, like they let me stay a little longer this time. Like I don't remember like
that's cool. That's awesome. Yeah.
To like phrase it in that way. Sorry. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense to me. That makes clear sense to me. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah,
Very
no,
cool.
wish there was like a surefire, like guaranteed, method of like telling someone like if you eat X amount of mushrooms and you do this, this, and this, like you're guaranteed to have, this deep mystical experience. But it kind of seems like there's a lot of variables in it. I remember like it took me a while to like kind of get my sea legs about me, so to speak. Or I've heard the term like build a relationship with your plant medicine. Like it didn't happen right off the bat. That's for sure. It took me to go that.
I understand that as well.
Yeah.
But there is, I think, the correlation between like the having like a set thing. That's like, I mean, there's a part of that. I feel like that mindset resides in Western medicine space, and that's like you're gonna take a pill and it's gonna do this, right? This medicine isn't gonna ask. That's the easy way out. This medicine is making us do the work, which is the right way to access the richest treasure, right, of ourselves, right? So if you think about it, it's like if it was just so easy. So this is why I have a hard time with people microdosing capsules. It's that you're not building a relationship with anything. You're building a relationship with the same relationship you have with Western medicine. It's in a pill. I'm going to take it and I'm just hoping for the best. And my life is just going to poof, transform and be magical and perfect.
Right.
Fucking, that's not how it works. And taking a capsule is going to limit your dosage. This medicine wants you to build a relationship with it because it's flexible in your life. It's wanting to show up for you in crisis, in peace, and everything in between. So if you're going to do 0.25 in a capsule, well, that's great for some days. But what if your day is really fucked up, or you just had something happen that just devastated you? You need more medicine than that. So now what? Are you going to take 3 capsules, or those want to be connected to whole entities? You take what you need, you connect with the medicine in its whole state. Gratitude, thanking it, taking what you need, weighing that out, whole ritual, right? And it's different every time you dose. Check in with yourself. What is your day like? What do you need? So the whole thing is connected. It's asking us to check in. It's asking us to have responsibility of the process, right? So yeah, something like that. I don't know. Just stuff that I've seen or picked up along the way.
Yeah.
With people though. Yeah, because some people I think are able to take, well, for different types of work. I'm working with one woman right now. She's actually doing similar work that I did inadvertently, high doses every month, and really coming into higher, clearer consciousness. Like her consciousness is actually shifting, and she's actually able to show up in conversation with new questions to ask, with different ways of thinking, right? And so she is really excited and is really, looking forward to the next chapters here, right? Well, some people don't realize that there is that type of option available. They just want to get rid of their depression because they're fucking miserable. So every person who's going to come into this is coming into this at a level where they're resonating with the experience potentially, right? Or with the potential for what can possibly be the outcome for them, right? So right off the bat, you've got people that, I'm miserable, I don't want to drink anymore, please let this plant help me.
Yeah.
You got someone like myself, I just wanted to have a good time because this is my life. I like to have a good time. I'm about fun, right? So I just want to see what happens. I want to blast off in outer space, right? Taking that was the best thing because I was a kid again. Drinking alcohol, your child is drowning inside. You don't have a child when you're drunk all the time. You're a miserable wreck. So instead, this was my child. She was coming out to play now. It was awesome. But everyone coming into this is going to come with a different set of needs, of requests, of asks, right? So yeah, it's tricky.
Seems like we kind of caught each other too at like periods of evaluation. So I'm a cultivator. I started fighting a really bad mold problem in my grow. And it turns out the gas pressure cooker had crapped out. So none of my grains were fully sterilized. Everything I've tried to grow for the last while, I had to toss out. It got moldy. Plus, it took me forever to find a goddamn replacement gasket. So I actually haven't like taken any mushrooms since maybe a few days after Christmas, somewhere between Christmas and New Year's. But you know what I mean? I've used that time between like then and now to, really evaluate like, what I've learned over the last year and, how I'm applying it today to like habits I have now from, like I said, like Kung Fu and Qigong and things I'd kind of incorporate in my journey are things I do.
Yeah.
Without mushrooms for sure, or just even walking through the wood. I used to love going through the park in the woods like on mushrooms, but like now I can go to the park and get the same like just banging connection with nature.
Same euphoria. Yeah.
Beyond mushrooms. Yeah, for sure.
Exactly.
Right.
I have to say though, it is possible. I have proof. You don't need a pressure cooker to sterilize your grains. And I did 12 jars, 6 with wild bird seed and 6 with whole oats in a Corning where, those big canning pots, those old school canning pots you put on the stove. It's like, this big around, and you put like the little metal rack in the bottom of it and just drop your mason jars on that. On the stovetop, 2 hours, I grew 5 strains in 7 different tubs with 3 different mediums. I did wild bird seed, whole oats that I made myself, and then I got a case of Uncle Ben's. And I had full success, no contamination, between 6 and 7 flushes every strain. Fucking unbelievable. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was blown away.
Right. Oh, man. Well, next time you're out on the way, we're going to have to get together and hang out.
I would love, you're up in the Pacific Northwest, correct?
Actually, no, I'm from Santa Cruz. I know you're from Half
Oh,
Moon.
no way. That's right. You're from Santa Cruz. Oh my God. I love that so much. That's so badass. Yeah, I'm from Half Moon Bay. Definitely. Wow, that's so crazy. I used to live on the west side. I lived at Fair and Alta, right next to Natural Bridges for a little bit back when I was younger.
The other Capitola, east side kind of,
How are you guys doing from your storm though? How is it down there right now? Is it gnarly or what?
Actually, so Annie here she sent me a text saying like her porch was floating down a river or something like that. She's down in town. I don't know, but I grew up in Santa Cruz. Is what
Got you.
Yeah, I live.
Where are you at right now?
I'm in Seattle. I've been here since 2000.
Okay. Yeah.
That's
awesome.
California, but no, like just watching those waves hit the rocks over by like the lighthouse on Westcliff. Like I grew up there. Like I have a frame of reference of how big those waves were.
That's epic. Yeah, that's epic right there. I'm actually going to be out in Grass Valley, California in the next couple months. I'm actually helping my mom. She's going to sell her house and move back to Massachusetts with my wife and I. And but yeah, I'll be out in Grass Valley. I'm going to be doing a couple journeys. Actually, I'm honored to sit with a couple clients that I've been working with remotely with microdosing these last several months, and they're excited to do their first macrodoses. So I'll be sitting with people as I go across country, which is pretty badass. Feel so fucking honored though, literally.
Cool. I have to make it.
So fucking cool.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, let's make a documentary. Find me a film person, and I'll sit for that. You can follow me. I should have had someone with me this whole fucking time. Imagine that, 5 years of a documentary. I have it. I mean, it's on social media. That's as good as I could do for documentation. But yeah. Shit.
But now that I'm thinking about it, what's your website again? One more time.
It's just my first and last name. By the way, so I only have a couple more minutes left. This seems like a good time to shout out some of my social media things. If you have questions, if you want to do this work, if you want to help other people, if you want to do similar work that I'm doing with people, you want to learn how to grow plant medicine, I help people with all of this with absolutely every ounce of love in my existence. My website is my first and last name, mishuolivera.com. And on that website, you will find kind of varied information around the services that I offer. My story is on there, a couple testimonials. I'm in the process of adding a couple more. I've got a bunch more testimonials, podcasts. There's already one podcast, I think, on there. I've got a bunch of stuff. I haven't had time to do any upgrading of that website. It's about a year and a half old stuff on there, but it's still relevant. Still applies. I'm also available on Instagram. Mishu413 is my ID there. And most of the work I've been doing lately has been on Facebook. And I'm in a bunch of varied psychedelic groups on that site there. And you can find me also, I have a business page that's still in its infancy, but it's Mishu Oliveira Psychedelic Guidance on Facebook. The most of my psychedelic stuff, things that I talk about, things that I've, just in my day to day is just on my regular Facebook profile, just Mishu Oliveira. You're welcome to follow me there too. But please reach out. You can also search my name on Google, ironically, kind of crazy. Type my name into Google search and see what comes up. There's articles from the Boston Globe, Harvard Crimson, and a bunch of podcasts, various things online. So if you're curious, you're welcome to reach out to me anytime. I am here for everyone. I don't have an age limit. There's no location limits worldwide. So please reach out.
I will.
Thank
I
you
will.
for having
I
me.
think this is maybe my third time getting to talk to you, and each time I love you more and more. You're great.
Ah, thanks, man. That's the best. Well, that's like the coolest compliment I could possibly get today at almost 7 o'clock in the morning here. But yeah. And if there's anyone else with questions, any questions, things about addiction, addiction is probably one of the best lessons of my life. And in some ways, I'm actually really grateful to have had the addictions that I had, because it really taught me a lot about who I am, what I'm made of, and what I'm not made of. And what I'm not made of is all the fear that ties you to those addictions. Those addictions are really part of a subconscious network of lies, essentially, of who we think we are and what we need to be doing, what we deserve to be doing for ourselves. So the next time you find yourself feeling that you can't do this anymore, that you don't want to live this way anymore, there is something better for you, and it is possible. And if plant medicine has ever been in the back of your mind, trust your intuition and reach out to someone in your area who can help you access this gift from the earth to help you home to yourself, huh? Yeah. And at that, it's possible.
Thanks for hanging out and talking this evening. Yeah, it's been good to see you. Eric, buddy, what's
Yeah.
on? You've been quiet for a while. Oh. Yep.
Everyone's asleep.
It's super late. It is.
That's all right.
Appears to be just us. We're on the night shift. Yeah,
That's
this is-
okay. I'm bringing it in. I got dawn over here, actually. I got 7 a.m. I actually
Yeah.
just got back from the gym like a couple hours ago, but yeah.
Wow, you
Rise
went
and shine. It's supposed to be cold.
insane. Okay,
I've
cool.
been I need to get back in my zone again, and I feel like sugar has kept me in a place. I'm not even drinking. I don't really drink. I mean, now I have this weird relationship with alcohol where I can drink if I want to, and then I'm immediately like, oh, that was gross. I feel shitty. Now I don't feel my best. It's like the first time you sip it, the first drink is okay, and then afterwards you're just kind of like, the next day, I miss my clear-headedness, but then the rest of however long, you just go and you don't think about it. It's not part of what you do in your daily life anymore, right? But it's
It as a crutch. That's
it's weird.
I did a lot
It's
of
evil.
that
Yeah.
first, like lockdowns and quarantining and all of that. Like I
Yeah.
was drinking a lot throughout that first like COVID year. And
I didn't drink at all.
No.
I didn't drink a single drop of anything. And I actually quit smoking cannabis for that year because I wanted to see if I could. It was amazing, actually. Yeah, I put myself through. I quit sugar that year too, but I was right after the spiritual awakening. I was still fried. My brain was like all over the place. So now, a couple years later, I can see what sugar does to me when I stop taking it, and how my brain like opens and what comes through. And yeah, it's wild. It's wild as hell.
I just
Yeah.
got back from the dentist. He's telling me to cut back on sugar too. Starting to get
It's so bad for you in so many ways. It's really evil for you. It's really not
got a
something
jar.
that should even be allowed.
Like, you wouldn't think of pickles as being like something that's loaded with freaking sugar, but I looked at the back of the jar and each one of these like
Well,
sliced
bread and butters.
pickle, yeah, dude,
Yeah.
had like Reese's peanut butter cup like levels of sugar. I couldn't
That's crazy.
even-
That's so bad, dude. Oh, jeez.
Well, how long can you hang out? Are you? I think it's just me, you, and Eric right now. So I will take.
I don't have any calls. I don't have any calls until I got a little bit more time. I think my first call is sometime around maybe 8:30. I have to look at my calendar here. Yeah, I have a cultivation call about 8 o'clock or so, 8:30. I got a little more time. I can chill out.
Cool.
Definitely.
Um,
Definitely.
yeah, what was I gonna say? I had kind of been putting together a little like common thread that I've noticed has run through some of the last times where I was really able to hit these deep levels of consciousness. And
Yeah.
one of the things, it's something I'm still trying to understand, but like I listen to a lot of this like ancient shamanic. I mean, it's this music that sounds like it's straight out of the Stone Age a lot, like they're just chanting.
Send me some. Send it to me. I need to hear that. That sounds amazing. Send that my way. I need that.
Well,
I need that in my playlist.
like the female voice, right? Like listening to
Yeah.
a vocalist while I'm in these meditative states, like wells up this like feminine energy within me that I can like balance within myself. And like that's what kind of gets me to that like top level is, having that being in this state of balance within me. And it's like
Yeah.
I don't fully understand it, but I'm just kind of going with it,
Well, it's yourself. You're both. We're all both. And so when you're connecting to it's easy for you to connect to your masculine state because you're masculine, right? And so for me, what I've learned being this person, which is essentially both, right? What I've learned is when you're connecting to that feminine aspect of yourself, you're connecting to your whole self, your full being, right? You're not just enjoying your masculine traits because that's who you are, but the inner feminine or your divine feminine is a huge part of who you are. So it's necessary to really embrace, love, and receive, right, with honor and respect all aspects of ourselves and not shy away from, oh, you know what, like I don't want to be, leaning on or appreciating my female aspects because I'm not girly or I'm not gay or whatever. Like people have this really weird mindset around what it means to embrace both of their sexual selves or their sexual identities, but it's not even about that. It's about places of wholeness. And so when you're embracing your feminine, if you're a man, then that's gonna bring you to the top floor. It's gonna bring you to that space in yourself that feels like unity, right? Like you're whole. That makes sense, right?
And it's another of those.
Yeah.
Like I always say, like with mushrooms, it's the only drug I've ever taken or done that feels like I'm running towards something, right? Like with all the
that
other
right there. Oh my God.
that you're running and hiding from something. With this, like, it's just picking me up and shoving me in this direction of.
That is so profound what you just said. You need to like
Let me
put a
interrupt
bumper
if
sticker
I
out of that.
could, please.
That-
You
yeah,
know
please.
who's coming on at 4?
4. I'm sorry. Oh, I forgot to check the darn. Hold on. I got the schedule with me. I'll get back to you in 1 second. Mishu, finish that thought though.
No, that statement is absolutely huge because literally in my forays with all the substances that I could possibly get my hands on, you're right. Mushrooms, specifically mushrooms, are the one thing it's almost like a magnet to your core. And everything else is literally pulling you the furthest away from yourself that I've ever done. Things like I have a history with cocaine. I have a history with opium. I have a history with LSD. I have a history with MDMA. MDMA was like a false sense of my true self. It was like myself from a really beautiful container, but not a real. It didn't feel real. It was like myself on something that made myself feel more grateful or more like loving in a weird way, in a synthetic way. But that substance of mushrooms is, I feel, connecting you to your heart space, to your core.
Gentlemen, our 4 o'clock has arrived. So let us have her introduce herself.
Hi, good morning. If you might continue with your share, I just jumped on.
No, I'm done. I'm good.
Okay.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you. I need about like 5 minutes. I was having some difficulties to log on.
Okay.
So go ahead and continue and then I'll be more available with you in just a moment.
I have to right back in 1 second.
Set us up.
Excuse me?
Did that shut us up? We got 5 minutes to talk.
I was thinking that if people have any questions right now, it'd be a great time to ask questions. If you have questions about anything mushroom related from my conversation, I know there's people here that are curious about addiction stuff. So I didn't hear what you said.
Somebody doesn't have their
Someone's got a
mic.
microphone on. That's all right. But yeah, I'm happy to answer questions. I've been doing this work with people now for quite a while. I've seen some amazing things happen. I have a lot of information that I'm happy to share anytime.
Doors are closing. Please do not block the doors.
Someone's on the train.
Our 4 o'clock speaker arrived. Our 4 o'clock speaker.
Our 4 o'clock speaker is taking some time to prepare. So
Yeah.
we are going to
5 more
allow
minutes.
them to have time.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 more minutes.
Okay.
So please ask
5
questions.
minutes, 2 minutes ago. So she should be on, I think about 4:07 or so, 4:08.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It's taking a couple minutes. I
nothing
got,
wrong with that.
I don't know how to fill time like this. But hold on 1 second. I know Leah sent me yep, we have Staria and then Darren select 5 and stuff. But Mishu, I know I hate to mix business and pleasure, but like, is this a lucrative thing we got going on here? Like, is there money to be made in what you're doing kind of with these I mean, I know that's not the point, but like could
I
that
had to quit my day job. I just quit my day job
okay.
because so many people, I'm getting between 2 to 4 people every day, brand new phone calls that are looking to access this medicine and who have actually, I don't even advertise, word of mouth from people that I've already worked with this last 5 years. I'm working with the people that are friends with the people that I've just helped. I'm also working with families, multiple people in the family. I have one family that I've worked with, both daughters in their 40s and the dad in his upper 70s with macrodoses and microdosing, and the mother from microdosing. So yeah, it's a big deal. It's my life now. This is my entire life because I've done this work on myself. Yes.
What was your job when you were employed?
I've had several jobs throughout my life. I was a senior network engineer for Xerox Connect. I was an ASE certified, excuse me, sir, I was trying to answer your question.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was ASC certified hybrid mechanic through Toyota. I was a landscape irrigation specialist. I have been a chef. I have done a million jobs and none of them, no matter how good I was at them, were for me. This is my purpose.
Sure. Sure. I mean, in all those other ones, you were not performing a service to people.
Well, I was performing a service to people's things, your network, your car, your food, whatever. But I was thinking that was how I showed up, but I wasn't. That wasn't my way.
Yeah. So what I asked was your most recent job. You said you quit your day job. You quit your job.
Oh, I was working with cannabis. I was working for a company here in Massachusetts called INSA, and it is basically a cannabis operation. I have 42 years of cannabis experience with growing and with all forms of the plant. So I went to pay homage to a plant, to give service to the plant, and it was a great year. But I don't have time for that.
I mean, you really are directly helping people now, and I can't think of a more worthwhile thing to do. I mean, it can be
Me
done
neither.
in many different ways, but serving people is, like Schweitzer said, only those of you who have thought and found how to serve will be truly happy. So glad that you can make this transition and be doing something that charms your heart. Yeah.
All of that.
Yeah.
Getting a little misty in here. Thank you.
Our moderator is back, but I just want to tell you that up here, every psychedelic therapist has a waiting room. So, yeah, anyway. Hello.
Thank you.
Astaria, the floor is yours for a bit.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hello, hello. I'm streaming to you from Mexico, and I have a little extra time to sleep. It's 6 for me.
Oh.
Yeah, depending where everybody is. Nice to be here. I see Leo's resting. She deserves it. Yeah, so I'm jumping in. I'm listening to trying to pick up see where you guys are. I'll share a little bit about myself, my perspective, my thoughts, and then turn it over to the community to, have a discussion. I've been a facilitator for 10 years of all the different pathways. Mainly, I've been working with Kambo. That was my first pathway of that's really what took me. That's what chose me. And as many and some of you know, Kambo is a great pathway. And I know it's not considered a plant medicine. How do we include the toad and the frog in with this? But it's a pathway for alternative healing. And as we know, Kambo is a great pathway for working with recovery of addictions because of the detoxification properties and values that comes with Kambo. So mainly with Kambo, and I've had my own journey with my own addictions. Nothing too extreme, but the relationships that I had with the addictions were extreme. Mostly with tobacco and sugar, and just unhealthy thought patterns, and even addictions to people and relationships. This can be an addiction. And yeah, my method of supporting, I've supported many people through creating space from addictions in their life. And I have it on the flyer there, but the pathway that I like to approach is to really look at where the person has a void, where they're, it's really, I'll speak for myself. I'll just use the example of tobacco. I noticed through my relationship with tobacco that sometimes it would go off of the spectrum of sacred and prayerful, and it would go towards not necessarily escapism, but something to use for the dysregulation I was experiencing in my nervous system. And also as like a replacement for masculine energy that I wasn't feeling in my life. And so that was the awareness. Like first it was just, I was doing this, as something to replace what I didn't realize I was having issues with. Then when I looked deeper, I realized, oh, I'm doing this when my partner breaks up with me, or I'm feeling disconnected from the masculine, and then tobacco is such a strong masculine spirit that when I smoke tobacco, I feel grounded, I feel safe, I feel held, I feel protected, I feel all of what I'm not feeling from the masculine, I feel it when I smoke tobacco. And so I noticed it was a crutch. It was a way of creating a connection to what I wasn't feeling and I wasn't cultivating with myself. And also anytime I was dysregulated with my nervous system. So creating that space, creating the space of awareness to come in. And then, you know, I started to create a different relationship with what I was doing at the same time of looking for the solution of what I was creating or why I was using the tobacco. So creating a healthier relationship with masculine and working on regulating my nervous system without needing to smoke. And I mean, it was a pretty severe case. Like it was like panic attacks, and then I would smoke. So it wasn't just a casual thing. It was an alarming relationship when it was in that state. And yeah, just creating the healthier relationship with the spirit of tobacco. I mean, I love the spirit of tobacco. It's such a beautiful plant, and working with it in a positive way. So bringing in that mindfulness, clearing, detoxing combo, you know, purging, purifying, bringing in the mindfulness, and then improving the relationship with myself, with my awareness of myself, and with the plants, with specifically with tobacco. And then, you know, it's a process. It's a slow process. You fall off the wagon, and then you come back, and then you're like, okay, what am I doing? And then you keep going back and forth until you start to flatline and regulate and become in a healthier state. So this is my approach that I take when I work with people, more specifically with combo. And it's pretty successful. Of course, there's other influences and things that can contribute. But that is the framework of mind that I have. And I bring also to the table different mindfulness practices that I've studied through Tibetan Buddhism and through transpersonal psychology. It's important to have other aspects present, in my belief, with this work, not just plant medicine. There needs to be forms of integration for mindfulness and awareness. Anybody want to reflect? And you're welcome to jump in and share anybody feeling.
Nope, I'm just listening. Go ahead. Keep
Cool.
on. Wait, so you were dealing with the tobacco issue. Was this before you become a facilitator, or while you?
Before, during, when I take breaks, all the time. Yeah. And it might happen again. I might go into that space again, but every time there's more spaciousness between going back into that space, there's more mindfulness that comes in. Like even just me voicing this right now is holding me in a space of accountability, that if I go back into that space with my relationship with tobacco, I know what I'm doing. I'm like, hey, here I go. I'm more conscious of it now. I do also try to, whereas I have hot bay, I also try to work with hot bay in replacement of smoking, because I do love the tobacco spirit. It's the grandfather of all of the plants. You know, the story of tobacco is that God or divinity or creator made the tobacco as the first plant on earth. Tobacco was first, and tobacco didn't have a purpose on this earth. And tobacco said, what is my purpose? And creator, divinity, great spirit said, just wait, tobacco, wait. And then creator divinity made ayahuasca, and ayahuasca got its purpose. And then the tobacco spirit said, but what about me? What about me? I see ayahuasca got its purpose. And the creator was like, you just wait, tobacco, wait. And then San Pedro came, and the mushrooms and all of the plants on the whole earth came. And each time the tobacco said, what is my purpose? Why am I here? Why do all of these other plants get their purpose? And the creator said, just wait, wait, wait. And at the end, when all of the plants came, the creator said, okay, so now your purpose is to purify all of all of what you've just seen come into creation. You needed to wait because you needed to see and feel and learn and know all of the purposes of all of the other plants, because you are the grandfather, and it is your role to purify all of this. So even just that, even just knowing that story about the tobacco helps to create a healthier relationship for me with the spirit of the tobacco. So going into the plants, maybe somebody's having an opium addiction, we can slowly introduce to them, what is opium and why are you having a relationship with it in this way? And, what is the normal, quote unquote, normal way of relating with this plant? And, just bringing in the awareness for it. I can reflect also similarly, like with eating disorders, and going into like the psychosomatic, spiritual, somatic energy of eating disorders. And I've worked with women who have eating disorders, and they want to work with Kambo. Now, Kambo is dangerous to work with somebody that has an eating disorder if they're purging, because if they've not, caused themselves to purge in a while, and then they start to use Kambo to puke, it might trigger their eating disorder again. Yeah. So that's a contraindication. And unfortunately, I worked with a woman once who she's now addicted to doing Kambo because it's replacing her eating disorder, and she sees it as a healthier way, but she lost a ton of weight. She's not looking good. And now she's a practitioner herself because she just wants to give herself Kambo every day, so, and that's not healthy. But then we can look at, go deeper into the person, into the being, and realize, oh, they had a lot of trauma in their childhood, and they didn't have tools or a way to transmute it. And their parents were, abusive, or something was happening in their home where they had to purge as a child. And so they almost naturally started going through this process of purging to transmute the energy. And so I like to bring the person into if they will go there, of course, into okay, when did this start? When, how does this make you feel when this is happening for you? Okay, you didn't feel safe in your home. You didn't have a way to transmute the energy. You were, I empower them to say, you're a healer of yourself in this roundabout, odd way. And you used food, or the lack thereof, as a way of transmuting energy. So bringing in the awareness of, when did this start? What is being replaced ultimately? It could be like for me with the tobacco, I was having a replacement of masculine energy. I was like, anytime a partner would break up with me, I would start smoking. It would be like, I would be like, oh, I can't handle being single. I need to smoke. I'm just like, oh my God. And then at first I was actually like, oh, I'm doing this because I need a boyfriend. It was weird. I didn't make the connection. I wasn't fully making the connection yet until much later, because I was walking myself through the process. But, yeah, so there's some cases where working with plant medicine and whatever the addiction is not supportive, and it's not helpful, and we have to be mindful about this, especially if the person is too deep in it, and there can be contraindications for their safety and well-being. There have been people who have died because they're too deep in they're too toxic with chemicals that it's just, they need to go slower with even just doing a cleanse, just doing a juice cleanse instead of going to, maybe an Ibogaine center or something that's maybe too intense for their system. They might have too intensive a system. At one point I was experienced so much trauma to my nervous system, and I really wanted to work with combo, but it was just, and this is my medicine. This is what I know the best of all of them. But I knew that my nervous system would get fried out if I tried to turn to combo to heal what was coming up for me.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a gentle dance that we have to be careful of and with, and have mindfulness there. But it's also a very powerful tool. I remember I'm having a flashback of a time when somebody I know figured out that Bob's Red Mill poppy seeds were not washed, and you could order. I mean, it's probably still the case, and you can order. Not to promote this or anything, but you can order the seeds, the poppy seeds, and then you can put them you can make tea. Basically, you make the water, and then it makes opium tea, a very low dose of opium tea, because they don't wash the seeds, and so the powder comes off of the seeds. And I tried it. I was curious, and I felt really calm, and I felt really really relaxed, and it was super low dose. It was like a milky water. And I was like, wow, like this would be great for people who have arthritis. Like this, at this level, this is medicinal. This is healthy, and as we know, it's really unfortunate that some of these plants, which are so supportive, have been brought into the spectrum of addiction and abuse. And now these plants are illegal, because opium tea should be available to every person over the age of 65 that has joint problems or arthritis or weak, like sore bodies, because it's a relaxant. And instead of taking Valium or whatever is being provided for them, why not take a natural plant that is, going to be more gentle on their system? Same with coca. Coca has been turned obviously into cocaine, and we don't have access to coca because it can be turned into cocaine. But coca is full of iron. It's amazing for women, especially during their menstrual cycles. It's a beautiful, beautiful plant that we should all be able to drink at any time as a tea, as a gentle tea. So there's also the reflection of, these plants that are so supportive to us, and they're here to help us heal because they've been brought into the spectrum of addiction, of abuse, of mass production at concentrated amounts that are, beyond the way that nature intended for us to relate with it. We don't have access to it. I mean, we do, but we're not supposed to have access to it.
They get full like syringes of heroin out of the Sears and Roebuck catalog, like back in like 1910 or something like that.
Yeah.
To be available like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, because these plants are so helpful, and they do have a huge purpose and a huge role in our lives. And it's unfortunate that there's a void there, because I just see so many people, even people with epilepsy could be helped with opium tea, and like women with anemia. I have anemia, so for me, I love when I'm in Peru and I'm able to drink coca tea. I'm just drinking it all of the time. So yeah, the spectrum of where it goes into this exalted state. Eric, I see your hands up, but I'm not sure if that was, you have it up on the screen. I'm not sure if that was left over. I can't hear you.
He's muted.
Yeah.
Oh, he's still muted.
You're muted.
We can't hear you, buddy. There you go.
You're still muted.
Yeah. I've not had a healthy relationship with tobacco, and it sucks because like I actually like there's shroom trips that I have where it's like I really want a pack of smokes. There's just something about being on mushrooms and walking around the neighborhoods where like smoking just is like great in that moment, but of course it's like not good for me. I'm chewing nicotine gum right now. Like I just got to a spot where I can like, you know, where it's like starting to just like see gross. The thought of it like feels gross. But
Yeah.
when I've been
Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing that, Rick. Eric, I was wondering, I would like to revisit Rick, what you just said. I'm saying Rick, Eric,
Yeah.
Eric, it's a little early for me. And Artem, good morning. I see you jumped on. Good morning. Thank you for joining
Morning.
us.
Morning,
Good
morning.
morning. And Eduardo, I saw you wrote a comment. You're also welcome to unmute yourself and ask. First, let's see what Eric has to say. And then I'd love to revisit what Eduardo and Rick also.
Okay. So I wondered why you told us that story about tobacco being the first plant that God created. Was it because it's an interesting myth, or do you really believe that truly the tobacco plant was the first plant created?
Yeah, that's a great question. This is a story from the Amazon rainforest. Yeah, and I've heard it from a few different teachers, different variations of the same story. And I usually tell the story a little bit better, but I'm just finding my words still this morning. I think it's a beautiful story. Yeah, it's more of like a legend that came out of the Amazon.
Okay.
You know, yeah, like there's different little stories like about how ayahuasca came to be and how Kambo came to be and Bobinsana and how the tribal people like received the initiations or the downloads of what the plant is, how to use it, whether that came through dreams or visions. But similarly, different tribes, different lineages, they're all having a different variation of the story that tobacco was the first plant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And it was a lovely story. And it was. It was just
it's cute.
and
Yeah. It's like talking about how tobacco is like impatient and it's like, hey, what about me? Like it kind of has a little ego in there and it's like, I want to have a purpose. What's my purpose? And then at the end, it's like, your purpose is the most important purpose of all the purposes. So settle down.
So just to introduce a fact, tobacco was the main export from colonial America right into after we became our own country.
Right. Wow.
A unique contribution, American contribution to the world. And then secondly, do you know about the triangular trade where we took rum to Africa and got slaves and took the slaves to the Caribbean or later the American South?
Yeah. I'm not like super familiar. I know it, but I haven't studied it very strongly.
Well, that was another contribution of America to the world. So alcohol and tobacco, there were 140 distilleries in New England. And we were putting out the rum, not only for domestic consumption. So it's interesting that we would probably be a very different country if we had not been exporting drugs to the rest of the world.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, the tobacco, I don't know this, maybe you can fact check me or fact clarify. Were the Native Americans growing the tobacco?
No, well, no, wait a second. They must have, because unless they traded, but that was frequently what was smoked in a pipe.
Right. Yeah. So the natives must have been growing it, but alcohol, of course, was brought over from, you know, the Europeans. The native people were not having alcohol. I think they had like some kind of fermented corn drink, because that's the Mayan people did, or they had like chicha, or, you know, they were having this, but they were, you know, there's endless stories about how when the white man brought over the fire water, it destroyed the nations.
And to this day, Native Americans have difficulty with alcohol.
Yeah.
It's many victims. Physically, physiologically, it's difficult for Native Americans to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I've taken
Yeah,
up.
it's unfortunate.
and
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for being here.
Yeah. Let's see. Eduardo is at the airport in Tucson. Thank you everybody for sharing. It's very loud. And would this help with someone that has antidepressants for withdrawals? And yeah, and I'm assuming you're speaking of when I mentioned about the poppy tea. It could help. It could help. Like, it's, you know, it's so gentle. And I'm not a doctor. I'll make a disclaimer. I'm not a doctor. I'm not replacing any
You're
doctor.
like serious heroin withdrawals, even throwing like a fistful of Vicodin on it's like freaking pissing in the ocean, man. You know, like
Have you gone through that?
especially like methadone and Oxycontin and the synthetic ones, that shit burrows deep into your bone marrow. Like, yeah, like it's a significantly worse withdrawal than street heroin. Like street heroin, you probably won't sleep for like 2 weeks, but like methadone and Oxycontin and stuff like that, like you're up for 2 months straight till you start feeling normal again. Yeah, it's rough. It's a rough kick. So I would say no, poppy seed tea is not gonna help withdrawals at all.
It depends. It depends like where they're at though. You know, like if they're not like deep within the addiction, and it's a more gentler relationship. And the thing is it can be supportive. You know, it's not that it won't help at all, but it can be supportive, gently supportive. I haven't personally had an extreme addiction of pharmaceuticals myself. I have explored different relationships with the plant medicines that were in their concentrated forms, out of curiosity. I'm very lucky that my only addiction had been tobacco. And I did not create addictions with these other plants. Specifically, opium in its highest form, but I wasn't injecting it into myself. This is so vulnerable to share. I smoked it. I explored smoking it, and I explored working with cocaine in its purest form. But I didn't create addictions with it. So I can't personally speak on the experience, Rick, itself, but I have friends that obviously have struggled with it. I shouldn't say obviously, but they've struggled with it. I have people that are no longer here anymore because they struggled with it to the point of death. And that's hard every single time that happens. And I feel like, oh, I could have helped them, you know, but
It's pretty bad, but like alcoholics can actually die. My mom works in the ER and she's always says like heroin addicts just wish they were dead when they're going through withdrawals. Alcoholics or people like that have been taking huge amount of Xanax can actually freaking die from like withdrawals. You know, like it could kill them. Seizures, all yeah, man.
Yeah. Yeah. In these more intense cases, that's where I draw the line of I am not qualified to support the person, because bringing in giving somebody who is, you know, working all the time with Xanax or, you know, heroin or alcohol at these extreme levels, working with combo with them, doing other practices with them, it's going to shock their system too much and they can die. They can go into death because it's too strong of a clearing too fast. I'm working mostly with people who are at the middle level is what I would frame it as, being my max that I'm capable and able of supporting. And the person has to be ready. They have to really be, what I say is fed up with their own shit at that point. And they have to really be like, I really want to have a better life. I want to stop what this is that I'm doing. And I have, you know, of course there might be a relapse, but the people that I'm working with are not at the level of needing to be medically cared for in the like medically institutionalized and cared for. That's just too dangerous. There's many friends that they've gone down the deep end with abusing pharmaceuticals or heroin, and I can't. As much as and alcohol, but as much as I want to help them, they're outside of my scope of capability. And I haven't personally worked with iboga. I'm not able to because I have an irregular heartbeat. And because iboga slows down your heart, I could actually die during iboga. So I'm not allowed. I'm actually disqualified based off of the certain safety techniques or safety requirements, excuse me. So I'm not able to explore that, but I know that many people have been helped when they're in their, you know, final stages of please help me, nothing's working, I've tried everything, and then they go to iboga and it does help them. But it's also very dangerous too with the slowing down of the heart. And if somebody's already having challenges with their heart because of all of the abuse that they've put their body through, then that's also a pathway that is maybe not going to be supportive for them.
Right. Yeah, that's why I like psilocybin is very like safe for me. I kind of like really didn't have much like guidance when I got started. I did read a bunch of stuff on the interwebs about like make sure you have a sober buddy around or a facilitator, someone to like watch you. But like I'm not gonna walk out in a freaking traffic or something, you know. Like I just like never really saw that as like I think I got my dog with me. She's looking after us. Like we're gonna be all right. So yeah, I was just kind of like just winging it, you know, but like yeah, I still had a lot of like amazing healing come my way, even though I wasn't like didn't know how to like get myself into a mind space where I could like seek that healing. It just kind of like happened, you know. I don't know.
Yeah, it is important to be careful though, you know. I've lost friends who are very competent facilitators who took themselves on their own journey and they never came back from it. And these are people who, of all the people that I've known, would be I would think they would be safe to do things by themselves. I actually have a tattoo, the circle on my hand, for a friend who he's not here anymore. Mind you, he was working with, and if this is an addiction, we can go into for a moment here about how plant medicines themselves can also be an addiction. And he was first a combo facilitator, similar of me, and he wanted to work with Bufo, and I had started working with Bufo prior to him. And I said to him, you know, whatever you do, just please promise me that you won't do it alone. Please promise me you'll always have somebody with you. And for the first few times he did. But what he was doing is he was mixing Combo and Bufo, which I see a lot of people are doing, and they call it Combufo. And this is a terrible idea because you have peptides and bufatine, and you're mixing, it's a chemical, two different chemical cocktails that you're mixing inside of the body, the being, the psyche, the everything. And so he was doing that back to back. He was taking Combo, and at the same time of having Combo, he was smoking Bufo, and he was just doing this over and over again. And eventually, go ahead.
I'm sorry, like I just like heard of Bufo and Combo like recently. Like I must be like what circles are you in where this is like
Yeah.
you know, like this is all very new to me. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was
Oh,
like,
you're okay. I call myself Frog Mama. Frog Mama. It's not an egoic name. It's just I feel like I'm kind of this mother frog, and all the information finds its way to me. Like I'm like the mom, and everyone's like, hey, I hear this is happening. Hey, I hear this is happening. And I'm like, excuse me, what's happening with my baby frogs? Absolutely not. And so, yeah, I find everything comes to me. And I believe it's because I'm walking the path of truth and I use my voice. And so the information finds its way to me because it will be shared. The truth will be shared. It's a service. But I hear of a lot of people doing this, mostly over in like Northern Europe, like in Finland. And my friends, I have some friends over there that are like, you have to come over here. This is crazy what people are doing. They're mixing everything. And, you know, and this is where plant medicine is becoming like escapism. It's becoming like, oh, if I mix I've even heard of ayahuasca and Bufo, or people taking LSD during their ayahuasca journey, or, you know, they're just mixing everything up. But back to my friend, he was mixing these, and he was addicted to it, and he stopped eating food. He was only drinking juice, and he just was so high out of his mind, completely out of this. He said he was in the 12th dimension speaking with angels. And I was like, listen, I believe you. You're speaking with angels. I believe it. But like, you need to eat something that's food, that's grounding, and come back to this reality, because you're up with the angels. And if you stay up there for too long, you're never going to come back down, you know? And he was like, you haven't tried it. Don't tell me. You don't know. Like, and I was like, oh gosh, like he's not going to hear me. He's not going to hear me. He's too far gone, you know? And at that point, there were other people that were becoming alarmed because he was posting very obscure things on Facebook. Like every 15 minutes, he was just like posting angel frequency 222 HZ, like opening the portal of Shiva is coming, like all of these like things. And we were like, he's really going off of the deep end, you know, like he's going. And he lives in Germany, so there's nothing I could do from America where I was. But there was some friends that were like, we're gonna try to go break into his apartment and calm him down, you know. But he lived high up in an apartment building, like I think the 10th floor he was on. So they were down there buzzing, trying to get in. But unfortunately, he jumped out of his window high, super high, and he's no longer with us because he thought that he was ascending into the 12th dimension to be with the angels, because of taking so much combo and bufo at the same time. And I'm not sure how familiar everybody is here with bufo, but it is very, very disassociative. And Rick, it's I feel safe with myself to take microdoses of mushrooms alone, but there's a line that we can cross where we lose connection to this realm, this 3D realm of reality, where all of our friends and family are, and where our body is, and where we do want to live. It's great to go to the 12th dimension and have these experiences, but at the end of the day, we also have to stay here so that we can continue to go to the 12th dimension and come back down and go back up. But yeah, Eduardo, that was extremely traumatizing to process the death of that friend, because he was my closest ally. He was my closest brother walking this path. And if I didn't know something, he knew something. And if he didn't know something, I knew something. And he always had my back. Like it's rough in the plant medicine community sometimes. There's a lot of ego. There's a lot of facilitators that think that they know everything. There's a lot of drama. And there could be a whole talk about all the drama that happens behind the scenes in the plant medicine facilitator world. But he always had my back, like I would speak something and he would just always be there for me. And he was just, he was my good brother. And the tattoo I got, he actually, he changed his Facebook profile picture to this symbol right before he left. And it's a very symbolic symbol, a circle within the circle. It represents the universe. It represents the breast of the mother. There's so much creation. There's so much within that symbol. And so he was really receiving some powerful transmissions. It was very obvious that he was very connected in the moments of which he departed. But I had to reflect on, his soul and his soul's confusion of wait, I didn't want to kill myself. He wasn't wanting to kill himself. That wasn't his thing. He had a lot more work to do on this earth. He had books to write. He had more speeches. He would be on this speech. He would be on this talk, like he's not here anymore. And so this is somebody who was very grounded and very intelligent, who became addicted to doing combo and bufo together over and over and over and over and over again. And now he's gone. So, this is part of it too. There are people who are addicted to plant medicine. Hape, we're talking about tobacco. I've been addicted to hape. I've done like 16 times in one day, and I'm like, hape, oh yeah, like I'm so cool. I do hape all the time. I've gone through that like phase. And then I'm like, whoa, what am I doing? Like, what am I doing with this? And Rick, I wanted to touch back with you. Let's see what time we're at. I wanted to touch back with you for a moment here about your tobacco relationship.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't know what it is about shrooms. Like once they really start like kicking in, like I just kind of like walk to the gas station, get a pack of smokes. It's just like kind of like there's association there. Like I won't smoke for a while, but when I do mushrooms the next time, it's like, yeah, let's go get a pack of smokes. So yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. I've been okay the last couple of times though, and I'm chewing nicotine gum now. Well, but yeah, it was
okay. Can we go in? Do you mind if I go into this a little bit with you for the last 10 minutes?
Yeah, no, go for it, please, please.
Yeah.
Sure.
So when is it when the mushrooms are starting to come on that you feel the need for the tobacco? Like, is it in that like wonky period where you're like, oh, I kind of feel a little funny, I feel a little nauseous, but like,
It's definitely within like the first couple hours of a trip, I would say. Around there, if I were gonna like kind of take a stab at it.
uh-huh.
Um,
And
yeah.
does it help you? I mean, I'm just, not projecting, but kind of using my own experience because I have the familiarity with it. Do you feel like it helps you to regulate your nervous system?
No, no. The only reason it like bothers me at all is like I tell myself like, okay, well, I'll just get a pack of smoke and I'll just have it around for nights I'm doing mushrooms. And by that rationale, this pack of smoke should last me like half a year or something. But like the day after like mushrooms, I ain't like not chain smoking them, but I smoke until the pack is gone. And then, and then the next
Yeah.
time instead of like going in my drawer and getting the pack that I was supposed to set aside just for a trip. Like now I have to go get a new pack. But yeah, I've been smoking since I was 15. It was like,
Yeah.
in all those movies in the 90s, like it just looked so
Yeah.
cool. Yeah.
And who introduced it to you? Or where did you what was your first what was your first connection with it?
So I had a step grandpa that smoked, and I want to say I was maybe in like the 6th grade, but I waited till everyone like went to sleep and like tiptoed into their room and like snuck out a thing and then went to the bathroom and like lit, like I didn't even know how to inhale it or something. We just hang out the bathroom window and like take all these, little drags off that was my first time I remember like smoking. It was probably like a little like sneakiness or like ooh crime than actually like kind of satisfaction from the tobacco. But yeah, that's where it started.
And curiosity too, and it's interesting it was with your grandpa because it's the grandfather spirit tobacco.
And I mean that was a different time too, this was early 90s, like it's not smoking was still like everybody smoked back then, like jobs,
right, in the restaurants.
Exactly.
Yeah. Have you worked with Hape?
Hape, nope, I'm not even sure I've heard of that one yet. What's that one?
Hape is, I wonder if I have it close by. I'm supposed to have it close by. Hape is where is it actually? It's a snuff. Well, it's not a snuff. It's
but still a nicotine product or a tobacco derivative? I'm not even sure what word to use there.
Yeah, I'm a little confused where mine is. It's a powder. It's a powder version of tobacco that you have a tepi or caripe and you blow it up your nose.
All right. Yeah. No, never done it. I didn't even like chewing tobacco.
I know where it is. Okay, I got it up here. So it's used in the jungle. It's used in a lot of it's used in ayahuasca ceremonies. It's used in kambo. It's not really peyote. It's not something that the Native American people are not working with the tobacco in this way. But trying to find it out of my drum bag here. It's a powdered version, and the tribal people will go into the jungle and they also collect a lot of other plants too. This is the applicator.
Mm-hmm.
And you put it in your nose and you blow it through into your nose on both sides, and it's a powdered version. So I ask because it's just another way of relating with tobacco that is it's a little bit oh sorry, I'm hearing a reverb. I think Virginia, might you turn off your, there you go. And welcome. Good morning. It's a little bit healthier of a way of working with it in the sense that it's not going into your lungs. It's not hurting your lungs. And my biggest thing with tobacco is smoking it is I don't want to hurt my lungs. You know, like I don't like our breath is our consciousness, and I just don't want to hurt my body with that. So I found that working with Hape is a way to connect with the spirit of tobacco in a way that I'm still getting to work with it, but I'm not hurting myself with what the addictive part was for me. And also the oral fixation, right? So just diving into this with you, since we're both relating in this way, the oral fixation is a normal, it's a normal desire for a child to want to put something in its mouth, you know, at the breast of a mother. There's something about this oral fixation. And so I also creating the awareness of like, I like to do this. I like to put something here. And so creating like another relationship for a little while I'm like getting myself off of smoking. And this is all under the assumption that maybe you want to create a different relationship with the tobacco than going to buy this pack of smokes all the time. But I would do like lollipops or like have like a candy or like have to put something in my mouth when I would get those urges and be like I need to do that. I have this oral fixation, and like being honest with myself, like this is a desire. I have the desire to put this here. My other question, Rick, is have you worked with tobacco, and do you have a relationship with tobacco in a way that is with prayer?
No, no, not not at all.
And have you worked with natural tobacco, like where you roll it yourself?
Yeah, actually that's like how I started, really, like bags of like Bugler or like Top tobacco or like dirt cheap. It was like less than $1 when I was 16 years old. Yeah, we used to pitch in.
Yeah.
Get ourselves a bag of
Yeah.
Top. Yeah. No.
Yeah. So I want to invite you, and this is totally optional. And you didn't say that you want to change your relationship with tobacco, but from somebody who has, my advice, if you're interested, to explore changing the relationship, not ending the relationship. I'm not saying end it. I don't end my relationship with it because I have a great relationship with it, but just making some shifts in the relationship itself, where it's like, try to buy again when you go next time, the organic tobacco that you have to roll yourself. And that first will make you sure that you're not getting those chemicals into your lungs.
Yeah,
you know,
American Spirits when I smoke.
I think they still have chemicals in them, don't they?
Yeah, probably.
They're washed with ammonia. The tobacco is washed with ammonia.
Oh no.
Yeah, thought it was healthier.
The marketing is great. They really make it look beautiful and cool with their marketing, you know? But that's my suggestion. Try to find a good source of tobacco. And then now, first of all, you're already creating a better relationship with the tobacco. And then rolling it, going through the motion of rolling it, like at first it slows you down, and you're having a more direct relationship with what you're doing, because you're not just pulling it out of a box and shoving it in your mouth. Now you're having to sit there, touch it, roll it, you know, you're like intentionally like, I am going to work with you, tobacco spirit, because tobacco spirit is such a holy, like it's really, really a beautiful spirit and deserves respect, you know, in my belief, it deserves respect. So if we're rolling it by hand and we're having this cleaner version, you're already on the pathway of creating a better relationship to this plant.
Yeah.
And then I invite you, Rick, as weird as it might be, to try it once to pray with this tobacco spirit. Try once to pray with intentions. And it could even just be like, you don't even need to specifically like, oh, I'm praying for this, I'm praying for that. The way that I like to work with it in a form of prayer is I'll pull some in, and then I like to blow it over my shoulders and like purify, like I'm cleaning this side of my being. And then I clean this side of my being and I blow it that way. Then I blow it down my shirt and I clean the inside of my being here. And then I blow some up to the sky. I clean my connection to God. I clean my connection to the great sky. I clean my connection to the creator. And then I will blow it into my hands, blow it onto my feet. I clean myself with it. So instead of filling my lungs and like hurting myself and making myself dirty on the inside, I shifted my way of relating with it, that I'm cleaning myself. I'm cleaning myself. I'm grounding myself. And, you know, many Native Americans, they pray with tobacco, and every they're sitting there on the earth and they're looking to the earth and they're praying, and there's every breath of it in is a prayer and an exhale is a prayer. And it's very intentional and it's very mindful. So, yeah, I invite you, if you're feeling inspired, maybe during your next mushroom trip, you'll remember this conversation and you'll think, hey, I remember, and just give it a little try.
Yeah.
And
actually, I
yeah.
did start making progress. The last couple of times I've done mushrooms, I've managed to not go out and get a pack of smokes. I'm still chewing on nicotine gum though. I don't know if that's any better. I suffered from like horrible insomnia, and like while I was like struggling with it and doing this like up and down, like I'd lay down, like, no, I can't sleep, I have to get up. I started smoking. I would go and like just take a couple drags off a cigarette, flick the little cherry out the window, set it on the bookshelf, and go back, and like kept getting up in the middle of the night to go take those couple of drags. And so like, yeah, it was like kind of a part of like my insomnia agony too. So I'm probably better off just like finding a way to quit or like so
Yeah, it's hard to quit. It's easier to change your relationship with it.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's easier to change your relationship. Yeah, go ahead.
So, I just woke up and I'm like still groggy and stuff, but I was catching like what you were talking about. And I've had a lot of people talk to me about the spirit of tobacco and how strong it is. And there was a woman on earlier that was talking about how the nicotine pathway in our bodies. She was talking about how it's the route for so many substances. And so it's like a highly sensitive like route in our bodies, and that a lot of things are going to be kind of like triggering that pathway. And I've really struggled with nicotine, and I've done so much like self-hatred and just different things about nicotine over the years. But I think it's fascinating when we think about it instead of the negatives. Like, I used to think like, because singing was something I wanted to do, but I struggled with it, that sometimes people are hurting their voices and that's very symbolic, right? Like a self-hatred with their own voice or whatever. But I was always seeing tobacco kind of in these negative terms, or it has power over me or whatever. But I think it's really cool what you're saying about prayer and things like this. And I did have someone come to me and they're like, let's use the tobacco juice and let's make the tobacco ourselves with the tobacco leaves. And let's like really interact with it instead of like fighting it. Let's like sit down and pray with it, like you're talking about. But it's really interesting when I look at the studies on schizophrenia, and how tobacco smoke is so, I mean, tobacco use is so common with schizophrenics. It's fascinating if you go down that Google path, that Google like rabbit hole of schizophrenia and nicotine, because it actually seems to calm an area of the brain associated with schizophrenia. And I think I have a little piece of my brain that maybe it's not schizophrenic, but maybe it's close or something, where I do feel like the tobacco does calm that part of me. And it's interesting how it's such an extreme, like I'm either going to do it and hurt myself and it's going to be horrible and I'm going to hate myself all the time and feel all the shame, right? Or I'm not going to do it, but I'm going to be like, it's going to be kind of like when they talk about sobriety and people are just like dry drunks or whatever. It just feels like you're still just like, I'm not doing it today. I'm not doing it today, but you like still want to totally do it. So it's beautiful what you're talking about, because I think we can create relationships with it where you're like, oh, it doesn't have control over me, but I can honor it. And can I do it in a healthier way? Or can I celebrate its power and see it as a powerful kind of deity in a way? But I think a lot of the shit they shove in it, that's maybe like more of the health implications. But people could do tinctures, they could do other things. But I think we buy into the capitalistic, like, go get your Marlboros, you know, just go get like your cancer or whatever. And we don't necessarily, I think reuniting with it, like what you're talking about, could be like a whole new crusade of how do we interact with the tobacco spirit. Thank you.
You're welcome, Leo.
Good. I think we were supposed to have Darren come on at 5, but I don't see him yet. So maybe he'll show up. I'll keep on yakking. But Leo, you kind of just like reminded me. So I actually like started smoking when I was 15, but it was never like compulsively habitual until in 2011 when I started working on fishing boats up in the Bering Sea. Like I used to have a pack and it would last me for like weeks. Like I never smoked. It's like first thing in the morning as soon as I got up. Like, you know, even when I was a smoker, like I wouldn't smoke my first cig till like maybe 4 or 5 in the afternoon, or when I went out to the bar or like something. But something about like working those like 12-hour night shifts like on the fishing boats is when I started like, I didn't like waking up and making sure I had like, you know, 5 or 7 minutes to go choke down a smoke before my shift started, or even like working my little half-hour break. So I was sure I had time to like get in a smoke. So it really didn't like take over my life until like the fishing boats. And then the insomnia I was describing earlier was like shortly thereafter that, when it's, you know what I mean? So it's just like, yeah, I can. Yeah, fast forward. Anyways, forgot about that part of the story.
Thanks for sharing. Yeah, it's good to go down these reflections, you know, when we're changing our relationship with them, to go into these spaces and be like, wow, when I was on those fishing boats, that's when it shifted. That's when I really like started, you know, going at it in more of an addictive or an escapism way, as you know, like, you know, maybe that was a stressful experience for you. Maybe other people were smoking and it was a way to connect with them. You know, I've often witnessed that, you know, when I've smoked in unhealthy ways, it was like when I was also drinking and in a bar and I wanted to connect with somebody and I was like, hey, do you have a smoke? Oh, now we can talk. Oh, hi, I'm, you know, this and da, da, da. And it was like a way for me to create connection when I was shy and I didn't know how to connect with people. Now, normally it was like my little doorway to have a conversation with somebody. Or, oh, I'm going to smoke. Do you have a lighter? You know, oh, cool. Now we're talking, you know, so finding these like going into our psyche and into our mind and finding these little like doorways of like, oh, I did that. Oh, okay. Now I have more mindfulness. Maybe I just wanted to have friends and I didn't know how to make them. So I was like, oh, if I smoke, da, 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 you know, so there's when we start to break down how we're making the relationships with these plants and tobaccos, this is great to use tobacco because it's not as extreme, you know, we don't have to go deep into what it is for heroin, or, you know, the tobacco is just so common. It's just such a common one that we can pick ourselves apart about, and just really look deeper. So thanks, Rick, for sharing that, you know, this was happening when you were working those long shifts. Like that's, you know, something that you can even go even deeper into. I want to pause for a moment, and Artem, if you're still on the call, I was wanting to share if you're having anything to share while we are transitioning here.
And then really quick after that, Darren did show up too. So.
Oh, hi, Darren. Great. Hi, good morning. Artem, did you want to share anything? I don't know if he maybe he's making his coffee. He's a friend that I just made yesterday, and I told him, he came to my breathwork class, and I said, I'm doing this thing too. Oh, there he is.
Yo, yeah. I was trying to find the unmute button. It was stuck somewhere. But anyway, I really enjoyed hearing how you guys broke apart tobacco. I think for me personally, I've had a little bit of an addiction with tobacco in the past, mostly when I was working in music. So many people smoked. And it was like a good way to fuel the creativity and stay up for a long time. So there's definitely creative things that it used to do in my life. But I think my biggest addiction has been by far caffeine. Not even close. And getting off caffeine was something that I had to do. Like, I didn't want to get off caffeine. I loved caffeine, but my body started to break down, and I started developing psoriasis. And the only reason I stopped, drinking a ton of coffee was because I started developing psoriasis patches. So it made it like very important for me to stop. And that was something that took way more effort than anything that I had to do with nicotine and tobacco. But I just thought that I'd share it because I definitely see a lot of similarities between being lonely and smoking while lonely. And the things that I do when I'm lonely, sometimes I don't realize till later. That's definitely something that I used to do a lot when I was by myself. But yeah, thanks, Asteria. This has been cool to listen to your story and your relationship with these compounds and plants.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for waking up early and coming out and joining the conversation. Did it help you with any other plants with your closing of your relationship with coffee, or what was do you have anything to share as a takeaway of what was your successful
Yeah. I think I was using coffee a lot almost as a compulsion. I thought that I couldn't create if I wasn't caffeinated because it just wouldn't be as good. I can't do this because everything I do, it wouldn't be as good if I wasn't drinking coffee. And I think my takeaway was that I was just rushing everything. I was trying to go too fast and I wasn't going deep enough. So when I got off coffee, I started, getting more into tea. And I'm like, oh, well, there's 4 million different kinds of teas. And I can be a lot more mindful with drinking instead of just gulping it, drinking it really fast and trying to get that caffeine high. And just being more mindful with caffeine, because I'm not off caffeine. I'll still drink tea, but it's a different relationship, like you said. So, yeah, and it's more enjoyable, more healthy.
Thank you for sharing that. And, tea is also plant medicine. Plant medicines don't need to be psychedelic. So thank you for sharing that. And it's funny, right before you unmuted, I said, maybe he's making coffee.
Hell no.
You're like, by the way, I don't drink coffee anymore. I can feel the coffee spirit coming through you. Okay, Artem. Thank you, everyone. I'll pass it over to Darren now. Thank you, Darren, for your patience. Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you, everybody,
everyone.
for having me. Sorry for the tardiness, but here I am. Time is illusion. So maybe I'm just where I'm at, where I'm supposed to be. So I was asked to speak on elitism in the psychedelic circles as it pertains to recovery. So I think that like the first, I want to build off a couple assumptions. The first assumption is that psychedelic therapy does have its place in recovery. Just briefly, like I think that in all the 12-step models is the idea that addiction is a spiritual problem, and that I think it is obvious that psychedelics are a conduit for spiritual growth or a sacrament. Second of all, I believe that psychedelics is clear that they can be used to imprint our thoughts, or meaning that like instead of having to retrain our way of thinking over long course of time like a Pavlovian dog, that psychedelics speed up this process. So I think coming with that assumption that like the psychedelics do aid in recovery is not what we're going to be talking about. I want to go build on that assumption. The second idea, and this is something I heard I believe in Timothy Leary's biography, is I think resonated with me, and why there is such a hesitancy, fear, and pushback against the use of psychedelics in Western culture. In his autobiography, he talked about the Christian mythology. In the Garden of Eden, he gave Adam and Eve access to all the fruits except for the fruit of knowledge of good and evil. And if they ate from that plant, they would surely die. And in Timothy Leary's interpretation of this mythology is that eating of the tree of knowledge of good and evil was the first psychedelic experience. And that when they consumed this fruit, they went from being naive creatures to being enlightened, knowing the difference between good and evil. And at this point, they were doomed to death. And this is hard woven into the DNA of Western culture, that the original sin is the consumption of psychedelics or consciousness changing plants. And so this is the big pushback that we're going to face when advocating for plant medicine, whether it's conscious or not. It is hard wired into our cultural DNA. And so that is the challenge, and it's not an easy one. And there's something we need to be aware of when we're advocating, because it's part of our cultural lizard brain. Okay, so I think one of the things, if we are advocating for plant medicine, for mental health, for addiction, for those that are the lesser in our community, that we really need to be aware of their position and where they are coming from if we're going to really help them. I think that we would like to say that the homeless, those with mental illness, criminal history, and legal issues are the ones that would most benefit from plant medicine. Yet these are the people that are the ones that are at the greatest risk for participating in these therapies and have the least access to that. And understanding this and having empathy for them could make us better advocates and better allies for these people. I can just give quick examples about how these would be challenging. If someone is a formerly homeless person or is a current homeless person, and they were looking for subsidized or transitional housing, these houses are generally clean and sober houses. And if someone were to be participating in plant medicine, that would put their housing at risk. Being, I know Oxford is one of the biggest clean and sober houses in the US, and their policy is if you have been using that you have 15 minutes to vacate the premises. Now, because psychedelics do not show up in UAs, the standard is even more strict, and that you do not need to have a bad UA, that just the thought or the suspicion that one is using plant-based medicines is enough to have someone evicted from their transitional housing. So when we have someone as a former homeless person, they finally have a bed and a roof, then that risk of participating in plant therapies is very great. Their choice is participate and risk their housing, or not participate at all. Again, back to the legal issues, it's almost the exact same thing. The perfect example I think would be that's already in place is those people who are under court monitoring, whether they have a legitimate need or not. Let's say they're riddled with cancer. Let's say they're riddled with anxiety, eating disorders or whatnot, and they have like 100% lockdown legitimate need to use marijuana to assist with those medical issues. The courts do not recognize any legitimate use for marijuana. No oils, no extracts, nothing. If there is even the slightest trace of any marijuana usage, even if it's not to get high, that would be considered a breach of their arrangement with the courts, and they could be facing prison time. And back to it, the same standard that with Oxford House would have for psychedelics, because they can't show up in the UAs, the suspicion or just the burden of proof is very low, is what I'm getting at. So like that they could risk their freedom for participating in plant-based therapies. And so this is what we need to go in knowing when we are advocating for the most vulnerable among us, is that these people put themselves at great risk to participate in plant-based therapies, yet they are the ones that are in the most need for plant-based therapies. And I guess that's my 2 bits, and I would like to start the conversation on those ideas. So the floor is open if anyone has anything to say.
Yeah, what I've noticed, particularly in this last couple of years with all the COVID relief bailout stuff, is that you're talking about the people that need this help the most. On the other side of that coin, the people that need that help the least got the most of it, faster than anybody else. The Senate that doesn't do shit, they couldn't trip over themselves quick enough to hand out billions to corporations and shit like that. So yeah, man, it's fucking, that's rough.
Darren, I just couldn't stop bawling because I just, after 20 years of working with the underclass, if you will, those that are in the criminal justice system, and seeing, and in the child welfare system, as a social worker and as a therapist and as a mitigation specialist with the Office of Public Defense, a lot of time I would be going to prisons or, mental health hospitals and so forth. And the pharmaceutical companies are just embedded in that court structure system. And you just see so much dominance of that, where public defense attorneys are telling clients that are craving natural solutions, no, sign the paperwork that you're going to take this injectable med, this injectable med that maybe fucks them up. And maybe some of these people clearly are the people that need, have so much ancestral trauma and epigenetic memory trauma. A lot of people of color. And it's just, you see how inept and how fucked up the system is. But then you ask yourself, is it fucked up? Because by suppressing this population and keeping them from healing, I feel that's part of this evil equation. So I feel they're actually very successful because they've got us all buying into this court system that is so horrible. And there's just no justice to it. So I just wonder how to create a revolution with those people that are so deeply hurting. But all around me, I see so much psychedelic entitlism, elitism, and so forth. I see all these groups of people that are rushing off to their, fancy schmancy, big event. And they're oh, it's so posh. And are you going? And are you going? And you're this feels like high school. And there's all these people that can't be part of this conversation. We should talk about that. And I'm not trying to put down Burning Man and stuff like that, but for me, I feel well, where's the poor man's Burning Man? Can we start one for people that are poor and deserve to heal, right? But who are caught up in these systems that are part of that colonizer's footprint. And I don't think any of us can be free until all of us are free. And so it's just so upsetting, having been in the criminal justice system on both sides, both the person telling, the chemical dependency supervisor, this guy tested positive for pot. I don't give a shit that he tested positive for pot. I don't think the dude fell off the wagon because he fucking did pot. I certainly don't think he's going to benefit from me shaming him from a position of authority that's just going to trigger him to do meth, And I just find that a lot of times people are so caught up in their own bullshit that recently I talked to a guy who's very well known in the plant medicine community. He's invented all these new things that are up and coming in the plant medicine community and are going to change, so much. But a person who's active in their own addiction. And when I mentioned that, I think that there could be a high quality meth that, because he had access to labs and so forth. And I was talking about the meth that my cousin does, who's on the street and has lost his teeth and just lost his RV that got possessed by the city. that cheap, shitty meth is not the fancy meth that my friend and his friends like smoke, right? They're smoking like that Nazi shit, right? Like the really good Nazi shit or something. So my point is that they're kind of like high functioning meth users, but also the quality of their meth is like really nice quality. So I had said, could we go to the streets of like this huge urban city and talk about creating meth that's higher quality, in the idea that in activism with the people that are suffering on the street, could we include or introduce the concept of higher quality drugs, right? So that if someone is going to get off a drug, you might have a better chance of reaching them if their brain is not addled with, like, I don't know, aluminum or formaldehyde or whatever the fuck they're sticking in that street shit. And I also personally, this is just me, and I know this might seem a conspiracy, but I literally think that they are allowing the fentanyl across the border right now, specifically to kill the underclass. Like, they don't give a shit. They're like, fucking shave that hunk of the population off. So I don't think they want these people to heal. I think it's a brilliant strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm building on what Leo just said. Yeah, I definitely of the mind of like harm reduction, and that that quality of drugs is one of those things that would be harm reduction. I mean, back to it, like I'll just give a personal anecdote for myself, is that I smoked marijuana like regularly from the age of 16 up and through my adulthood, and I was literally self-medicating in that I had an undiagnosed motor tic, and from what I understand is marijuana is one of the few medicines that could relieve motor tics. And then when my life circumstances changed and I stopped smoking marijuana in my mid 40s, this motor tic that I've been had been suppressing through my self-medication with marijuana started coming out. Well, I at the time did not know it was a motor tic, and I thought I was losing my mind, like or losing control of my body or something. And I would go to my doctor and they would literally be freaking out seeing me shaking and nodding and making involuntary vocalizations, and it created kind of like a feedback loop of anxiety. When you see your doctor unsettled because of your behaviors, that's unsettling to yourself. And then I came into some legal issues, and when you go see a judge and your face is clenching up and making scowls, or you're making fists, or like, not smiling at the judge, that makes you an antagonistic defendant and not compliant. And then because of my situation, because I became a defendant, I was granted access, and I'm saying this in a funny way to kind of make my point, that I met up with some dirt dog therapists, not the ones that you go to the doctor when you have, white collar insurance. But these people actually were the ones that diagnosed me, and they were told me that I had a motor tic, and it was like an aha moment. And now it wasn't my Kaiser Permanente doctors that were telling me this. And this motor tick that I got because I stopped smoking marijuana, that played no small part in me having these legal issues. And aggravated my legal issues because I was difficult. And then there was no medical treatment for, and so I was SOL essentially, like, and that when some mental health issues are like pervasive and impact someone's quality of life, it's not just the SADs or the paranoias or whatever, but like a literal physical manifestation. And it's challenging to interact with the medical community, the legal community, employment, and back to the hurdles of, plant-based medicine, that like, if I were to use the thing that had worked for me for 30 plus years, that I would be non-compliant with the court and face prison time. And that really spoke to me, because the thing that caused my legal problems or was a catalyst for them, was making me non-compliant legally at some points, was I was not allowed to use what worked for me, even though it is legal in my state. And I could have used like the oils or whatnot, but because there was not a guarantee that it would not show up in UAs, that I would risk my freedom if I were to partake in them, and my housing, and blah, blah, blah. One of the things that I really like about the advocacy for plant therapies went early on, and I'm not sure the status of this, and I believe that it adds a level of legitimacy that the medical marijuana movement may have lacked. And they're different things, so that might be part of it, is the use of like psilocybin in actual therapeutic venues. And I think that really strengthens the cause. When we propose, using them for therapies, I think we strengthen that claim by putting them in therapeutic venues. And I really advocate for that, because I think that the layman thinks that claims of medicinal plants therapies is bait and switch, and that is just code words for, we want to get our foot in the door to legalize recreational use. And that might be true, and that's okay, but we need, as a community, to make the therapy legitimate in the way that when we advocate that, like, maybe, I don't know, when we have a dialogue about legalization or use, is be very clear that, like, that there are two things going on in legalization, if not more, and that to legitimize therapy and make it very clear that that is a big component about legalization, and it's not just a bait and switch. Because even I myself, like I believe in medical marijuana, but like in the back of my mind, I often think it's a joke. It's like, oh, right, you're just gonna go to your jam, your drum circles and whatnot, and that's your therapy, and that's not fair, and it's not realistic. But that just goes to show how indoctrinated we are with biases against plant-based medicine. I'm like an advocate and still have my biases that are in the back of my brain.
Not me.
Well, some of us are better at getting rid of the hogwash and the brainwash out of us. I unfortunately have drank a lot of the bad Kool-Aid over my life, and I've seen plenty of hacky sack playing drum circle people like smoking their weed at the festival, saying that they're doing it for medical reasons, and it's like, oh, really?
Well, the thing is, man, when they came up with brownies for AIDS wasting, the antis were saying, oh, they just think they're hungry. No. That's a physical effect. But standard medicine kept trying to give that patient either an opiate or an SSRI, neither one of which combats inflammation of the gut. In other words, this is a physical effect. It's not mental. The mental thing is a side effect. So I'll get into that little, they didn't give me enough time. But the point I'm trying to make is if you just argue the facts, you'll win. Because the facts overwhelmingly support us.
Yes, I 100% agree. And that's why I'm here. I 100% agree. And one of the things as advocates, I think that we should be aware of, and I think this is in every walk of life, regardless of the subject, is that know who we are talking to and know how people are ingrained in their way of thinking. If we come to someone that is fixed in their position, and the reality is that when having the psychology of persuasion states that like facts actually, and this is really sad, but that facts will against someone's position would actually push back on your persuasion. The persuasion works best when building a respect and a rapport with someone and creating dialogue. Spouting facts at someone actually works against your cause generally.
Is what you're saying.
I didn't hear what you're saying, but
pisses them off when you tell them the truth.
Yes, I see it time and again with like conversations of like any merit where that it's the engagement in debate and whatnot is often very flawed, and so that it's very important for us to know the position of those people that may be hesitant to come on board with plant-based medicines. I've engaged with plenty of people in AA, NA, and local political activists who are honestly spooked out or nervous about like legalizing psilocybin. And these are intelligent people that are in all respects would have the same goals as we would, but then they have their fears about, like, back to it, this is not for legalization but for recreational. Yeah, Dana.
You know, I could have won that debate. I could have won that debate if I just checked out the science a little more. In other words, I didn't get the study I needed to win my court case when I was sitting in prison or in jail, right? And they wouldn't give me a bond. It didn't get published until June. I was there from January to September. If I this information, the problem was the only people who could have sent me the information were repeating the same kind of platitudes back and forth to each other instead of saying, well, what is the science? How does it do it? Right? So nobody understood the importance of the fact that it's a physical effect that other drugs are trying to give people for that condition don't address at all, until it was too late for me. And I got to the judge and I told him, I said, I'm going to have to plead no contest because you won't let me conduct a defense. And then I died a week later. I told him, I said, I'm going to die, dude. I died right on schedule. So fortunately, I was being transferred to prison. So I was on camera and I had to rush in and use the paddles and everything. So I'm here, but that was a real lesson to me about the importance of actually really digging in and understanding scientifically what's going on instead of repeating the same stuff people always say to each other back and forth at these conferences. But I have a thing. The problem is last time I came on this, I got cut off. I was talking about the science and this guy didn't want to talk about it. I began to begin with. He didn't understand anything about brain receptors. And he wanted to talk about what he wanted to talk about. He was the next speaker. So if you're not going to let the people who have the scientific information present it, that's a problem.
But just to clarify, Darren is the moderator for 10 more minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, the science definitely has its place in time, and I think that what this particular discussion is more geared towards the obstacles for those that have legal housing, mental health issues, and this isn't about, like, as I said at the top of the hour, we're coming in with the assumption that plant-based medicines and therapies work. We can have that debate at another time, but as a building point, as a starting point, the assumption that they work. And we also started with, like, basically the assumption that, like, pushback against plant-based medicine is hardwired into Western cultures, DNA. And so how do we best overcome that is, I think, is being aware of it. And yeah.
You know, if you're talking about science, it's peer reviewed, right? So you're talking across the chasm because you're just talking about the facts. Now, one of the problems with the psychedelic movement is they kind of want their favorite drug to be able to do everything, right? And these drugs are different. Some of them do one thing, some of them do another. But they're just going to have a vague thing saying, this stuff cures addiction, but we don't really understand how. And, we just kind of want you to take it on faith that what we're saying is true, even though we know we saw people be cured, then you're not going to get anywhere.
So in the chat, it was asked if CBD was an issue, and 100% it is an issue because I live in Washington State, and because the standards are loosey goosey, at least in my experience, that like any amount of THC that might show up in a UA would be a dirty UA, and then you would risk your housing, you'd risk your compliance with courts. And so unless you want to risk your housing or your freedom on guaranteeing that your CBD oil is going to be 100% THC free, then I don't know. Is it worth the risk? I guess depending upon your situation. But for me, there's very little that I would do to risk housing or the idea of being in prison. So yeah, that's the issue with CBD. And that is definitely for me specifically with like motor tics. That is one of the best treatments, and that I have not been able to participate in, unfortunately.
Well, the thing is, we have to change stuff on the federal level. Right now, I'm involved in an initiative to change the status of Ibogaine as a single step, right? And we can get somebody from the Republicans, Dan Crenshaw, to do it if we can get AOC to do what she said she would do 3 years ago, right? Then we can pass a law taking Ibogaine out of the schedule. All of it is dependent on a science-based approach. The people, there's a bunch of other people who basically have another drug like ayahuasca or psilocybin, and they say, well, we believe Ibogaine or ayahuasca or psilocybin ought to be able to do what you say it does, what you say Ibogaine does. So why don't we just concentrate on psilocybin instead, because it's way safer than Ibogaine, right? But the problem is, in 4 minutes, I'll start my, it doesn't work. It just doesn't do that. It's a 1A agonist. It doesn't have all the receptor effects of Ibogaine, so it won't give you a reset. Now, they tried to say that you can get a reset without the psychedelic effect, but they came up with a drug, and apparently it's been abandoned, called 18-MC. And I'll get into that in a minute, but well, I'll just 10 minutes, 4 minutes.
Yeah, scientific debate is very, very important, and is definitely part of the conversation. And as I said at the top of the hour, Timothy Leary said the reason that Western culture has such fear of plant-based medicine is that in Christian mythology, the original sin is the consumption of fruit of the plant, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. That is hardwired into Western culture's DNA. If you're going to have a discussion about plant-based therapy and coming at it from a scientific point of view, which is a legitimate part of the conversation you're going to have, you are talking around your opponents and you are never going to reach them because they are afraid of it for entirely different reasons. When you consume the fruit of knowledge of good and evil, that is a psychedelic experience. It's a consciousness changing experience. And that any scientific or logical discussion is not going to approach that. And understanding why Western culture is so afraid of these things starts with that, in my point of view.
Could I interject that Pagaman Harmala, which is probably like the substance of the question, is actually sacred under one branch of Islam because they say Muhammad did it. If Muhammad did it, it's just like whatever was in like the Grail, it's covered under the First Amendment. So the problem is credentialism. You know what credentialism is?
I suspect you're going to tell me.
Credentialism is just like what it sounds like. You don't have credentials, therefore you can't comment. But the facts are the facts. And there's a little game going on where they say, you don't have to agree, right? I'm a reporter, though. You know, that's the job of reporters, is to ferret out the facts. So Timothy Leary had a degree. It didn't protect him from going to jail for pot and all the other stuff that happened to him. They just ignored his degree when they didn't really like the issue. So it behooves the people who have a degree to listen to bona fide facts wherever they come from. Otherwise, you don't really have a peer-reviewed process that's grounded in.
Yeah, I think that goes back to like, I think we're getting a little bit out of the weeds in advocacy for those the most vulnerable. But if you're not going to listen to a Harvard professor and that has the platform of a nation and his advocacy for psychedelic therapies, that like no amount of science is going to convince people when you are missing the general reason why there is such pushback. It's an emotional, spiritual pushback.
Two different groups of people, dude. Richard Nixon was president of the United States. He was not a scientist. He said Timothy Leary was the most dangerous man in America. The silent majority listened to him. They're not scientists. What I'm saying is there's a bad attitude also on the part of the scientists. They specialize in a certain like thing. They don't know all science. They silo and they know one part of science really well. And if you come up with some other facts that challenge their view based on that silo, on their existence in the silo, they're going to freak out and say, but you're not. The easiest way to do it is to say, he's not qualified to talk on this, right? That's just the easiest way for the scientists to act.
Hey, Dana. Hey, Dana. Hey, we're going to let you start up your hour now. last time you did go over quite a bit. We're trying to keep it to about 40 minutes or so of your presentation, and then we turn it over to about 20 to 15 minutes of like open discussion amongst us. Last time you went on for about an hour and a half. Someone had to donate their half hour to you just to like finish. So it was a bit long-winded for the format we're running. So if you could please keep it to about 45 minutes or so.
I'm on a Zoom. I'm trying to get my PowerPoint up. How do I do it?
I think you should be able to share your screen. I just want to honor Darren. I love that you speak to inequity and power and access and who can be out of the closet. These are such important things to discuss because there's so many people that can't access these medicines for a lot of reasons. And no one is talking about like the poor people and the people in the Oxford houses and the people in the criminal justice system. Like no one's talking about that. So I just want to applaud you and say thank you.
Well, thank you for giving me a platform, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this discussion. It's huge for me, and I'm very happy to be part of this.
No, you're necessary and needed, man. Welcome back, Shamsi. So yeah, Dana's gonna take it away, guys, and welcome Alan Christopher. Yeah, just welcome everyone. Just we're getting ready for Dana Beal's presentation here. Dana has a long history of fighting for Ibogaine, like 30 years or more that he's been fighting and presenting in front of the UN and lots of quote important folks on the need for justice and change in drug policy. So hopefully it'll become a conversation at some point, but Dana, you should be able to go to the bottom of your screen where it says share screen and press that green button, the green arrow button.
I did.
Okay, and then on your screen, if you have one monitor, you should be able to minimize the Zoom conversation and then find your PowerPoint and then press play on your PowerPoint.
I can't expand it. It's this tiny little thing.
Okay, well, why don't you, can you press the green button? Oh, there we, look, we're here, we're starting. This is amazing.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right, now I got it.
Okay, take it away, Dana. You're in charge.
Yeah, I'm trying to fucking center it.
I see, okay.
Okay. All right, so can you guys see this? Harris Isbell, the first.
Yep, I'm seeing it.
Okay, Harris Isbell's a really interesting guy. He was the head of MK Ultra. He was also the chief psychiatrist of the Lexington Narcotics Hospital. So he was checking out all psychedelic drugs in the 50s. They were looking for something they could spray over the Russian trenches in the evening, and in the morning they would march out singing the Star-Spangled Banner. They were actually looking for a drug that would cause soldiers to change sides in a war. But he was in his day job, he was really interested in finding a really good detox for heroin. He testified in the Boggs Committee hearings, I think 49 or 50, that really cannabis is not a problem, but that opiates are a problem. He didn't even know about fentanyl yet. But you see him here in his Navy uniform. The NIH is part of the Navy, in case you didn't know that, the National Institute on Health. But he had a patient named William Burroughs. He's the guy on the right here. And William Burroughs picked his mind, and some of the stuff went into Naked Lunch, the introduction to Naked Lunch. But basically what Burroughs took away from interacting with Isbell in 54 was that he believed there was something somewhere that would do it, right? And him and Ginsburg went to Peru, I guess, Amazonian side of Peru, not the Pacific side, and found Yage, which is Banisteriopsis caapi, and did it. And they were a little bit disappointed because it didn't really do what they were looking for. And of course, as Howard said, they were in the wrong continent. But the very interesting thing that I left out when I showed this to Dan Crenshaw's chief legislative aide a week ago was that at the time that they made their trip, we have a letter showing that Isbell was ordering more ibogaine from Ciba-Geigy in order, because he was intrigued by what effects he was getting, and he had to give it to 6 heroin addicts, black heroin addicts that had been clean for 6 months. This is not the way to find the Lotsa effect. You got to give it when people are in the throes of withdrawal. But this is a guy, as a 19-year-old, who discovered the effect in 1962. He had a little chemist. Chemist said, this is an interesting drug. Maybe you can find somebody who wants to take this. It's a 36-hour trip. He gave it to his friend. His friend called him up in the middle of the night and said, Howard, that drug you gave me, it's not a drug, it's a food. We must tell Congress. He said, man, you woke up my fucking parents, man. So he gave it to like 20 people, and 7 of them were addicts, and to either cocaine, mostly cocaine and heroin addicts. And 5 of them completely quit for 6 months or longer. Then he was subsequently went to California. He participated in the free speech movement. Him and Norma drove Mario Savio around Berkeley. He picked up some kind of LSD connection and came back to New York. The LSD connection didn't last very long, but he had attracted the attention of BDAC, which is the predecessor to the DEA, because they came in one day looking for a load of mescaline that he'd ordered. He told them that he'd been used up in rat experiments. They the rats, they didn't have any trace of mescaline anymore. But they found 2 grams of ibogaine, which they confiscated and wrote it down. So in 1965, he was indicted in an LSD conspiracy where there was no LSD and no money, just the word of an informant. And he got 18 months. He got out. Unfortunately, that meant he was in prison when I was wandering around the Lower East Side and Garuba was wandering around the Lower East Side. Then he got out and went to Nepal and got re-addicted to opium because opium was $1 a gram there. He came back and became part of the Dole and Nicewinder methadone program. He weaned himself off methadone because he knew it was possible to do because ibogaine had worked. But it was a drag, and he gave methadone a kind of bad press among the yippies, even though later he was on the board. This is me. This is me questioning McGovern. Oh yeah, I got to tell you, Howard sent some ibogaine to Timothy Leary. Timothy Leary said, it will never be a party drug. Anyway, this is me questioning George McGovern at the Democratic Convention in 1972 about reports that the CIA had a huge heroin factory in Laos and was shipping tons of heroin to your local city to fund a secret war in a country where we weren't even supposed to be. I got in a lot of trouble for introducing this issue. Some of the more anti-drug people in the left said, you caused McGovern to lose to Nixon, even mentioning drugs. And they were really upset that we had a smoke-in at the anti-war protests. So we tended to view the issues as somewhat conjoined. But I then went on, because of Ed Rosenthal of the Grow Chips fame, to meet Howard in December of 1973. I was introduced to him. He did not tell me about ibogaine until a week after Richard Nixon was resigned. We were talking about what was the most far out drug you ever did. I said it had to be ALD 52. And he said, no, it's ibogaine, because I took ibogaine and it got me with heroin overnight. We didn't do anything. There was a consensus to fucking do pot first. But meanwhile, you had these other people trying to attach cocaine legalization to marijuana, right? Which caused the whole thing to crash. And we had an opportunity to directly approach. I mean, I was literally smoking a joint with the White House drug czar and Christy Hefner at the Normal Park. And this guy was a British heroin doctor who would have been really interested in ibogaine, and I just didn't think of telling him. But you also understand that it was somewhat of a legend at that point, right? And what happened was we got into a big fight about heroin chic. And basically we said, heroin is not chic. You know, what are you talking about? And, you know, as the pot movement, we publicly rejected heroin. You might as well buy it from us. Anyway, that caused us in December of 1980 to begin the ibogaine project. And I gave Howard Lotsoff $1,500 to go into the library and study it. This is the drug czar, a deputy drug czar, Herb Cleaver. And if you move a little later into the 80s, he was working in the White House, I think as early as Reagan, but definitely became to prominence under the first Bush. And he discovered that if you take buprenorphine, which has a lot of abuse potential, but put a little bit of like Trexan in it, another paramorphine derivative, because they're both from paramorphine and not morphine. This paramorphine is the other stuff in the poppy besides morphine. Paramorphine has a 200 times greater affinity for the opiate receptor than morphine. So it crowds it off the receptor. And what this means is that nobody, when they're on Suboxone, which is made of two kinds of paramorphine, can do regular opiates. And this is now the standard of care all over the United States. When we approached the National Institute on Drug Abuse around ibogaine in 1991, we had no idea they were already in a collaborative research agreement with Reckitt Benckiser, and they would protect their previous contract from being disrupted. But we went to, you see, a couple things that happened, right? One thing that happened was like the Vietnam heroin situation, we discovered, we developed a Nicaraguan cocaine situation. And so there was a big crack epidemic. But there was also this thing called AIDS. I started going to the ACT UP meetings in February of 1988, right? And they weren't really that much into it because, number one, the methadone people were already firmly ensconced. There was a 12-step contingent that was quite strong, which was against using any drug to get off of drugs. They were against the methadone people, obviously, and they were locked in a battle where we were kind of like caught in no man's land. We used the marijuana movement to launch the attempt to talk to NIDA, we had a 4th of July smoke-in. We had said we were going to NIDA. We gave up a lot of flyers. Cops freaked out and told NIDA, hey, they're coming, right? We didn't have that many people, but they brought down a new guy that Howard Lotsoff had talked to named Grzinskis, who they just had appointed head of medications development. And he was kind of into it, but we had to bring him along. And remember, the institutionalized people who were already there or already into this Suboxone thing. And this is the guy I met. I met him with John Morgan and Eric Sterling. And he was really impressed that I had these two people with me, because Eric Sterling was on the committee in the House for a while. He was a House intern, or not intern, aide. He was an aide, right? And we met this guy, and it seemed like it was going to go swimmingly. What happened then was I went with, because there were the Rodney King riots, I took the head of the Black Panther Party to a meeting with the deputy drug czar. We'd already met with her once about them discontinuing the medical marijuana program where everybody got free pot. And I went in there with Dennis Perone, a guy who passed Proposition 215. And I led on to this lady. Well, maybe you should know there's something in the pipeline that's really promising as a treatment for drugs. So then we had a meeting about that. And it was right after Rodney King, and I brought in the leader of the Black Panthers, Dhoruba bin Wahad. He's the New York Panthers, not the Oakland Panthers. That would be Bobby Seale. Anyway, so basically then there was a meeting where these guys were summoned downtown and told, you are to start a program to develop Ibogaine as a treatment for drug dependency, specifically for crack. So they had to do it. And they were actually not really that happy about this. Maybe Grzinskis was happy, but Vachi was not really happy. Anyway, here's Dhoruba getting out of prison. He got out of prison. It moved, I'm sorry. And he'd been in prison for 17 years for the Black Liberation Army. And I went to him and said, I went to Kunstler's office because Kunstler was my attorney, and there he was sitting with his girlfriend. And I said, while you were away, this new thing happened that maybe the Panthers would have won in the beginning if they had the cure for fucking heroin. And he gradually, he wasn't totally into it at first, but today he runs an Ibogaine factory in Ghana. Anyway, this is Howard Lotsoff and Norma Alexander, his wife, in front of NIDA FDA in Rockville, Maryland. And we went down there and had meetings with them every 6 months for 4 years. Rick Doblin, I first met because he showed up in '91 for one of these meetings. And he today says, Ibogaine is the next candidate for development after MDMA. And he says, not because we don't like the other psychedelics, this is the one that is politically ready to happen now because of the fentanyl crisis. And this is Deborah Mash, who is currently running a clinical trial in London for Christian Angermeyer and Atai Life Sciences. And she sold Demorex, her company, to Angermeyer for $25 million. She discovered that Ibogaine has a metabolite called noribogaine. And what we didn't know at the time, but we know now, is it fits like a key into the serotonin transporter. I don't think I'm going to be able to do my efficacy PowerPoint, so I'll just say that Ibogaine is a serotonin reuptake inhibitor. all your other psychedelics practically are 2A agonists. So it's, in a way, it's like opposite effects. One is pushing a certain button or pushing a certain key on the organ. So you have this organ sound the entire time you're on LSD. The other is blocking reuptake, like a Prozac, so that all serotonin receptors get a bit of stimulation, because the transporter is there to suck off the serotonin from the receptor so it can be used again. However, it is a channel into the cytoplasm. And if you take a particular molecule that fits that receptor called noribogaine, it goes into the transporter and comes into direct contact with cytoplasm. And this is really funny because she was the head of the Parkinson's unit. She never discovered this. That was discovered by somebody else later, by Dorit Ron. So she still doesn't think that like nerve growth factors are very important in the Ibogaine treatment. But she stole Howard Lotzau's patent and almost killed him, you know, because they basically said, you're just a bunch of hippies. And you went to prison, and who are they going to believe? The hippie who went to prison, or me, the professor at a university in Miami? That's the credentialist we're talking about. Okay, now this is a really interesting guy. There's a book called Empire of Pain about the oxycodone imbroglio and the Sacklers. This guy got their drug approved, kind of downplayed the real addictive potential of oxycodone, and 6 months later went and got a $500,000 a year job working for the Sacklers. And they did three things all in a very short period of time, like in 1996. Released oxycodone, released Suboxone, canceled Ibogaine. And that was really a bait and switch, because Ibogaine, we knew there would be a problem with directly challenging opiates and methadone, so we were trying to get it for methamphetamine and cocaine. Suboxone is absolutely worthless for methadone and cocaine. But here's the guy who made the decision, and he was appointed by Clinton, and his name was Alan Leshner. They've not had a regular director. He came in and he looked at all the things that he didn't really like because they were unconventional, and canceled a few, and he canceled us. And he did that by having a panel. They had a formal meeting, but he took the activists off the panel, leaving Howard, but without his support, and put the manufacturer of Suboxone on the panel as an industry rep. Now, we're not part of the same industry, is my point. Ibogaine is not an agonist or antagonist at the opiate receptor. It works at the kappa receptor, but that's like Salvia. Anyway, I then went and talked to him about, in the next year, I got a meeting with him representing ACT UP to talk to him about medical marijuana, because I could always get in the door and talk to him about medical marijuana. That was an entree. And there was a guy there who I met with, I'll show you in a minute, named Dan Vereen, who was Don Vereen, rather. Don Vereen was Ben Vereen's cousin, right? And he was a chief assistant of Leshner here. But Leshner was the guy who killed him. And the reason was, I was told by Mash's husband, in 96, I'm standing outside the Democratic convention passing out Ibogaine literature. And he comes out and says, we would really like you not to pass that out here. We're afraid that Bob Dole will get it, say that the Democrats are trying to give your kids an LSD-like drug and will lose the election. So it was triangulated out of existence. Okay, then you know, there was this other guy, right, who'd done a lot of rat experiments with Howard. And he came up with the idea of having a non-psychedelic Ibogaine. And what you do is you have a carboxyl on the drug. You get either vocangine or chlorinaridine. It is too fat to fit in the receptor or in the transporter, right? It's too fat to fit in that little hole. So they had a non-psychoactive Ibogaine, but they could show in animals it did something. And this drug captured the research agenda for the next 20 years, which was a really bad, bad thing. They had a big conference at NYU in November of '99, where I was forbidden to speak because I was too, credentialism again. And it was basically trying to promote this stuff. And the idea was it would give you the reset that people get from Ibogaine without the trip. Now, in reality, Ibogaine is not a trip. You see stuff in your mind's eye. It's just memory. If you open your eyes, you're back like in regular reality. You tend to close your eyes and look stuff happening in the back of your eyelids. Ibogaine lights up a lot of subconscious shit in your cerebellum, and you can actually look at why you became an addict. I could do the other PowerPoint, but I decided not to. So you said it took too long. Anyway, MASH turned on Howard. They had a suit, right? They were in court. Howard got leukemia and almost died from poisoned platelets at the hospital around the corner from where I'm sitting right now. And a new little group of people formed, consisting of Stanley Glick, Ken Alper, and Howard. And the 2004 film Rite of Passage, Howard says, I'm looking at the second generation drugs. Later, he changed his mind. But that was kind of the consensus. They were looking at second generation drugs. And Ibogaine, they were not going to use Ibogaine. This is Jeff Kamlet. He was the chief medical assistant at MASH's Healing Visions Clinic in St. Kitts. He submitted, I think in 2004, an abstract on more than 300 treatments to the College of Problems and Drug Dependency. He was working with Ibogaine, not the 18MC. He split with MASH because she did not keep her promise to preserve data that could be she was basically saying, I want to get money, and today they're kind of bitter foes. But he works with a group called, or worked with Beyond. Now he's working with me, trying to get AOC to pass this bill. Okay, so this is the only slide I'm going to show. Aren't you happy? This shows the actual neuroregenerative effect. This shows resprouting of cells and the cells linking up in a very short period of time. And this is the primary anti-addictive effect of Ibogaine. It has other short-acting effects, but this is the one that not only has been shown acutely to downregulate alcohol, But this is the reason why people continue to get better for months after taking Ibogaine, as long as they don't fuck around and do drugs. This is Don Vereen. Remember Don Vereen, Ben Vereen's brother? He was tapped by Obama to be his talent scout for the NIH. And I found that out and put him in touch with this fellow here. This is Ken Alper, who I'm supposed to have dinner with tonight. And Ken Alper recommended somebody to run NIDA Medications Development Division to replace Vachi. And the fix was in. He got like appointed. And that's this guy, Sculling. But getting ahead of the story. Remember Clinton canceling Ibogaine in '96? Hillary continued to be really close to NIDA. She wanted NIDA in her corner for any future political stuff she did. She's here with the head of NIDA. This is Nora Volkow. That's the other woman in the picture. So they continued to preside over everything, and I guess they felt Suboxone was perfectly adequate for everything. Now they're trying to get the other half of the country on Suboxone. But what happened was they got a grant for $6.2 million to finish better manufacture process for 18MC, because they had something where you could make a few grams, and they needed something where they could make, tons of it if it was going to be a regular drug. And it went to Savant, which was partially owned by Glick, and another guy whose name I remember right now, but it was sold to MindMed recently. MindMed went on the Canadian stock market, claiming that they had this arsenal. Soon had $1 billion, and then abandoned 18MC because it doesn't work. And here's the guy who picked up all the pieces. This is Christian Angermeyer. And some people say he's a front for Peter Thiel, because how did he get the money to buy Peter Thiel's Compass Pathways? He must have got it from Thiel. The thing is, Thiel is extreme right and would be off-putting to a lot of people. Angermeyer is supposedly really cool and does ayahuasca sessions with Palestinians. So right now they have the only Ibogaine trial, the one with ICEERS. ICEERS is doing a Ibogaine direct substitution for methadone, where they put in Ibogaine a bit at a time, take out the methadone a bit at a time, and that also works. But the first long delayed Ibogaine opiate trial will be finished in June. They will publish by the end of the year. This will change everything, because when we go to like Schumer or we go to any of these people, they say, where is the clinical trials? Right? Well, but where's the clinical trials? That is the problem is, in the process, the little guys, which was me and Howard, got like aced out by the big guys. And the big guys they do not have your interests at heart. Do you want me to go into the other PowerPoint at all? Or do you just want to talk about this?
I think it would be good to open it up to a conversation. I think we're about at the 36 mark. But Doc Z has joined us, and it sounds like he's a fan of some of your work. And so I don't know, guide the conversation around, ask for questions.
Somebody must have a question.
No, yeah, open it up to conversation.
I mean, there's no conversation. I have more slides, but they're in a different PowerPoint.
Hello, morning. You hear me?
Yes, we hear you. We hear you, Alan.
Okay, I'm Alan. I've worked with Ibogaine for a little while. I'm a psychotherapist. And thank you so much for everything you said. This was incredible. The history, I love that. And the political history. And, you know, I work outside of that realm, but it's great to see the historical context and, you know, who are the players here and why it's not legal and why even legalization might not be that helpful in the long run anyhow. But yeah, my question is about, where do you see Ibogaine now and moving into the future?
Well, yesterday I went to the Vocal office. Vocal is the one users union that is able to put 75 people anywhere they want in New York City. So we can have a protest. We have to, the problem is there are these people from the Drug Policy Alliance and Students for Sensible Drug Policy who think they know better, right? They have their own favorite scientists, and the favorite scientists are people like Alex Wodak who tell them Ibogaine doesn't work. So the main thing is they would like to have psychedelics, and they think that psilocybin is low-hanging fruit, and they should concentrate on psilocybin because Ibogaine is really dangerous. Now, Ibogaine really dangerous is exaggerated about tenfold. 60% of all Ibogaine deaths, so-called, involve a heroin overdose. You can't do opiates on Ibogaine, dude. You will kill yourself, okay? But people still try to smuggle heroin into treatment situations.
And meth.
So anyway, once you subtract those benzos give you seizures, and seizures are very dangerous when you prolong. And if you don't like keep people, either get people off benzos first, good luck, or keep them maintained on a very minimum amount of Valium while they're on Ibogaine, you have a danger of seizures. The other thing is, if somebody has a bum ticker, they shouldn't take it. It's that simple. If you have a heart problem, you probably just shouldn't take Ibogaine. I'm sorry for you, but it has to be given to healthy junkies. I will say also, it's the only thing that works for meth. I know out where you are, there's a meth problem. There's a meth problem in most of the country. There's also a problem of people speedballing meth with a fentanyl. The only thing they have is a drug called Wellbutrin, and it isn't very effective. So Ibogaine is like way more effective than Wellbutrin, but the Wellbutrin doctors don't like us.
Do you see that there's a question from Kija in the chat about the cost of Ibogaine? I mean, there's a couple other comments in the chat as well.
I can supply you Ibogaine wholesale for $120 a gram, but I'm not going to bring it in the United States. To bring Ibogaine in the United States, we have to take our USP Ibogaine from the Black Panthers and send it to India and have it reprocessed in a GMP lab. And then we have GMP Ibogaine, which we can get a DEA license to import, but only for animal experiments. We have actually, Ken Alper has 5 grams of Phytostan 99.7% Ibogaine, GMP, at the Nathan Klein Institute right now, which is a New York State Institute in the state.
Sorry, did you say through the Black Panthers?
Yeah, Daruba bin Wahad was the head of the Black Liberation Army. He got out after 17 years. I'm not going to say he didn't for a crime he didn't commit. Howard was busted for a crime he really didn't commit. But no, I think they actually were involved in some trading of fire with police. But don't you think that Ibogaine is a better revolutionary initiative than the Brinks job? I mean, I actually had to argue with those guys because I'm a yippie, right? And the yippies were the one group with all these groups like Revolutionary Communist Party and, you know, just a bunch of alphabet soup leftist groups. None of them took psychedelics seriously. We said the answer is in psychedelics. And, you know, if you go back to the Opium War in 1842, what if, remember those big ships that China sent around the world in the early 1400s? What if instead of bringing back a giraffe, a couple of giraffes, they brought back Ibogaine? By the time, you know, Chinese medicine got a hold of it, with it, they might have discovered the Lotsof effect, and then they wouldn't have had to have a war with Britain, and Britain wouldn't have ended up with Hong Kong. Britain was supplying opium to China. That's where the Harrison Narcotics Act comes from, by the way. You know that, right? It's a Chinese-American initiative, international initiative to get an international treaty to ban opiates and cocaine. It was passed, I believe, enacted in 1912. It passed into the Harrison Narcotics Act here in 1914.
Dana, what's your level of thinking that there's infiltrants in the movement now, just like there were in the Black Power movement and so forth, to delay things or to create chaos or things like that? Just curious. And I also put a question about MK Ultra in there, you know, and if someone else has a other question, feel free to jump in. And my question, you know.
Read the chat. Let me see if I can look in the chat here. You want me to answer questions in the chat?
It's up to you. I was just sharing what my question was that I also posted in the chat. But Alan, if you want to jump in about any of your experiences with Ibogaine as a healer with people, you know, I was just curious, Dana, about like fentanyl coming across the border, like in a specific method to kind of like kill the population. Like, do you have any thoughts on certain drugs being allowed as a means to kind of like, I don't know, population control or?
Paper in Overthrow in 1983, I wrote an article about fentanyl. I said, this is going to be a big problem. It's a synthetic. You could make it right here if you had the precursors. They're doing it in Mexico, but the only way you can deal with any of these things is demand reduction. You can't really stop drugs from being sold, but you can cut down the customer base one at a time with Ibogaine. That's the only thing you can do. Fentanyl is harder to detox. We have to give them morphine for 2 weeks first before we can really hit them with Ibogaine. Because fentanyl, like Suboxone, is super sticky. So that's the reason why people go to Mexico, actually. They had to change the law here, not only to legalize Ibogaine, they have to legalize short-acting opiates for detox. And they don't want to do that because the only legal drug for detox is Suboxone. That's it.
Well, I think knowing the history and exactly with what you just said right there means that we should shift the focus away from trying to legalize Ibogaine and have Ibogaine detox centers in the US, because the US is not a great place to legalize psychedelics per se. from what I've seen happen with marijuana and everything, like, you know, we don't want to see Ibogaine in the hands of the pharmaceutical companies and the people that run addiction centers and pharmaceuticals. It's like, you know, they play both sides. I work in Costa Rica and Mexico, so I'm more about the practical application. But, you know, knowing the history and like I said, you know, the players at hand, like the policy, it's like, that's not where to direct the energy to building healthy centers that are integrated with the psychological component, because drugs aren't the problem. People's emotions are the problems. You know, heroin is the solution of the problem temporarily. So yeah, that's how I feel about it. Thank you.
Well, the problem is that Schedule I status really fucks things up globally. And you have a situation where all will eventually prohibit Ibogaine unless the Schedule I status in the United States is changed. Right now, there's a study being readied at Stanford University showing great effects on traumatic brain injury of Ibogaine. It could be microdosing, actually. They don't need to do a big dose. So there's a group called VETS with Amanda and Marcus Capone. And I could get up a picture here showing them on the Capitol steps with Dan Crenshaw, whose aide I went to see because of this. And what we're trying to do is simply chip away at the Controlled Substances Act by getting a 2-paragraph resolution or law through Congress saying that Ibogaine has 0 abuse potential. By the way, that was what Curtis Wright said. And this is interesting in itself. Curtis Wright said it has 0 abuse potential. Well, that means the first thing NIDA did when they did their program was to run a test where they hook a rat up to self-inject Ibogaine. Now, a rat will self-inject cocaine until they die, but no rats wanted to inject the Ibogaine. You could not train an animal to do it. However, they did not keep a lot of the results by the program. If they're, you know, locked up somewhere, I can't find them. Nobody can find them. So what we have is the 18MC test showing that rats would not inject 18MC. 18MC was specifically designed not to have the thing that gives you car sickness. And so I cannot imagine that rats would avidly inject Ibogaine, which makes you more car sickness than it's stuff they already wouldn't inject, right? But we have to, you know, that's the first thing that Matt Hodge said to me. He said, 0 abuse potential. Do you have a study? Right? We have to generate a study, which is really stupid. So what we're doing is we're going to AOC, because she is in the next office over from Dan Crenshaw. They're literally, the offices doors are 15 feet apart, and both have put amendments into the Defense Authorization Act to study you know, drugs for, you know, vets, use for veterans. But she somehow took Ibogaine out of her list. She put it into for a while after we met with her, right? We met with her in 2019. And she mentioned Ibogaine for a while, but now she's back to not mentioning it. And I think she's very tight with the Drug Policy Alliance. And I think that this is the Drug Policy Alliance, knowing better, right, than us. So, the law will simply say, you know, a list of reasons why it has no abuse potential. and then say that you can't keep it in the schedule if there is no abuse potential based merely on no accepted medical use. The schedule is supposed to contain drugs with a high potential for abuse only, but that has to be clarified now by an act of Congress, because in the 50 years the DEA has twisted the original law out of shape to try to block marijuana. They came up with 2 additional reasons, and they're now saying that because 2 out of 3 are not met, right? They can't deschedule Ibogaine. And that is no medical use, no accepted medical use, and no accepted medical use in treatment. You see what they did? They said the same thing twice, but that's not in the original law, no accepted medical use in treatment. It was just no accepted medical use. So this is very urgent, because right now Ibogaine does have a UN number, and they're trying to say it's a narcotic when it clearly is not a narcotic. It's its own thing. It's not a narcotic. It's not a 2A agonist. It's not an LSD. It's not a, it's its own thing. So we want to get it out of the schedule, and I'm concerned because it's even affecting manufacture in Ghana, this UN number thing. So should be off limits, but it's not. So we got to get it out of Schedule 1. I'm sorry that we have a disagreement.
I put a question in the chat. Do you see my question?
Oh, there's his hand up here. Doc Z. Doc Z, what do you want to say?
We got a phone call. Just a second. No, what's going on?
I was just working out what I wanted to say. Hi. I think I mentioned last time, or a few times, that you know that there's a whole lot of compounds that you can add to plants, inactive compounds, and the plant metabolism will turn them into desired actives. And you don't need any act of Congress, you don't need legislation, you don't need permission to add molecules to your plants.
The thing is, if you have Ibogaine in a plant, they will come in and say you can't use it. Right now, I have a Parkinson's supplement that consists of 300 or 200 milligrams of CBD and, say 6 to 8 milligrams of Ibogaine. CBD is good for tremor. Ibogaine reverses dystonia, so they can button their shirt again. They could use a knife and a fork. They could use a pen. When I went to see the guy, he could drive a car. This is something somebody Eric Swenson knows. He's dead. He made LSD. He made ALD 52 with Nick Sands. Dean Kornstrom. His brother Lee Kornstrom was on the bus with Ken Kesey. I was able to come at the end of his life and give him 6 additional years of life, because I figured out while I was sitting in prison that Ibogaine was good for Parkinson's disease. Do you not want people, that's 1% of everybody over 60. Do you not want them to have an effective treatment for Parkinson's?
Dana, can I ask, are you seeing any of the questions in the chat? Can I read a couple of them to you?
Yeah, read the ones that you want me to answer.
Okay, one question was, I would love to hear about MK Ultra. So some folks have a basic understanding of it, but would like you to maybe extrapolate a little bit. Another one was, can you talk about the danger of Drug Policy Alliance or Bronner and company controlling everything in terms of the cool kids club, those with money and power controlling political movements? Your thoughts, if you're saying AOC is drug policy's bitch? That was one question. But also MK Ultra.
It is a big problem. Yeah. And it's extremely hard for me to get to talk to these people. And that's all I can say. And other people say, you're doing something wrong, so you should cease altogether. You're fucking things up. Right? And I don't think anybody has the actual command of the material to talk to these people. And if you're going to have a bunch of people who say, oh, LSD will detox people from heroin just fine. I have a friend who says that. Then you're never going to get anywhere because, you know, it's all too amorphous. And you keep trying to go to like an obvious endpoint and people kind of divert and they're going in some other direction. So you never get there. MK Ultra. The most important thing from MK Ultra is that they had Ibogaine and for some reason did not release it to the American people. Instead, Howard Lotsof was prosecuted and put in prison for 18 months. Any other questions on there? I saw some
Yes.
detox from kratom. But I think that you have to like put them on short-acting opiates first.
Dana, there's a question on how to contact you.
IDB1947@gmail. Those are my initials and my year of birth. Irvin Dana Beal. IDB 1947. And by the way, I was born in the first month and the 9th day of 1947. So any way you spell it, whether it's 1/9/47 or 1947, it's all the same. So if you can't remember that, I can't help you.
So your hour's over. You're welcome to stay on. It's been amazing to hear your presentation. And I just want to say,
you guys want to see the second PowerPoint?
No, we have another moderator. But Dana, you know, thank you so much for all the work you do and how much of your life that you've given to this. Like, I think you're an amazing inspiration.
Out of pure boredom.
Okay. Some would call it their life's mission, but cool, man. I think you're great. And I love your authenticity. And I don't think you need to fit anyone else's package. You know, if you are the cantankerous fool, you know, I identify with that. And I think that's an okay person to be because that person is often a visionary. So we should listen to them because they are here to help us. So I want to welcome Noriko. I believe this is your hour and that you're moderating for us. And I just want to welcome you and say thank you for being here. So take it away.
Thanks so much, Leo. And thank you, Dana. That was fascinating. I will be emailing you. I would love to see the second PowerPoint. I'm just going to introduce myself. My name's Noriko. I'm a registered nurse based in Seattle, Washington. I primarily work with adults in community mental health settings, mostly outpatient these days. my own struggles with addiction started about over 20 years ago. My recovery journey started in 2006-ish. Plenty of relapses along the way. And my personal healing journey with psychedelics started about 2 years ago, while I was in the middle of treatment for breast cancer. So after having some profound experiences with psychedelics, I decided to start training using a nurse coaching model with ketamine. And right now I'm working under the supervision of another nurse, Angela Ward, and Dr. Rafael Gonzalez. So all that's to say, even though my journey to get here has been a long one, I am very much a beginner when it comes to providing psychedelic services. And I was actually hesitant to speak about this topic and to share my story, but I do care a lot about reducing the stigma of mental illness, especially the stigma of addiction, which, yeah, I want to talk about how nurses are affected, how nurses can help, the experiences and the skills that we have to offer. And I have a short slide presentation. Let me see if I can pull it up. But I do want to leave plenty of room for discussion. I'm not very good with PowerPoint. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. So yeah, I call this Nurses in Psychedelic Assisted Addiction Recovery, a pragmatic approach. And I'll share some stats on nurses and mental health. This is a problem that's just been exacerbated by the pandemic. A systematic review of the evidence from 2020 to 2021 showed 22% of nurses had depression, 29% had anxiety, 28% of nurses meet the criteria for PTSD. A large 2022 survey found that 1 in 10 nurses experienced thoughts of suicide. About the same number, 1 in 10 struggle with chemical dependency issues. So obviously this is abysmal. Nurses make up the majority of the healthcare workforce. There are a lot of us, 4.2 million in this country. And when we suffer, everybody suffers. But the really horrific thing is that the majority of nurses do not feel comfortable going to their employers for help when they need it. So self-disclosure is controversial in nursing, but not in most specialties, not in oncology, not in labor and delivery, not in ortho. It's just in mental health nursing that we are afraid to share our stories. Even when they could be useful. And personally, I'm still navigating this area, but I am certainly okay saying here that my addictions and my ongoing recovery from them have taught me lessons that are foundational to my ability to understand and to care for my patients. It's important for me to be able to approach caring for my patients, not from a place of superiority or judgment, but as a fellow traveler on the path toward wholeness and integration. So there are a lot of models of addiction. The disease model works for many, but not all. I personally believe that everyone has to find their own path in recovery, and I go out on a limb and say that most nurses come with this approach. I have a picture of Florence Nightingale, who established modern nursing practice in the mid-19th century. And she promoted the idea at the time, groundbreaking idea, that a patient's environment, their set and setting, is vital to their recovery and health. In general, nurses have the advantage of a ground level perspective of our patients and their problems. We're on the front lines, we're at the bedside in communities, and our role is to problem solve when it comes to applying medical and scientific theories to everyday real life situations. I think of nurses as translators, not just of jargon, but of translating orders into plans of action. Nursing care plans take into consideration where the patient is at, what's realistic, and the trial and error process that's inevitable with any recovery from disease. So basically, our knowledge and theories are only as good as their results. So what is addiction? In psych nursing, we talk a lot about coping skills. The way I see addiction is that a substance or behavior is a strategy for coping with stress. But unfortunately, it's a strategy that also creates more stress. Motivation begins as a desire for pleasure, but increases just to relieve the pain of not having. And there you have the cycle of craving. So how do psychedelics help? So psychedelics work on many levels, right? At the molecular level, we see changes in neurotransmitters and the receptors. I have a lovely picture of some NMDA receptor antagonists doing their thing. At the structural level, we see neuroplasticity and actual changes in the macro level of the brain. And then there's the psychological experience of the trip. The extraordinary state of consciousness during and after which emotions are processed, meaning is made, and beliefs are changed. This is a painting by Timothy Wiley, if anyone's familiar. So at the ketamine clinic, we sometimes use the standardized MEQ, Mystical Experiences Questionnaire, which includes rating qualities of an experience, such as the experience of timelessness, sense of awe, experience of fusion of your personal self into a larger whole, and the sense that the experience could not be described adequately in words. When I first read this questionnaire, it sounded familiar. It sounded a lot like a book I read in college by the psychologist and philosopher William James, The Varieties of Religious Experience, written in 1901, 1902. William James was also one of the original pragmatists and popularized the philosophy of pragmatism in the late 1800s and early 1900s. Varieties of Religious Experience was a book that Bill Wilson, the founder of Alcoholics Anonymous, read while in his hospital bed detoxing from alcohol in 1934, and which he quoted while writing his own big book. Bill W. was a proponent of the idea that to recover from alcoholism, personality changes, religious experience, spiritual awakening, God consciousness must occur. I would argue that Bill W.'s adoption of a pragmatic approach to spirituality was the catalyst for his own white lightning spiritual awakening and the foundation of 12-step recovery. I'm not saying everyone needs or should go the 12-step route, and I think there's a lot of work to be done to normalize other methods of addiction treatment and personal recovery. But there is something to 12-step language that might help us understand the ways in which psychedelics can assist in healing trauma and addiction. Bill later described our character defects, the major liabilities that put us at risk of addictive behavior, as nothing but our natural instincts and desires taken to unhealthy extremes. The function of our instincts is self-preservation, survival. When out of balance, these drives that are meant to protect the ego turn into mental illness and addiction. This is all outdated language, but today we can understand that a child's experience of being bullied might cause extraordinary psychological pain because our brains have evolved to feel pain when we're excluded or our social status or sense of belonging are threatened. Someone who's being excluded or bullied feels real physical pain and might discover pain relief through alcohol or opiates or sugar or video games. Mystical experiences are experiences of losing one's sense of self, ego dissolution. When there's no self to preserve, it makes sense for our neurotic strategies for self-preservation to quiet and calm down. Mystical experiences have been shown to correlate with healing, including reduction and cessation of substance abuse behaviors. So nurses are uniquely qualified to facilitate mystical experiences. As Andrew Penn, one of the co-founders of Open Nurses, the organization for psychedelic and entheogenic nurses, has said, we sit with people in expanded states all the time. In death, in birth, in pain, in grief, we hold space and we hold hands as our patients are at their most vulnerable and at the peak transitions of their life stories. At our best, we bring our expertise, we bring non-judgment, and we bring compassion. I want to leave room for discussion, but I want to quickly say that I think what psychedelics have to offer actually fits in nicely with other models of addiction treatment. We need to ensure new ways of working in this field don't perpetuate power imbalances, structural injustice, problems of accessibility, and the proliferation of misinformation. I hope to use my own toolkit, evidence-based practice, nursing code of ethics, and use of self, including my own story, to collaborate with others, bringing their own skill sets to facilitate healing the pain of addiction and see sufferers become whole. And I will also leave my contact info in the chat, but I would love to hear any questions or comments.
Casey or Keisha or Darren or Doxy, does anyone want to kind of bounce some ideas around with Noriko, please? I don't know if people heard me. I just want to welcome those who have just joined us. We just heard a wonderful presentation from Noriko, who is a nurse working with folks with addiction and being part of the psychedelic movement. She just talked quite a bit about injustice in the system and also transcendence and the possibilities for healing. And then she has now just opened it up to conversation. And I think some of you were glitching maybe as you were entering the room. So you didn't maybe hear her request or introduction for a conversational dialogue around psychedelics and addiction. So I just want to encourage folks to join the conversation.
Vegas, I think you might be referring to the stigma within the healthcare profession, talking about addiction. I think that, you know, the research shows that almost 30% of us are struggling with some kind of mental illness, and about 10% of us have active drug addictions, and we have access to drugs. But the stigma is so strong. The process for going through treatment as a licensed professional is very lengthy and very shameful. I know people who have gone through it, and it's terrifying. And so I think most people just kind of try to keep it under the radar as long as possible, and carry a lot of shame. Alicia?
Hi there. Hello again. Hey, thanks for your presentation. I caught pieces of it, but first of all, I just want to say I'm such a fan of nurses. You know, my PhD was in interdisciplinary studies, but I was very interested in inequity, and I couldn't find anyone, especially addressing any impacting Indigenous peoples, couldn't find anyone anywhere in health, but in nursing is where I found there were people doing real critical research who had this social justice oriented approach to the work in nursing. And so I'm interested to hear you talk about nursing as being well fit to doing psychedelic assisted work. And it doesn't surprise me, and of course it is. So I'm really interested in that, in what nursing and the nursing role, and in particular that relational role, you know, how that can be fostered in a psychedelic, you know, medical context. But I just want to also just talk a little bit, or just put something out there about what you've just said around stigma. And I think you're talking about stigma among people who are working, actually like health professionals who are using. Is this right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I just want to say, I'm just like looking right now at, you know, okay, I'm going scrolling through who's on in this room here too. And, you know, I just relate to that so much. And I want to thank you so much for expressing that, because I work in health, not in a clinical level or a frontline level. I'm a sort of a policy person, more of a policy research person. There are lots of frontline harm reduction kind of stuff and volunteer stuff, but I work in a government and policy settings mostly. You know, I was very impacted by Carl Hart, if any of you know him, who came to Vancouver, BC, where I live, on unceded Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh homelands a number of years ago. And he encouraged everyone who was working in government settings, one of the biggest things you could do to bust stigma is to come out about it, you know, just to speak, you know, speak out about using substances, in your professional roles. At the time, I was working in a government where it actually, was said, it was municipal government, if you were doing anything illegal, you couldn't actually work there. I'm not actually sure what the policy is in the place that I'm in now, but I just wanted to pick up on that topic and just to thank you for putting it out there. And it makes so much sense, if we're interested in providing care that really works. And I know when I'm receiving care from someone who really relates to you, who understands where you're coming from, it makes so much sense. I think it actually augments the work. If you're working with people, especially people who are using substances, if the provider is working with them also have experience with those same medicines, I just think it's really an actual, should be a best practice. And I also appreciate how stigmatizing it is. So anyways, I just wanted to thank you so much for putting it out there. And still something I'm, toying with. I would love to do, anonymous surveys with people working in health context to ask about substance use. Maybe there's a place in nursing, to kind of have this conversation. And I have to say, I have a lot of nursing friends as well, who use substances, and I don't know necessarily like in the context of addictions, but I think there's a real opportunity to do some stigma busting, and maybe it starts with some of that self-examination as health professionals working in some relation to nursing in substance use. And I know that was really muddled, but I just want to say thanks so much for your work and your presentation. A big shout out to nurses and to everyone who works in professional settings, in health especially. I remember I used to go to public health conferences back in the day when I quit smoking cigarettes for about a year now. But I used to go up to my hotel room when you could have hotel rooms that smoke, and they have those little, like the window slats, and I would take off all my clothes and put a shower cap on and just wear a towel and put a cigarette in my mouth, and then the other end out one of the slats and have a cigarette so that nobody would know that I was smoking, because there was so much stigma around smoking at a public health conference, right? So I can't even imagine, and like being able to come out about using chemical substances. But we're time. Anyways, it was such a pleasure relating to you, engaging with you with this and earlier on or later on or whatever in the past for this conference. And yeah, thanks so much for your work, and yay, nurse.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. One thing you mentioned is, just knowing that your provider, your healthcare professional that is treating you has been through the same experience can offer some relief. I think, part of our hangups around self-disclosure in nursing is that, we don't want to make a patient's experience about us. But also, like, I feel like, when I worked in women's health, and postpartum, I had no issues telling patients that I had gone through delivery. I had had my own kid before, or like when I'm in a cancer setting, like I've had cancer. But when it comes to mental illness, especially substance use disorder, I feel a little bit like, I got to make sure this is like way in the past. Like, I'm completely healed now. I'm completely capable of doing my job. And there are the boards of nursing, which have kind of vague rules about things like, any legal issues. But there's a lot of gray area when it comes to things that they call like immoral behavior or immoral conduct. I'm not sure exactly how different states word their the things that they investigate. So it gets a little tricky. Luckily, ketamine is legal, so at the ketamine clinic where I work now, we are required to do at least one lozenge and one IM session ourselves so that we can experience the medicine and we can, because ketamine it's very hard to describe. It's very hard to actually learn how it works without experiencing it yourself. So I'm grateful to be in a place where I am able to have that experience and talk to my patients about it. Vegas is asking how many milligrams that you give and cost and what type of ket, S or R type. So the clinic that I work at in just south of Seattle, we don't do IV. There's a few reasons for that. One is that an IV by nature creates a kind of power imbalance. It also makes you kind of stuck in one place. We do lozenges for the first session to kind of titrate the right dose. Starting dose, lozenges become about 30% bioavailable. So the dose is actually absorbed into the body is not the dose of the lozenge. So typically I would say people get 200 to 500 milligrams lozenge. And we don't really I know there are places that dose by body weight. We've found that body weight has very little to do with how someone metabolizes ketamine. I think more relevant factors are if they're a daily drinker, or even if they have a history of heavy drinking, they seem to metabolize faster. Any medications like any benzos, any antipsychotics, gabapentin, all of those things might mean that someone needs a higher dose. So then after they kind of get the right, because they have the option to boost with another lozenge, and once they feel like it's the right dose, then we can get an accurate dose for the injections, which are typically 100 to 130 milligrams IM. And I think, the advantage is it's like, yes, an injection is an invasion of the body, but it's not the same kind of like being tied down to an IV pole. And the cost, and is it S or K ketamine? It's both. And having a little trouble understanding the questions. And generic ketamine is pretty cheap. I think we usually give home prescriptions for about 5 like decent doses. And I think it's like $40 from the pharmacy. since we are talking about ketamine, I also want to mention that, yes, there is a risk of addiction with ketamine as opposed to, I think, the classical tryptamine psychedelics. No, I don't work with Mindbloom. I work at an in-person clinic with supervision of a medical doctor and a nurse coach. And we have a pretty unique model. We have a team, it's kind of like a group therapy practice. So we have therapists and we have nurses. There's always someone on site doing medical supervision, who is either a nurse or a doctor or a PA. There's always someone sitting in the room with the client for the entire duration of the trip. And that is usually their own therapist. Does your group need any guides who are not clinically trained?
I'm going to jump in, Noriko. Hi. So I had a friend who applied recently to Mindbloom, and she feels like she got rejected possibly because she didn't have a clinical background. And anyway, she likes the idea of being in that setting and assisting and helping. She's a natural, empathic, intuitive, and she anyway, she was interested in the field, but she doesn't have the clinical background.
Yeah, I believe so. The clinic I work at is called Telos. I believe all of the providers have to have some kind of therapy or nursing license. Yeah, I'm not sure of any other clinics that don't require that. I know plenty of underground practitioners. I think it would be interesting to do some kind of like equivalent of a doula for psychedelics. A doula is an unlicensed helper generally with births, but also they work with abortions and death. And they are trained to provide some like physical comfort. They're trained to advocate for patients who aren't comfortable with talking to medical professionals. I think that would be super valuable here in this space because to me, psychedelics are very much like birth or death care.
I will say thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we still have a bunch of time.
Alicia popped her hand up.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Rico. Sorry, I don't want to dominate. I know I already asked a question. I was starting to type it out of the chat, but I'm on my cell phone and it's really tiny. So I just wanted to just ask you, just in your experience, I'm really curious about how you navigate supporting patients in their ketamine assisted therapy, and just in relation to your own, juxtaposed with your own relationship to ketamine. I'm really curious about what that's like for you. I know we talked earlier about like how obvious the benefit to patients, but I'm just curious about that's like for you on your end. Are there challenges? Are there benefits? How do you navigate that? And The other thing I wanted to ask you was, what supports would you recommend? So if we were going to think about, you know, advocating for people with lived experience to be working in health professional roles, like nursing, for example, what would you say are some of the supports that can be, I know you kind of alluded to some of these things, but what would be some of the support that could be needed so that we retain nurses and other health professionals who have lived experience, and so that they feel supported in the work and also supported in their own journeys. So yeah, any experiences navigating that with patient attentions challenges, and what supports would be helpful. And I think that that could be applied even beyond your role, beyond ketamine and other areas. Well, I'm super interested. And again, thank you for putting yourself out there. I can't even, and thank you, Leo, for creating a format, an environment where we can hold each other in this space, not judgmentally. I was thinking about that earlier at some wee hour in the morning when I was watching this, just how refreshing and nice it is to be among friends in this context. We care about the same issue, and there's just so much judgment. Some of the worst is coming from within myself. I don't know where that comes from, but anyways, Noriko, you're really you're helping me, and you're healing right now. You're helping me in my journey, and many other people, just by being yourself and speaking your truth. Yeah, thank you for that, and looking forward to your thoughts and how you navigate all of this.
Wow, thank you so much. Yeah, I really appreciate this space, and just I can feel that you know, there's a caring community here, and that's so important for all. I mean, I think that, I mean, you asked what kind of supports we need, and I think that everyone needs community, but especially when it comes to addiction. And I feel strongly that psychedelics are not enough. They are powerful tools, but when the experience is over, it's so important to be intentional about what you do with it, and to maintain the setting that is going to foster healing, which includes what people you have in your life and what kind of support network you have. I mean, that's to me, that's the beauty of 12-step programs, really, is the community, and just being around people that you can share your weaknesses with, and your setbacks and your victories. As far as, you know, what supports nurses or healthcare workers need, I could talk about that for days. It probably wouldn't be appropriate here. I just feel like we need to tear the healthcare system down and rebuild it. We operate under a corporate model of healthcare in the US, and the people who are in charge are incentivized by short-term cost cutting, which generally means cutting staff. During the pandemic, I worked on inpatient units with hardly any permanent staff. They were mostly travelers, mostly brand new, a lot of new grads. People just came and went. We were on, like, it's like a skeleton crew taking care of extremely sick people. And after a while, that becomes traumatic. It becomes torture. So yeah, I have a lot of opinions on how, you know, I think that our healthcare system needs to be based more on long-term results rather than short-term profits. I think that would change a lot of people's lives. I don't know how to do that, but yeah. And then you asked about ketamine. How is it holding space for people in ketamine space after having my own experience? In general, it's beautiful. I've had some challenging experiences. One of the main challenges is actually getting people into past. So the doctor that I work with talks about the blender, which is kind of when someone has had enough of a dose to feel strange, to feel altered, but not enough for the ego to calm down. And so it's kind of like they're stuck in this place where the ego is fighting to maintain control. Usually like a little bit more will take care of that, and then they can kind of relax and like go into the journey. But there are a lot of people who are afraid of drugs and afraid of losing control, and they want to start with a low dose. So yeah, I've encountered, certain people who just have a lot of resistance, and it's not a problem. It's something to work with, and it's something to explore in coaching and like the preparation and integration. I think people come in wherever they're at, and there's always something to work on. And I'm definitely not someone who wants to like blast someone's ego away when they're not ready. Yeah, but for the most part, I think people are they come out of it like kind of like relieved, like, oh, that wasn't as scary as I thought it was going to be. I see another question. Do you believe in strong interventions? I observe passivity in the plant medicine community to calling out hard addictions, but I believe strongly in strong interventions being necessary. Sometimes feel the feel-good vibe feels like spiritual bypassing, like because they are involved in plant medicine, we don't call out other addictions. Is that Leo?
Yeah, it's my question.
Oh, okay. It's under Darren. Are you talking about like detaining people or like putting them in rehab, or what is a hard intervention?
So earlier there was a woman talking about how people aren't going to change unless they're ready to change. We were talking about people on hard drugs that we love who may be killing themselves, or like alcohol is included in that. And then I just find sometimes that when I reach out to people and I'm like, should we address like her out of control alcoholism? Because like that seems to be kind of like an issue, even though she's like raw plant medicine. This is just like one example. And the feedback I get is like, well, like people will change when they want to. And I'm like, are these people going to come to this person's funeral and then like look at one another and be like, if we had really held her feet to the fire, if we had really said to her, hey, it looks like you're hurting and you're really hurting yourself, and there's like 7 of us here, and we just want you to be present with us and let you know how much we love you, right? I think sometimes in like the Pacific Northwest anyway, there's like this kind of passivity sometimes when it comes to conflict. And I feel like through conflict, we can really get to know one another, and it can be challenging. And I'm not saying I have conflict down, but I just do think there's a lot to be learned in conflict. And I think sometimes conflict is why we are addicted, because we can't speak our truth about, like, you know, my dad molested me, or my brother raped me, or my sister raped me, or like whatever the secrets are in the family, or I don't love my husband, or I don't love my wife, or I've fallen out of love with them, so I'm going to use, you know, like anything we're trying to get away from, like even social media or TV, or just name it, work, you know, whatever we're over identifying with. I think it's sometimes we say in the plant medicine community, like, oh, I don't need to call that person out because, you know, the plant medicines will talk to them, or they're a good guy because they do so much like plant medicine advocacy. So I'm not going to bring up their overwhelming addiction to X, you know? And I think sometimes people are also strategic. They're kind of power hungry, maybe, in the movement. And they're like, oh, you know, I really want to be connected to people and be a people pleaser. And I don't want to like make any enemies by calling anyone out on their addictions because we're like a family or whatever. And I feel like that mimics the family of origin issues, where you couldn't talk about dad molesting you, and we couldn't talk about the elephant in the room. And then my other question was about being like Asian representation in the plant medicine community, if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, so the first question is so huge. I do see a lot of spiritual bypassing in different psychedelic communities, and a lot of like getting triggered by difficult conversations or conflicts. Yeah, sometimes it does feel like a dysfunctional family, and there is certainly a lot of enabling of not only heavy addictions, but enabling behavior that is maybe not so ethical. You know, I have a pretty low tolerance for that. I recently left one of my Signal groups because I felt like somebody was trying to derail a conversation about power imbalances by saying that I should just have empathy for everyone. And my response was like, I do have empathy. I do have empathy. Empathy is not enough. Like we can have empathy and we can still have difficult, uncomfortable conversations. Just because you don't want to have someone around who's drunk out of their mind doesn't mean you don't care about them. And sometimes the most caring thing you can do for someone is to stop engaging with them. So yeah, and then as far as Asian representation, I've been excited lately by Simran. I forget her last name. Simran started the Asian Psychedelic Collective. I've missed their first couple of meetings, but they've had some virtual gatherings, and seems like yeah, it's going to be kind of an exciting hub for yeah, just looking at where we fit in our identities, and referring clients with who want to work with guides from similar backgrounds. So I'm excited about all that work. I'm excited about the Ancestor Project, another BIPOC psychedelic organization. They have integration circles online. And yeah, seems like there's some other stuff going on that seems really cool too. Because I mean, just in like the world of mental health care, a big problem is representation. Most psychotherapists are white women, and I personally know a lot of people who are struggling, particularly Black men, who can't seem to relate to their therapists or find a therapist that they can relate to. And it's a problem. So I'm hoping that this field can expand and be more inclusive, and also learn about the history of psychedelics in Asia. I recently read a Japanese folk tale about the laughing mushrooms, and learned that and these days psychedelics are very taboo in Japan, but they do have a very old history in Japanese culture, which is kind of interesting.
Do you know of any movement in Japan? Because like Entheo Society is trying to go international, and I just would love to support. I have a friend in Japan near Kobe, and I just, it would be nice to see people, rise up there and challenge that.
Yeah, I was in touch with someone who knows some researchers in Japan who I think they're doing some psilocybin studies. So I'll try to ask her about that and see if I can put you in touch.
Leo, I have a contact that I could plug you into. And,
Right on. Eric, your volume is still down, but I can hear you saying you have a contact in Japan.
yeah, I will get that to you.
Right on. So there's some people that have joined us, Shamsi and Jared, Astaria and Solana, who joined recently. So I just wanted to welcome them to the conversation, and also Dr. Drew.
Thanks, Leo.
Thanks, Leo. Good morning.
To be back in the space. It's an interesting discussion.
Yeah, this has been really fun. Thank you so much, Leo. If there's any last minute questions about nurses and psychedelics, I think we just have a few minutes.
I'd like to share. I was a presenter earlier at 4 a.m, so I'm coming back. But I made a group chat on Telegram. I'm not sure if everybody has Telegram here, but I'm hoping to build the Entheo Society and also international members on the Telegram so that we can stay connected and continue the conversation. And then anytime there's a new talk, we can post it in there so people could stay up to date. And I'll post the link in the chat, and then we can also post it on the Facebook channels too. So I'll post that there, and we just started it today, so there's only a couple people in there, but it'll be nice to grow that space. We can keep talking later.
Let me say again, Asteria, I enjoyed your presentation and would like to stay in touch. Oh, I'm sorry. Something's wrong with my computer. I'm shouting and my computer is on the highest volume. I just wanted to thank Asteria again for her presentation last night.
Hi, Eric. If I could say something, when you lean toward your mic and get closer to your mic, we can hear you then, but you just have to be closer to that mic.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that'll help.
I'm about 6 inches away from it, so I don't know what better I could do. Something's wrong with this computer, but thanks for the tip. Yeah.
Good morning.
Morning.
Noriko, my name is Rachel. I was on yesterday about I began, so I'm sorry I missed the beginning of your presentation. I just wanted to affirm like how amazing it is that like to hear that most therapists are white women, and to think about how many people that would create problems for to have transference and trust and to really be able to explore stuff. Are there any programs that support communities that are underrepresented into getting into mental health care, nursing programs? Instead of the pipeline to prison, the pipeline to psychology? Thanks. I don't know, that's not really your topic, but I just wanted to add that to what you were saying.
Yeah, I don't know of any education programs that are specific to that. I know of a couple of resources that are just kind of like lists or databases of therapists who are from various demographics, so people can search based on their cultural background or their sexual orientation. And there's a couple of things out there like that, but it's limited, and a lot of people don't have availability.
Right. I live in New Mexico, and the mental health professionals, they changed a lot. I mean, a lot of people have changed with COVID, but the telehealth option. So when you do a search in New Mexico, lots of interesting therapists come up online, which I think is really cool. I used to be a college professor, so I always think about education. And I did some work one time in tribal courts, and we started trying to grow our own, within the community, but to encourage people to explore career options, because maybe people don't think about it, And Madison, Leo, I was going to say this one time last night, but I was too tired. It does seem to me that in the psychedelic community, Be Here Now, right? The original Ram Dass, I gave acid to my guru, and he just twinkled and said, "Oh wow, we had these cities a long time ago." It's a different part of Asia, but when Ram Dass, when Dr. Richard Alpert and Timothy Leary were doing research at Harvard and getting outed by Andrew Weil, who was at that time the Harvard Crimson editor, who was doing stories on the professors giving psychedelics to undergraduates. In his own narrative, Ram Dass talks about a colleague who was African American, Madison Presnell, and it's a really interesting artifact of 1960s. That mixing where people were trying to cross lines, and also the cultural composition of America changes after 1965 with legal immigration, legalized immigration changing for professionals. But Ram Dass says in Be Here Now about Madison Presnell, an African-American psychiatrist, I think, but maybe a psychologist at Harvard. They took acid together, or he took it. And his experience was, it was just that he was wearing that skin and I was wearing this skin. Now, it's from a white, Jewish, privileged, educated, well, he probably was kind of cis then. He's queer. He came out as queer before he died. But I just think it's interesting because the roots of all of a lot of what we've adopted for psychedelic culture now comes out of that framework of what people in the pre-legalization were doing, how that led to the illegalization of psychedelic medicines. And I just think that that experience of unity is a really important aspect of Noriko, the way you put it, the ego breaking down, and letting go of that cultural conditioning and accepting, unity. So I just wanted to throw that in there. I wanted to say it last night. Madison Presnell and Ram Dass. It's just that you're wearing that skin and this skin, which is a superficial way of describing the positionality, but it'd be nice to have some of those people also up on our pantheon, not just Alpert and Leary and Ken Kesey and Mountain Girl. Has anyone ever seen Mountain Girls talk about the first time she did I Begin? That was her first psychedelic at the VA. when Kesey got his inspiration for Chief Broom, on peyote, he used to say, in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, that was from the experiments the VA was doing in Palo Alto with different psychedelics. And I forget if I think she was stealing it. I mean, borrowing it, testing it. And I talked to her about it right after the first, like, beginning of me getting into Ibogaine, like 2004. I was in Camden, New Jersey for a String Cheese show. And was backstage, and I saw her, and I wanted to talk to her anyway. I talked to her before, but I wanted to talk to her about Ibogaine. I walked up to her and I was like, "What is it about guys kicking dope? They're so grumpy." And she was like, "Oh yeah, you know, whatever, what's going on?" Da, da, da. And I was like, "Oh, my husband just took Ibogaine. It's like 3 weeks off his addiction, and he's all grumpy." Ibogaine? Where did you get it? 20 years ago. And I didn't know whether I was supposed to say, right? So, but it was Mountain Girl. And I was like, the Underground? That was my first psychedelic. She has, there's a talk. I don't know if it was at one of the Albert Hoffman gatherings in Switzerland, but there is a video of her talking about that experience. And what I remember of her saying to me, and we've talked about it since, but the first time we talked about it, she was just like, "Oh, I saw a bunch of," well, she didn't see a snake. I saw a snake. I saw a bunch of animals, like forest animals, and they're all over the place. And I couldn't go anywhere. There were just animals everywhere. Completely no, setting framework for it. But I just want to throw that out too. I began with Mountain Girls for a psychedelic.
Amazing.
Hi, Shamshi. It's nice to see you again.
Right on. Thank you for that share. Noriko, is there anything last you want to say before you end and we say thank you to you and then welcome Jonathan?
Thank you for having me. This is a great event.
Jonathan, take it away.
Thanks, Noriko and Leo. Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm gonna take you to 9 o'clock, and I really, want to facilitate this as a discussion and just give everyone a little bit of a background of where I'm coming from. I worked my last shift in the emergency department, trained as an emergency medicine physician, worked there for about 10 years and worked my last shift in the ER in August of last year. And at the same time, about a little over a year ago, brought this ketamine treatment center to fruition with a couple of my business partners. We're in the North Seattle area, just near Gasworks Park, and really trying to take an integrative approach towards the ketamine therapy realm, really bringing some of the lessons that we and I have learned from how entheogens and traditional plant medicines have been used, and take some of those lessons and bring them to this sphere, which is also, kind of taking a psychedelic medicine that happens to also be part of the Western allopathic system, and in a sphere that is really hard for a lot of people in the Western allopathic world to understand, and really even those of us that are coming to it from an openness to the traditional plant medicine world, still I feel like there's lots of disagreement in the field about how best to offer it and how best to use it. So anyway, so coming from that point of view, I it's interesting when Leo asked me to be on this, to host this, I was thinking, like, I don't really have any specific training on addiction, but I've had a few like thoughts and musings that I thought I would share and maybe stimulate a little bit of discussion with. Because I think that anything that we become addicted to, and that includes all of the things that maybe we don't consider are dangerous addictions, but those things, they are like for instance, nicotine or sugar, or the feeling we get when we answer a message on our phone, like they all speak to us with a little voice inside, and or they like, more accurately, I guess, more like they modulate our voice inside. And the thing about using something over and over again is that at some point, if you're using a substance long enough and often enough, you may confuse the influence of that substance with your true self, with your true voice inside. And I think that, you know, we go to these chemical substances because they offer, at the beginning, they offer us something. There's some way that we improve our lives, or we make something easier for us. Maybe it's feeling less socially awkward or social anxiety in some sort of an event, or maybe it's to be blasted, our ego blasted away, and we experiencing ego death. Or maybe it's something as simple as giving us a little bit more energy and feeling a little bit less tired, and maybe being able to get away with a little bit less sleep. And the next thing that, we know we're in a phase where we're not necessarily seeing much improvement in functioning with that substance, and the next step is that we're kind of using it as a toy, and maybe it's not harmful to our how we interact with the world, but it's not necessarily helping either, and we're playing around with it, where it's not causing any harm, it's not causing too much improvement, it's just something that we're playing around with. And I think that's also a beautiful thing. But another step forward is the substance or whatever that we're adding into our system becoming a crutch. And that progression from a tool to a toy to a crutch, I think, is for some substances it happens all at once, and for some substances it's a huge huge plateau, or huge space between the two. And when we I think that the steps towards becoming more aware of ourselves and how we interact with the world are to slowly look and take further steps back and realize the things that we are doing and how they're impacting our system, and how this spectrum, where on the spectrum we are with all of the substances that we're putting into our system. And so to give you a little bit of a personal perspective, I am in the midst of for Imbolc finally trying to quit the nicotine vape. And for me, the piece, and this is the last thing I'll say about this kind of like worldview or philosophy, is that things go on that spectrum because they offer something, and so part of the strategy for me is to think about the things that that I am trying to, like, what have I gained from this thing that I feel addiction towards, and finding ways to thank that, thank the substance for it, and maybe get those benefits from another place. So for me, it's this really interesting phenomenon when I have the first thing in the morning a little bit of nicotine from a vaporizer pen. I get this like incredible rush, and this like wave of emotion comes through, and that like feeling that like emotional openness and feeling that emotion move through, I feel like it's something that is really beneficial, really powerful for me, really like kind of sets the mood for the day of being heart-centered, heart open way to meet the world. So my like in trying to combat and trying to like move past addiction to something, I think it's really important that we take the time to think about like a way to thank that thing, whatever that we're trying to step away from, for the things that it has done for us that are and I know that may be hard for some substances, but I and maybe this sparks a little bit of controversy, but that's
Get it.
so. But yeah, I wonder if there's anyone else that'd like to share a story of their own about a relationship with a substance that moved through that pattern from a tool to a toy to a crutch.
I guess I haven't had a substance to do that with, but I think sometimes we can use people, not that we're using people, right? But in terms of have people as your crutch, you know, to lean on and not be as self-reliant as you need to be, you know, kind of getting, I guess it would be like addicted to the validation. I mean, everybody needs validation, everybody needs approval, everybody needs kindness. But I think like in love relationships, I think women can get in that dynamic. I guess addicted to dopamine from this source, from this person, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that a connection with another human, I mean, it totally can give you so many of those feelings. I mean, I was reading the other day about the neurotransmitter profile that goes along with new relationship energy, and it's like the same as cocaine. So I noticed myself too with new relationships, kind of that's a great point of like where we can feel that that addictive pull, because maybe the relationship at the beginning it brings out a piece of you that you've wanted to bring out, or it brings out several parts of you that you're like, oh, it feels good to have this part out. And then but then like progressing to the point where it feels like, oh, I can only get X, Y, and Z feeling with this person. Reading this chat here, I guess was this from Leo? Codependence.
Yeah, I'm here.
That's hilarious, Chet. I was just referencing because I was thinking about addiction and relationships. I really resonated with what Andrea said. I feel like I've been so addicted to relationships. And at one point I took Bufo with someone on this call, and it literally changed this addiction I had to this dude who was not good for me, a total waste of time. And it was like an obsessive addiction. It was not healthy. And ayahuasca and psilocybin had not helped with me turning off that addiction. And it just really makes me sad that I was like that addicted and was really pouring my beauty and my soul and my energy into someone that really didn't value me, or it wasn't really about him. But I think it was about my mother wound. And so anyway, I did the Bufo, and like the next day, it's like I had always sent him these long text messages that were like pages and pages, like I'm such a novelist. And it was like the only day I had not sent a message. And I was like, that's weird. I hadn't even sent a message today. So I think we can have addictions to people. I can really relate with that. I also can relate to the addiction of the high of the new relationship. I often think that's maybe why polyculture is so alluring, because I love the idea of romance and like going to Paris on a jet and having roses in the morning and being told I have beautiful hands, like little things that your long-term partner doesn't always do. And then I started thinking in my mind as you were talking about codependence between like family members. Like I see my father and my sister not helping each other, but they prop up each other's bullshit story, right? And they're like addicted to one another and their little ecosystem, have at it. And I think about people like I know a man that lives with his mother, and I feel like he is there to support her because, his father left. And so he will never move on and have like an adult relationship. So I just feel like sometimes we have like an addiction kind of like to a scenario or a dependence on a scenario, but it's a scenario that we're a part of.
You might even could say that it's like the way that you relate to this other person and the mind state that you relate to them from, like that piece is comfortable for you. It's something you're very likely from some sort of trauma that came about when you were young, and ways that you learned that love was expressed. And so finding that situation in another person is, it makes you feel there's a comfort in that space, and it may not necessarily be the healthiest space to be in, but it feels comfortable for you. It's something
Well, I think what you were talking about, Kelly, was that in terms of picking a partner, right, that can't possibly give you what you need to sort of stimulate a wound, and then kind of being addicted to trying to have them be in a different way towards you than they really are right now to kind of heal that core wound, right? Like, I think that's the subconscious motivation, because the brain hates open loops, right? You're like, oh yeah, I have this mother wound, I have this father wound, so I'm going to pick somebody who's emotionally unavailable and, be in a way of trying to tap dance and have that unmet need from childhood met in this partnership, when really our partners are partners, right? So they're adults and they have needs and we have needs, and how can we negotiate that and not put that expectation on them to, meet the childhood needs. Because if you think about it, that's probably what addiction is, right? It's probably you trying to meet a need or cope with an unmet need, cope with an unmet, I guess I can only imagine, but an unmet, kind of reinforcement or, positivity that you needed and that you didn't get, that you're trying to give yourself in this way. So, yeah.
I'd love to reflect on what you just shared, Andrea. I just was in a 5-day 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Attachment theory class about the different styles of attachments that people develop from their childhood, as you're saying. And within those attachment styles, there's avoidant, anxious, and dismissive, and then there's secure. And even we can just reflect on just the anxious state, being in a state of anxiousness around attachment, which is ultimately connection and relationship with the other, not always necessarily a romantic partner, but it reflects in money, it reflects in our work, it reflects in all these areas of how we show up in the world. And if we're having an anxious attachment, I'd be curious to see what the different attachment styles are, like statistically with addictions, and if some styles are more prone to addiction than others. I was sharing in my presentation how I was having a challenge with tobacco. And when you just brought this up, I'm thinking, oh, that's also going into the childhood attachment development. I was anxious. The tobacco helped me have that oral fixation and the groundedness that was met with the tobacco and feeling the connection with the other. So thank you, Andrea, for sharing that. It just opened up a deeper level of understanding for me.
Thanks for that, Staria. It's interesting to think about like the thing that I was soothing with nicotine, and I tend towards more of an avoidant attachment style, and it's like the exact. I mean, it was a different piece for me, but it was like in a way to avoid feeling the like energies of the moment, a way to like get out of feeling this whatever, if I felt like a stressful energy, or I felt like a conflict energy, or I felt like a any of the sort of emotions that would come up, it was as a tool to run away from the situation. Yeah, I don't know about that, but that's definitely something I want to look up about how the attachment style and like a natural inclination of attachment style for people may relate to their addictive tendencies.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. What I noticed is that I was having the tobacco addiction when I was dysregulated. And that was like my form of regulation. And so dysregulated from feeling secure, and from feeling secure with myself and my relationship with others, or even with my money. Like if I was like, oh my gosh, like how am I gonna pay for this? Like, and then I would turn to what would regulate me and calm me down, which was tobacco. And of course, that's not solving any problems because it costs money to to smoke tobacco. So here I am like, how am I going to pay for this? Oh, let me spend money by smoking. But yeah, I was coming out of dysregulation. And so, yeah, that's like the deeper reflections that I'm having around addiction is, what is the void that we're filling? Like what is it? And it could be the core. Like if we really, really go deep, it might even be in the childhood. It might be where it's stemming. And addiction and attachment theory might actually have a really strong relationship. I hear of stories of people starting their addictions very, very young. And it might be filling the void of love, the absence of love, the absence of support, the absence of presence of the mother or the father or the family or the community, or resources, yeah.
Jonathan, I really liked also what you were saying, that the language that you used for, okay, so something, the avoidance. For me, when I smoke tobacco, it does ground me and it does take me away from whatever the stress is that I'm avoiding. And I started noticing it, I think around 2019, when I was back in a 12-step group, that I was walking out right away after the meeting to go smoke and not sitting with my feelings. So it's like sort of like an avoidance thing. But I also find myself in codependence because I do astrology. Taking those neurotransmitters that are like, the love drugs or and looking up their astrology, because my mom's theory on my 30-year history of codependent partnerships with people who have bigger addictions than mine is your broken pieces fit together comfortably. Like the way your trauma and their trauma, you can understand each other or something like that. But I find myself doing astrology, and even when I know I can see it, that it's danger, it turns me on. It gets me excited. Like you were saying, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. The dopamine rush from just getting that energy. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of complicating factors. It's not just our rational mind.
Can you say more about you say that you would do the astrology reading of the
I do
other
astrology readings all the time. When I started teaching college in the 90s, I was just getting into astrology. And so I'd have the students on an index card write their date of birth in the corner. Because I was 26 and I was teaching 18-year-olds. And so the power dynamics, the projections that younger students, especially young men, do to women instructors, can I get laid? Does she like me? Is she hot? All the comments that men put on women's teaching evaluations about their hair and their clothes and their makeup is just like so fucking gendered. But those sexual politics exist in the teaching space. So as the professor on the top end of the log, you're trying to keep it kind of a safe space for everybody. And I found that astrology, that me knowing that someone was also both Chinese astrology, like, oh, I get along really well with dragons and rats as a monkey. But specifically, I'd look it up because you could get a general sign of someone's moon sign, which tends to be where people's emotions sit. And you might not know the rising sign, you might not know the exact thing of the moon, but you could see like, oh, my Saturn is on their moon. That's what happens to me now that I'm 54. I'm always talking to people younger than me, and I get a reaction that is different than what I intended. Like the button push went the other way. And I'm like, oh, no, that's not what I meant. And then I look up their chart, or I ask them, it's happened a lot on Clubhouse too. Well, you want to trade charts so that they can see what is in my energy that's pushing them, whether it's a different Uranian generation, a different Saturn, a different Pluto, those outer things. And with psychedelics, I do think it's important. Astrology can be very, very important, just the same way you want to plant your seeds when it's earth or water signs in the moon. You might not want to give someone a certain kind of psychedelic if the moon is going to be hitting their Neptune. On the other hand, it might be like an amazing time to look at the transits and say, okay, because I wanted to trip yesterday. I wanted to trip for Imbolc on the 31st. And I was like, I'm going to put it, I'm not even sure I'm tripping this weekend, but I'm going to put it off to the full moon because that's when the moon is. And I want to check out that moon on Sunday. But that we are part of a bigger world. I think also I do use it in a codependent way, my astrological insights. So I've been in sort of a celibate nun phase for a minute, like kind of thinking I need to do that for another good minute. And yet still getting interested and intrigued by people, and then getting sucked into their astrology chart and being like, oh, well, we have this karma. Look, there's Saturn's right between my Uranus and my Pluto, and won't that explode things for me? Like literally looking in the chart to see what emotional drug I will get off of. exploring any kind of friendship, even a friendship, you know. I'm a Gemini, by the way, and my moon's in Aries, and my rising sign is Sagittarius in Western astrology.
Thank you for sharing that. Something else came up that I felt to share with the group is that there's a book called Dopamine Nation. I'm not sure who's heard of it or who's read it, but this book, I have it on Audible and I have to listen to it slow and then listen again because it's so rich with content about addiction. And it covers all the different aspects of addiction. It breaks down the psychology. It's mostly focused on America, and that America is so, there's such dopamine addicts, and not just, dope. Like, it's talking about sugars, coffees, everything. It talks about all of everything. But any facilitator or anybody that's interested in diving into addiction at deeper layers, I really highly recommend reading this book, Dopamine Nation.
And just to kind of go back a little bit on the wounding and rejection and social cohesion need and stuff like that, kind of where codependency comes from, certainly past lives, if you could think to that, but I think in terms of rejection, that can even be in the womb, the baby kind of swimming in that. And so the child kind of coming out, even untethered and not feeling like that sense of belonging and that sense of being needed. And so I think, if you think about, in terms of trauma, if you think about it, like the baby, at least certainly in the mother's egg form, right, was like inside the mother their whole life until they got to being pregnant and being born out of the mother, right? So I think there's a lot that is carried in terms of emotional regulation you were talking about, Astara. I think that's kind of the number one hallmark of trauma, right? Is emotional dysregulation. I think that's not just an addiction thing. I think that's a trauma thing. And I think everybody who has trauma doesn't suffer with addiction, but I think it's still, coping strategies and how to get to feeling good when you're not feeling good, and how do you regulate. And sometimes, your partner can calm you and, be a resource at that time, and sometimes they can't. And I think a lot of times in addiction, I think there's a lot of self-isolating, like they had an avoidant parent, or they cried out, they had their needs, their parent wasn't there for them. And then they just kind of learned that they had to be so self-reliant, overly so, right? And take care of all their own needs. And, if it's to be, it's up to me kind of thing, not that that's not true. We're all responsible for our own lives as adults. But I think in terms of that child wounding, I think that's kind of driving addiction. And I think that needs to heal. I think number one, like you're saying, Astara, with that emotional regulation piece. I feel like that's 89% of therapy, right? Is getting the body into a state where it can do that more efficiently and effectively, and when triggered, and de-escalating those triggers and healing those triggers at the root, so yeah, that makes sense, in terms of attachment and trauma. But I think the attachment wounding can certainly happen in utero and before. So I think a lot of people aren't aware because they don't remember their trauma. But, if you think about it from a mother's perspective, right, there's a lot that happens like 0 to 3, like before you can remember when you're an adult. And, certainly if you're a first child or whatever, like, your mom's kind of just figuring out how to be a parent and kind of freaked out and trying to keep you alive. And so all her fears and any unalchemized, non-emotional regulation from her to you, because her job, right, 0 to 5, 0 to 6, 7, is to help you emotionally regulate herself and regulate you. And different mothers have different capacities to that. And so, just, from wherever you are, how to heal that and how to walk forward and, you know, being as healthy and self-loving as you can. Because I think a lot of times when people are in that state of dysregulation, I think there's a lot of self-judgment, there's a lot of self-shaming, self-berating, all that, you know. I have a song I teach everybody. It's like, no fault, no blame, no guilt, no shame, right? Like it's not that we, you know, shouldn't feel bad if we do something, you know.
Wait, sing that again. I didn't hear it. Please.
No fault, no blame, no guilt, no shame. You know,
No
I teach
fault?
that. No fault, no blame, no guilt, no shame. Right? Like
I love that.
Yeah. I mean, you know, like if you really do something bad, if somebody you love, obviously it's okay to feel guilty and make amends. But I mean, like in general, I think people walk around overly guilty, overly ashamed, you know, more, you know, they just don't need that. It's not helpful. Like for me, I can't make myself feel like crap and get more out of myself. You know, it's just not possible. So we have to get to that regulated state, you know, and live there as often as we can. And ideally dream vision, right? Be less reactive to our environment. You know, it's okay to be resilient and be alert. But I think in general, when I served a lot of people with, you know, kind of complex PTSD, like, you know, hardcore, you know, PTSD, and they, the bird wants to join in. I'm talking intense. She's like, calm down, Jesus, it's not light and airy in here. So lost my train of thought. But basically, you know, regulating and learning how to regulate ourselves is very important.
Can I jump in?
Complex PTSD, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, complex PTSD is, yeah. Go ahead.
Can I jump in for a moment and I would just want to echo what you're saying, and, you know, share, like, we just reflect on how, you know, often when the individual is in this space of guilt, shame, and trauma, that the only thing that they can do as a coping mechanism is find ways to disassociate because they don't have the tools of regulation. They weren't taught it in school. They weren't taught it at their home. You know, if their home was a very dysregulated place and there was violence or, you know, emotionally unstable parents or mentally unstable parents, they have no reference point as to how to cope with what they've gone through and what they're going through now. And so turning to addictions, turning to what's available freely in our society, alcohol, tobacco, you know, and then they're finding community in the other people that are having the same upbringing, the same life. So they're finding their family, you know, often in the spaces of where you can disassociate, in the bar, in the, you know, in the alley, and that becomes their mirror reflection, and that's what they know, and that's how they feel safe, and so it keeps the process going. So yeah, like bringing levels of awareness and tools of how to support the self in the space of dysregulation, you know, even simply with breath. Yesterday I was teaching a breathwork class, and one of the breaths is just in and out the nose as fast as you can, just in and out, in and out, in and out. And that breath specifically is a deer. It's called the deer breath, and it's a breath that deer will do after they're being chased by a predator. They get down and they're not caught. They get down in the grass, the tall grass, and they breathe like that for like 15 minutes, and it moves all the cortisol out of the body. It moves the stress out of the body. And we can also see, like, when somebody's on an airplane, they take a paper bag and they're like breathing in and out of the paper bag because they're scared of the experience of flying. But that's a natural thing that the body's actually, you know, we might like, oh, they're panicking, you know, but it's like, no, actually their body intelligence is showing them, hey, if you breathe in and out really fast, in and out your nose, then you will actually move the cortisol out of your body. So it's really hard to learn how to do these techniques of dysregulation when you're dysregulated, because often it's an unconscious experience and people are in a state of unconsciousness when they're dysregulated. So they need the consciousness to come in and meet them and say, oh, I'm dysregulated right now. Let me come out of my wound a little bit. Let me try to breathe.
So it's good to teach people tools of dysregulation when they're not regulated, because that's when they're in their conscious state. And when they're in their unconscious state, they're in their child state. They're not as able to access this level of awareness. So it's easy to talk about it, but to teach somebody how to regulate themselves when their whole life they've been regulating themselves with tobacco or heroin or alcohol, it's a really hard transition to support them out of. And I want to also mention that there was a comment by Leo that brought up to discuss as a group about the addictions of social media and pornography. So I'll finish there and then just bring that to the light of the table.
Thanks, Astaria. I think that piece of learning emotional regulation is just it's just something we can do as conscious members of community to help break that cycle. I think Solana had her hand up. Did you have something to share?
Yeah, I did. Thank you. Good morning. I'm driving, so I'll be mobile. I just heard a little bit about like being addicted and tobacco, and I keep hearing tobacco from this dear one speaking, and I'm not okay with pointing fingers at tobacco, because tobacco is a heart medicine. It came out of Mother's heart, out of Mother Earth's heart. It's one of the first plants that came here for us as first people, and so I would like it better if we can say nicotine, because nicotine is addicting. And I do see tobacco being called in to a lot of ceremonies as a companion plant. I see a lot of people who are struggling in tobacco, like a lot. I've also seen tobacco act in very bringing life back ways. And I've seen that when I was hunting. I've seen that when I took an animal and got up to the animal, and I take headshots because I like to use every single part of the animal that I can. I like to harvest everything off the animal. So I take headshots so I can gather even meat off the neck and just everything. So I went up to the animal, and I always liked a tobacco approaching the animal. I always want smoke going when I'm taking a coat off. It's like very ceremonial work for me. And I put the tobacco down by the dead animal, and I was with a friend of mine, and we saw the dead animal breathing in this tobacco smoke and started like being alive again. So I kept like, the tobacco revived this animal. This is not nicotine, this is tobacco. Tobacco is a heart medicine, and it's a companion plant, and it really does hold people very well and very gently. Reminds us of our breath sometimes, reminds us of what's in our heart sometimes. And, like I was saying last night when I spoke at 10 o'clock, is that, when we find ourselves in very difficult situations and we go to our defaults, and sometimes people's defaults is nicotine, but sometimes it's tobacco. It's a companion. It's a way to pray. It's a way to offer. It's a way to give thanks. It's a way to really pray and really cry and really start breathing again. I think that tobacco can be a utility, but it is definitely a heart medicine. And I don't want to hear tobacco being, in the same category as heroin, because heroin is a synthetic drug. It's a synthetic drug. It's not a heart medicine. It didn't come naturally from Mother Earth. So I would appreciate if we can start to differentiate and discern very carefully with our language what belongs to who and who belongs to what. When we're talking about addiction, that's the whole problem. That's the whole reason that we're in this situation. It's because we're mismanaging our relationships to self and to Mother Earth. So I just wanted to share some remember when stories. Thank you so much for all being together.
Thank you, Solana. And I think that, thank you for reminding us of that important piece, that yeah, that it is a gift from Mother Earth, and yeah, and I think that I mean, the fact that we have gone to this reductionist view and decided, okay, let's isolate this one molecule from this plant because that's could only possibly be the only thing that it has to offer. And so now we're going to just have like pure nicotine available. And then that's that extraction process, that like deciding that we know better than the way that that it exists in nature. Like, I think that's where we see things becoming so addictive. That's where we see that, and that's what, yeah, that's like that. As the other example you gave is heroin. Like, we've decided, okay, we're going to take this thing that exists in the poppy seed and we're going to extract it and we're going to concentrate it, and then like, because this is the only thing that the plant has to offer. It's just the fact that it can make this one molecule, and that reductionist view has led to the substance becoming so addictive.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, I just started taking kratom, and I should have been in the ER about 2 weeks ago, and I should have been getting shot up with Dilaudid. I should have been given oxycodone, and I didn't think this stuff worked. I went to the store, and I haven't went to the ER, and today I feel great. I haven't even taken any. I don't even feel like I'm coming down off codeine like a normal doctor would prescribe me for what I have for my pancreatitis. I have a cyst on my pancreas with like an open break, and I'm not even like, I haven't even taken any of it, and I'm completely fine. And like, I mean, like you guys were talking about heroin just now. I know you guys are talking about other stuff, but like this stuff is amazing for me. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I don't, there's no opiates I have to take. There's nothing else I have to take. I simply can't even believe it to this day that I'm not in the ER right now.
So I'd like to take Leo's suggestion and say something about sex addiction. I have an adopted grandson, and lately he's been stealing, among other things, and he steals pornography, or Playboy magazines or manga that are sexually oriented. And I am really worried about the availability of pornography, especially to, in essence, children. I mean, he's 16, but he's been doing this for a few years. And, you know, you've got an adolescent with raging hormones, but the accessibility of all sorts of pornography. He steals screens too. He's taken my sweetheart Holly's phone, and he's taken my phone, and he's taken screens from school, so he can, his parents try and keep a pretty good leash on him, but he's clever. We've been banned from 2 places because he's stolen from them. And so I want to throw that out as a kind of different focus a little bit on the sex addiction thing. And I also want to say that when I worked at McNeil Island Penitentiary in a drug abuse program back in the 90s, to a person, the men said nicotine was harder to kick than heroin. So throw those 2 things out there.
Yeah, I used to do some stuff with the courts that involves sex addiction. I was very involved with the court system. And also, I've lived in a family that has had a very distorted view on not only psychedelics and drugs and sex addiction, but I've learned a lot that if you go like anti-sex addiction and you try and distill that on people, it's going to cause them to do, you know, like we try and steer kids in whatever way, it's going to cause them more. It's just like, hey, we tell them not to do drugs, but yet they watch us drink beer when we're older, you know, or they watch us say plant medicine's fine, but then all of a sudden they get addicted to it and we're going, what the hell? Well, you look that anti-sex addiction needs to be met with a lot of my friends. My friend's mom was like very into that as a therapist and sexual healing and stuff. There is a way to keep people away from it, but at the same time, with that, like, I mean, you know, you don't want to constantly monitor a person. That's kind of weird. And like, I mean, with a lot of talks, kind of like you guys have here, I imagine that like, you know, kids should understand that, like, man, that's a hard one. That kind of like you asked, keeping kids away from sex. That's kind of, I have a kid here that I've dealt with that's 14, and he has a girlfriend and all of that. And you know, I don't know how far they went or anything, but I'm hoping that he stays with, like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, I know that he doesn't do drugs or anything yet, and his girlfriend doesn't. And I know they haven't, but like talking to him about it for like me, because I've dealt with a lot of people who went to prison for it and all that, you know, and like I kind of get what you're talking about the penitentiary thing and where they came from. That's kind of different than talking about like a normal family and like what we do inside of there. But you also gotta understand that like it's not that bad. Like I had a girlfriend. I'm sure we all had fucking girlfriends when we were younger, you know, or boyfriends and all of that. But like you know, maybe not like, hey, leave the door open when you go to your room, but like, hey, maybe 2 hours and you got to go home and you're doing homework, you know, as like a kid, not like, you know, like you could just do whatever the fuck you want. Because that's where kids get fucked up, and us as parents and teachers get fucked up because we want to be the cool people. All of us want to be the cool people, you know what I mean? And we want to be the ones who understand. But with the ones who understand, we also find a conflict in ourselves of how to understand. And that's where we not only fight with, and why we have to have these groups and conversations, but where we fight with ourselves innerly about like, how would I want somebody to teach me? But at the same time, it's not teaching you, it's teaching somebody else. And everybody's taught different. And if we don't teach each other like realize that, then essentially we're not going to learn shit ourselves either. So that's the hard part that I find with all of that, and that I've always found with it, like, because I've dealt with like low risk sex offenders to high risk sex offenders, and I've put them in jail and like, you know, and shit. Like I'm a really good friend with the judge, and she was a really cool lady. She was like, she fucking, you know, I shouldn't say this, but she's into like, you know, all the cool plant medicine shit. They call her the cool judge. And you know, she actually had a lot of those questions too about kids. And I was like, fuck, I could help you with adult stuff, but where it comes to the kids, the juvenile stuff is where I also get stuck too, because I as a juvenile, I was raised by a father who was very strict in the military. So I was raised like under a military background, and I loved it. I loved the discipline from it. But I have a friend who was very, very addicted to sex, and his family was the same way too. And he was, he fucking hated the strict background and all of that. And he acted out, and, you know, he banged chicks. I didn't act out. I like listening. I like the discipline, you know. So that's where I find the hard part, because you have kids that will like the discipline, and then you have people that won't too. And then with my friend, what's real weird is like, you know, I like the military. He fucking hates the American military. He fucking blames them for like why he had to live a strict life, why he like you know, got with all these girls before he got with his wife. He blames them for like everything, and he wasn't even part of the army. And it's like, dude, I got paid to go to school by the American military and shit. So it's like, dude, you know, we have two different opposing views. And still to this day, he's my best friend. And still to this day, we argue about this stuff. Even though he has a wife, his wife's a great person and all of that. It's just really hard for us to understand, even though we came from the same background, he had a different mentality that caused him to, I don't know how, but he really hates the government.
Thanks,
Like,
thanks, Chad. I wanted to bring this back to before I have to jump off here. I think was it Shamsi that had your hand up?
No, I think you're able to actually end this hour unless you wanted to call on Robert Satayacum, because Robert Satayacum's back.
Well, I want to say first, thank you for those comments, and I feel like we opened up this can of worms, and definitely I don't know if we want to continue that and give this, like, because I think the porn and sex addiction is also it's actually like a fascinating topic too. And thanks for bringing that up, bringing it back in, Eric. I think that one way to look at it would also be to like, I think this was Andrea that brought this up earlier, is where is your, I think you said your grandson, like where is this person maybe not receiving connection needs and reaching towards porn, reaching towards like sex to fill that connection need. And maybe there's a pathway there to meet that need in another way. I wanted to read something that Leo sent me. And I wonder if, that maybe this is a nice like lead off to this last hour. And that's the idea of like karma as a way of transmitting addictions from person to person, about how maybe we connect with someone that we have in our life, they pass away, or like an intimate partner has a certain addiction, and then maybe we take on that addiction in some way, or like that addiction like enters our lives through our connection with another person. And so I wanted to read that out there, but I want to say thank you to all of you for this beautiful conversation. Thank you to Leo for